We are live at Collecco for tonight's Monday night's live. We're going to call it everything sale because that's what it truly is. It's a everything sale. So with that being said, welcome to the machine. Who do we got first? Mike, Stephen, and Laura. Laura's always third, and she's actually in the building. That's Mike on that nuclear connection, and Stephen Parton. Okay, well, I'm going to go up front and shotgun a monster. I've never shotgunned anything, though, so this will be the first time. I've watched people shotgun stuff. I have, in fact, not. I was like, I kind of like getting my money's worth out of something. These guys over here in inhaling. Oh, boy. All right, so welcome. I'll tell you about what I did so y'all know what to expect for tonight and tomorrow night. I came in and started cleaning this store around 10 o'clock. I didn't leave here till 11 o'clock. Was it that late? No, it wasn't that late, was it? No, it was like 9 o'clock. I probably didn't go to sleep until 12 o'clock. And I woke back up about 5. You can. I'm about to go get one too. Yeah, that's what I was going to go up there and do. That would be great. 12:01. It's about. I woke back up around like 1, 2. I can't remember. Anyway, I'm sharing the feed right now. Hope everybody hits the like button. Basically, I am. About the only thing I didn't get done yesterday, this is what I was going to say, I didn't get to order vinyl because I was here so late. I thought about waking back up when I couldn't sleep and go ahead and putting in an order because I ran out of time. I was like, I better not do that because then I'll really never go to sleep. So I think by 1 or 2, I was finally hitting the hay. And then here I am again, Paul, back on the street again. That's the babies, something like that. Back on the street. Stephen Parton wants SpongeBob. We'll take care of that. All right, don't let me forget. I'm getting links shared right now. All right, let's post this in the comments so everybody can find the sale tonight. Links. What would we do without links? Where's all the Kiss records? The term Monday Night Kiss Night has officially been retired. We are to the point where we will have some Kiss records on Mondays. Jerry, there is 2 crates of new vinyl and miscellaneous. 2 crates of new vinyl and miscellaneous. But tomorrow is the day I'm worried about. There might not be hardly anything coming tomorrow. But Wednesday, that means Wednesday and Thursday we should have quite a bit. But 9 months later, how long did we do Kiss Night? We finally sold off all the rare bootlegs. I mean, it's not like it's continuous. So we've got pretty much the last of the I've got 2 entire crates of Kiss auctions tonight. I mean, it's not like we are out of Kiss records. We just, yeah. All right. Let me open up YouTube. Let's get this under story. But yeah, we got new stuff for tonight. It's tomorrow I'm worried about having new stuff. I do this every time. As far as new stuff, I get people confused. They're like, oh, you don't have any new? No, we got Paul here marking stuff. John's here marking stuff. We got plenty of new stuff. It's the new stuff. If I don't sit down and place a 5-hour order every night, then we don't have a lot come in. And thank you, John. He's heading out. And obviously, I had no time. If y'all saw my post, the before and after, that's where I spent all my vinyl ordering time for yesterday. But luckily, we're caught up. And I've got all the links shared. We're ready to go. So, as usual, first thing we'll do is clear off this table. And a lot of this stuff is the last of what I didn't put away when I was organizing. This is literally one of the last messes here. So what I'll do, I'll start cleaning this off. Some of this stuff is for sale right now. Some of it we've shown 100 times, and it's just like autographs, and I'm just going to set them off the table. All right. So y'all know the first thing I have is Ozzy. He's 1275. He's signed and JSL authenticated. These are all Chevy Chase and Shirley Eaton photos. And if you need a Chevy Chase or Shirley Eaton photo, this would be the time. Huge night tonight for Miscellaneous after we get through all of our vinyl. So I'm going to put Shirley and Chevy over there and Ozzy. And then here's a couple of high-end records I need to sell, possibly tonight. I'm going to try to bring back out this Kiss comic. I've already shown it a couple times, no takers. Maybe we can get a deal done on it tonight. And then there's Ozzy. Hey, I actually got a clean shelf over here. Nice. We love clean shelves. All right. Let me prop my phone back there for a second. Whoops. Will it stay up? Maybe? Nope. I'll lay it right there. There we go. I gotta be able to see the chat. There we go. Let me get down to the bottom where it auto-populates. Okay. Still got the Kiss comic. I'm gonna show it again tonight. The Kiss comic is it's $275. All right, these are some hatcheted 45s from a while back I never showed. So we got Tom Petty, Don't Do Me Like That, $14. James Brown and the Atlanta Falcons, $22. Walk Within My Brain, Love Army, Walk Within My Brain, $17. Wings, Arrow Through Me, promo, $6.99. Convicted, Unconquered, $7. Howard Jones, Things Can Only Get Better, $6.99. Georgia Satellites, Keep Your Hands to Yourself, $6.99. No Mercy in This Land, Live at Machine Shop, Ben Harper, Charlie Musselwhite, $6.99. And Crowded House, $6.99. So we have Tom Petty for $4. These are what they sold for the last time. Tom Petty, $14. That will be sold to Shannon Mashaka. Let me put it right there for right now. Melanie Jennings on Howard Jones for $6.99. Paul Brothers on Georgia Satellites, Keep Your Hands to Yourself, $6.99. So James Brown, the Atlanta Falcons, $22. Love Army, Walk Within My Brain, $17. Wings, Arrow Through Me, promo, $6.99. Convicted, Unconquered, $7. Ben Harper, Charlie Musselwhite, $6.99. And Crowded House, $6.99. Okay? So that's some rando 45s there for you. case you need or want any of those, they're available. Everything you see is available. Okay. There's that. Let me set this box of 45s John brought me right here. Getting this table cleared off so we can sell, and we usually start, if I have a mess up here, going through everything. All right. This is a miscued record I got to figure out. And then we still got the Anthrax graphic novel. So these are comic books, and they've set each song on this album, Anthrax Among the Living. Anthrax Among the Living is new and sealed, and these are $39.99. They're basically graphic novels that's been adapted to this record, to that album, Anthrax Among the Living. So there's that. El Snappatan wants Charlie Musselwhite. We can pull that for you. About to go ahead and get some auctions going as soon as I have a spot to lay one back there. So this is sold to El Snappatan for $6.99. All right, we'll say that's the sold pile. This was a hatcheted auction I forgot about from a while back. Soundgarden. It sold for $20. It's a promo CD called Four Shocks. For promotion use only, not for sale. Soundgarden. $20 on that. That's what it last sold for. Let's see, we don't really need this right now, or this, or this. All right. All righty. Let me lay this stuff over here. That's autographs I've shown several times. No takers yet. All right. Darren Johnson wants Convicted Unconquered. Sold to Darren Johnson. I guess we'll call that same price, $7. Sounds like it was a one bid at some point. And then this is sold to Matt Nichols for $20, Soundgarden. These slides are from a country music festival. It's kind of like the Randy Rhoads ones we have. I hadn't figured them out yet. They're from some kind of country music festival. You can see like Don Williams and who else was on there. But I got to really figure out when and where they're from. I think they're unpublished photos. All right. Here is a poster. This is Disneyland Records, the finest gift for your child. Walt Disney Productions, Christmas Mickey Mouse poster, $10 start auction. $10 start auction. Okay. Lagwagon, Haas, Lagwagon, $6.99. Dead Kennedy, $6.99. That's sealed. And Lincoln Park Meteora, $6.99. All three of those, $6.99 each. Mickey Mouse posters up for auction, $10 start. Jerry Torres gets Dead Kennedys for $6.99. Darren Chrisman wants Lincoln Park for $6.99. And that leaves Lagwagon Haas. And yes, that is Ben Cartwright, Dan Blocker on the cover there. Dan Blocker. Okay. I have a Marilyn Monroe postcard, $4.99. I have Van Halen OU812 for $6.99. Van Halen OU812 for $6.99. This is $9.99. This is an old Super 8 film movie, Stalag 17 with William Holden. That's $9.99. Tim Rory wants the Marilyn Monroe postcard for $4.99. The Mickey Mouse poster high bid's $25. Somebody got Van Halen OU812. That's sold to Jerry Torres for $6.99. These books here are out of print. I think all three of them are like pretty pricey, like Amazon, $100 or more. That's the reason they hadn't sold. I hadn't listed them elsewhere to get that kind of money for them, so we'll take care of those another time, another day. Over here, we have, the Soundgarden was called Future Shocks. Okay. This is $6.99. Survivor, Eye of the Tiger. That's $6.99. That's a buy it now. Survivor, Eye of a Tiger. And then here's auction number 2. This is Grim Legion, Vile and Exhumed, red vinyl, $7 start. J Neutral gets Survivor for $6.99. And then, what was Chris Gardner Maiden? What was that, Chris Gardner Maiden? Stalag 17 sold to Michael Ruttman for $9.99. We're almost clear off the table, and we've almost sold most of this stuff, which was the goal. And I'm about to start, of course, with vinyl. And just so you know, after we get started with vinyl, we'll be rolling, and then we have tubs of stuff like this to do, okay? Tubs of stuff like this to do. Later tonight, of course. Of course. One random cassette. An album we have 10 times a night. Culture Club, Color by Numbers. That's $6.99. So let me move the sold stuff over here. So all this is sold. Okay. And then that means right now we have Grim Legion with one bid for $7. And then this Mickey Mouse poster is at $30 with Susie Breedlove. Let's look at it one more time. It's Disneyland Records, the finest Christmas gift for your child. She has that for $30. Final call. Okay. Transformers, Ghostbusters, $14.99. Transformers, Ghostbusters. Okay. All right. I've got all these stickers. By the way, some of them's pretty blurry, but this entire lot of stickers for $9.99. That one's really nice, the Grateful Dead one. Guns N' Roses, they're kind of blurry. I don't know what's up with them, but then these are better. Ozzy, I Love Vinyl, I Love Rock and Roll, The Who. All those $9.99. Okay. This one has a seam split, so it's on sale. This seam split right here for the Beatles Past Masters, $10 off. So you can get that for $39.99 because of the seam split, $10 off. All right, all these stickers then, keep all these together, sell them for $9.99 to Chris Gardner. Grim Legion is sold one bid, $7, and that is sold to Darren Chrisman. And then here is this poster, sold to Susie Breedlove for $30. Our next auction is Blink-182. They Came to Conquer. Uranus. Blue vinyl. Blink-182, They Came to Conquer. Uranus. $10 start on Blink-182. All right. More of those coming. We're almost there. The Beatles was just $39.99. That's $10 off because of the seam split. Welcome to Monday night at Collecco. Blink-182 has a bid for $15 with Mitch T. The stickers are already sold. George Burleson and Susie was next. Okay. Do I get many battle patches? Yes. This is the Black Album Tour Program. 1991, 1992. The Metallica Black Album Tour Program. Kind of a big deal. $15 start. $15 start. This is every Monday night we will have Kiss auctions. We are dropping the term from this point on, Monday Night Kiss Night, we are retiring that term because our auctions are now going to go 25% Kiss and 75% everything else. I told y'all it would take me about 6 or 7 months and we would sell off that collection. Now, unless we get a phone call and somebody has another 5,000 Kiss bootlegs for sale, all that stuff's gone. We have sold pretty much all of it. So I knew at some point we would run out. It unfortunately wasn't just like being reproduced back there by a machine. We have sold off the entire bootleg collection of however many we started with, 5,000 or whatever. So they are officially gone. Now, I've got 2 entire full crates of Kiss auctions tonight. I've got everything from bootlegs to imports to unofficials, picture disc, singles, and 45s. So starting about right now, we're going to be selling a Kiss record for the rest of the night. Probably for about the next 7 hours, we'll be selling Kiss records. But they're not going to be in the hot picture every night, every Monday night, because all the rare bootlegs, all those box sets, it's took us all year, but we're finally gone. Now, if somebody wants to call us and they've got 2 or 3,000 Kiss records they want to sell, let me know. All right, let's go back to the top. Matt Nichols wants to see the Soundgarden CD. Give me 1 second because I can't get anything out of order over here. I've got everything stacked up. It's called Future Shocks. It's a promo CD. It's a promo CD. I'll show it to you 1 second. Blink-182 on blue vinyl has a bid for 15. It has a bid for, Metallica has a bid for 15. Metallica has another bid for 15. Metallica has a bid for 20. Info on Blink-182. They Come to Conquer Uranus. Blue vinyl. Metallica 20, Metallica 25, Metallica 30, Metallica 30. So Blink-182 still has 1 bid for $15. It's blue vinyl. 1 bid for $15. Okay. Here is the Soundgarden CD. If I can get it out of the stack for Matt Nichols. Future Shocks. This came from a Nashville label executive that we bought a bunch of promo stuff from. It's called Future Shocks. It's like a greatest hits. It's a promo only. All right. There's that. Here we go. First auction of the night. Let's go ahead and get it started. Before I get stabbed by a Kiss fan, there's a good chance that at some point somebody's going to be very upset and they're going to stab me. So I don't want to get stabbed, so we better go ahead and get started with Rock and Roll Over. This is a 1976 USOG. It's a Terre Haute original pressing in VG condition, a $15 start. All righty. Are we done on Blink-182? Just 1 bid for $15. The Metallica tour program's at 52. Let's go ahead and pull up this morning's video, okay? And let's start selling stuff. I'm ready to start selling stuff. Hopefully y'all are ready to start buying stuff. Now, for Miscellaneous, I'm about to mix in a few more things, and then when we're done with vinyl about 11 o'clock, hopefully everybody can stay awake. I have 1,000 posters to go through, 1,000,000 cassettes, 1,000,000 CDs, 1,000,000 books, 1,000,000 magazines, 1,000,000 Kiss toys, 1,000,000 Kiss collectibles, 1,000,000 Kiss books, 1,000,000 Kiss figures, 1,000,000 Kiss this, and 1,000,000 Kiss that. So if you count every individual Kiss poster and item that's in this building, I would say there's about 1,000,000 Kiss items. Is that an exaggeration? 100%. But just letting you know, Ralph, if you're not watching, you're going to be missing out. Okay. So that's done. Blink-182's at 16. This is Metallica Black Album Tour Program, an original 91-92. Black Album Tour Program. Would have been sold at a concert. Somehow it made it home without getting, like, destroyed at the show in a mosh pit. And the high bid on this is Stanley Richmond at $55. Okay? Tommy Thayer is about to go up for bid. That's not available for a buy now, but I'm about to put it up right now. Okay? Now, Kiss has one bid with John McPatriot for $15. Next auction is Tommy Thayer. Tommy Thayer should have an autographed poster. Oh, there it is. So Tommy Thayer, signed poster, okay? It's not JSA. I personally deem this to be 100% authentic, or your money back. And then it comes with 3 Tommy Thayer guitar picks. So this is a Tommy Thayer signed poster, a signed poster, and 3 guitar picks. $25 start. Signed poster and 3 guitar picks. $25 start. Okay? Let's go to Whole Lot of Records. We have final calls on a couple auctions. Blink-182's at $16 of a Victor Guerra. If you don't have the high bid of $16 and your name's Victor Guerra, then you're out. Metallica's at $60. We got a battle between Brandon and 007 Platinum. Kiss has one bid for $15, and Tommy Thayer has a bid for $25. This morning, I posted a video, and that video was me going through 2 crates of new vinyl, and I posted that, and people bought stuff out of there. And we're about to pull those out right now. We have L7, Drain, Ozzy, and Pink Floyd, and Tears for Fears. That is tonight's selection. So everything in here is still available. As soon as we knock out these 2 crates, I'll go through all the new stuff, even all the new miscellaneous. We've already got 2 crates up here from Paul, 4 crates up here from John. John also dropped off 2 more boxes of 45s. And tonight, we got a lot of miscellaneous during the show and definitely after the show, okay? Here we go. Somber, I Barely Know Her, S-O-M-B-R. Somber is on exclusive Ruby vinyl. I have 2 of those at $29.99. I got 2 copies of Power Trip, Manifest Decimation. Power Trip is on graphite colored vinyl for $44.99. And then The Garden. This is 6 Desperate Ballads. The Garden is $29.99. I've got 2 of those. Yeah, we got a couple crates of new vinyl and a couple things of new miscellaneous stuff, okay? Blink-182 is sold for $16 to... No, my bad. It got a new bid, $17 with Jerry Torres. Jerry Torres, $17. Victor Guerra, you're out. Rock and Roll Over got one bid for $15 to John McPatriot. The signed Tommy Thayer poster and guitar picks are at $40. And the Metallica Black Album Tour Program is sold to 007 Platinum for $60. All right, thank you on that. That's sold. Next thing I have is Metallica. I hadn't really figured out what this is yet, but here it is, Metallica. I think this, it might be even an insert for something, or it could be another tour book. It could be another tour book. 03 to 04, that's St. Anger, right? Yeah. So I think this is a St. Anger tour book. That's exactly what this is. This is a 2003-2004 Metallica tour book. It comes in a slipcase, $10 start for Metallica. Comes in a slipcase like such. $10 start, okay? It's a little unglued. Needs to be re-adhesive there. Metallica, $10 start, okay? Blink-182's at $19. Also, we had 2 copies of Shy Girl. That's $29.99. Alias. Also, we have 2 copies of Joyce Manor, and this is Never Hungover Again. Joyce Manor, $29.99, and then 2 copies of L7, but we did sell one to David Smith. This is sold to David Smith for $36.99. All right, and then right here, we got Stephen Parton on SpongeBob. SpongeBob is sold to Stephen Parton. Thank you. If anybody else wants a SpongeBob SquarePants, I have more. I have 1 copy left of Poppy. I disagree. Poppy is $29.99, and Drain is Your Friend. Drain is sold to Darren Johnson. This is on colored vinyl. I got 1 copy of Drain left. And we have Brat, Social Grace. Brad is $33.99. James Rainey on Poppy. That's sold to James Rainey. And then Blink-182 is officially sold. And that's sold to Victor Guerra for $19. But don't worry, I have more. I have another Blink-182 over here. Right now, Tommy Thayer signed poster and guitar picks is at $55. And Metallica has one bid for $10. Sarah also bid $55. He was in first at $55, just FYI. This is Blink-182 Lemmings. Blink-182 Lemmings. Blink-182 is on orange vinyl, and that's going to go up for a $10 start. Blink-182, $10 start on that. Power Trip, Nightmare Logic. Power Trip is $44.99. And then here's the Rush box set. Now, they just announced they're going to be selling some of these albums individually for Start Your Ear Off Right, which is the big ones are Feedback and Snake and Arrows. I have those up for pre-order. I have not posted Vapor Trails and Clockwork Angels yet. I got to post those. I figured those have been in print for a while, but I'll still post the Rocktober exclusives. I don't think there's really any difference than the other ones that's been in print, but I'm sure some of y'all will definitely want that set. But there's the whole box set at $159. I've actually got 4 of those in stock. I wish I would have sold them before we had discovered they're being sold individually now. That's always disappointing. But for y'all, it's appointing. Artillery is $39.99 by Inheritance. And then we have Dokken now playing. Dokken is $24.99. But I will say, even though they're breaking these up now, box sets always seem to carry a little bit of a pretty good premium. Dokken now playing is $24.99. That's like a greatest hits. Over here, L7, that's Bricks Are Heavy, 30th Anniversary Edition, $36.99. We got Blink-182 at $20. Metallica is at $15 with 007. Rick Hall, you're out. Stanley Richmond, you're out. And then the signed Tommy Thayer poster and guitar picks is at $65 of Jerry Conklin. Also have King Crimson Earthbound. King Crimson is $29.99. Darren Johnson on L7. Thank you, Darren Johnson. That's sold to you. So both L7s are sold. There's another King Crimson. That's a 200 gram, $29.99. Medieval Steel, $36.99 for Medieval Steel. And we have Sugar Hill Gang on red vinyl, $24.99. Okay, so this is officially sold to Jerry Conklin for $65. Got some other cool stuff to sell tonight. Lots of cool stuff to sell tonight, actually. I'm about to put up some Kiss cards and other Kiss records. Trying to knock out all the random miscellaneous stuff that was laying next to me, so I have a little bit of breathing room before we get really started. Rats, $24.99. That's also called Now Playing. Led Zeppelin 4, that's clear vinyl, $33.99 on that. Depeche Mode live in Amsterdam, that's $29.99. And then Red Hot Chili Peppers live, Devotion to Emotion, that's also $29. There is Megadeth, Countdown to Extinction, $39 on that. And then Tears for Fears, which was on colored vinyl, is sold to Ava Ewing, AVA space EWING. SH sold to El Snapatan. Sugar Hill Gang, that is officially sold. Where are we in the Metallica book? Final Call to 007. He has it for $15. I think everybody else is out. And Blink-182 is with Kelly Vlodarchek for $20, and that's a final call. Blink-182 Lemmings on orange, yellowish, that's orange vinyl. There's that, okay? And now Joe DeGaldo wants Now Playing. Do you want Rat Now Playing, Sugar Hill Gang Now Playing, or Dokken Now Playing? Let's grab another auction over here. Where was I at? Is this, okay, this says 1978 Kiss cards, okay? 1978 Kiss cards. I have not really counted them. I really have not looked at them, but they appear to be pretty nice. Yeah, that's about all I can tell you. They're 1978 Kiss cards. Pretty sharp on the corners. Not too bad at all. All right. I forgot how many of these boxes you normally hold. There we go. Does that say 100? I think this is a 100 count, 160 count. I can't remember. Kiss cards, $20 start. 1978 vintage Kiss cards, $20 start. Okay. we'll go from there. Those are now up for bid. Joe DeGaldo was next on the Now Playing. He wants Rat Now Playing. Thank you. Metallica 16, Metallica 20. Kathy got Red Hot Chili Peppers. Okay. Rob's going to take over on Blink-182. Metallica 21, Metallica 25, Kiss 2020. And, okay, he don't have to take over. I'll go ahead and sell it to you. This is Soda Kelly Vladarchek for $20. All right. Thank you on that. Soda Kelly Vladarchek. That's done. Now the Metallica book is at 25. The Kiss cards is a 3-way tie at 20. Now a 4-way tie at 20. And then let's go ahead and put up another auction. And let's go ahead and put up AC/DC Let There Be Rock. AC/DC Let There Be Rock is a 1977 U.S. OG specialty press. A Porky Prime Cut near mint minus with no condition notes. There's this one crease up here on the jacket. $25 start on that. Are these Series 1, Series 2 cards? I honestly don't know. The box just says 1978 Kiss cards. That's number 66. That's number 49. There's number 114, 129, 131, 132. The highest number appears to be 132. Okay. Right now, those are at $45. And the last bit on the Metallica book that came in was 25 of 007. It's up to Victor Guerra on that one, okay? So very quickly, what was left in here was Somber, Power Trip, The Garden, Shy Girl. If you need a price, let me know. Joyce Manor Drain. This was Brat, Power Trip again, Rush, the albums, Artillery, Dokken Now Playing, King Crimson Earthbound, Medieval Steel, Led Zeppelin 4, Depeche Mode, Red Hot Chili Peppers, and Megadeth, okay? If anybody needs a copy of Led Zeppelin 4, that's on clear vinyl, $33.99. All right, let's go through this next crate. Oh, that felt pretty good. My back's sore. Anytime I do a cleanup of this back room warehouse, I'm sore. It's like more sore than working out at the gym. It's where you have to push on racks and pull on racks and pull on tubs. It's quite the workout, but it's fun. I found a lot of cool stuff, as y'all can see. I mean, all this stuff I've sold in the first hour of the show, I didn't even know either we had or I rediscovered it. Well, most of this I was like, wow, what is this? All right, let's go to the top here. So Kia, Metallica 25, that was 3 minutes ago with 007. I'm looking for M bids, no M bids. This is sold to 007 for $25. The Kiss cards are at 55 right now. Mark Morris has them for $55. AC/DC Let There Be Rock, Lewis Kulik has it for $30. Megadeth is $39.99. I also have Led Zeppelin Presents, $33.99 for Led Zeppelin Presents, and Pink Floyd Animals, $29.99. Pink Floyd Animals remastered 180 gram, $29.99 for that. And then Pink Floyd, A Delicate Sound of Thunder. This is still available. It is a 3 LP, the expanded Delicate Sound of Thunder, $79.99. And then Led Zeppelin's Houses of the Holy, $29.99 on Led Zeppelin House of the Holy. Pink Floyd The Wall, one copy sold to Ava Ewing. So that's sold to Ava. Thank you. I have one extra copy of The Wall left if anybody wants it. We're about to sell AC/DC for $30. And then our next auction, Caden, is going to be the following. Where am I at? Where's my stuff at? Our next auction is going to be, hold on one second, drum roll. Let's do another album. I got stuff back here behind me. So let's do Def Leppard. This appears to be really nice. Def Leppard Pyromania is an 83 U.S. Pittman OG in shrink wrap EX edition with hop sticker. What a nice copy. Photograph. Nearly a top copy of Def Leppard Pyromania, a $35 start. El Snapatan on Led Zeppelin House of the Holy. That means we have one copy of that left. Ozzy's No More Tears. This is a double LP $44.99 for Ozzy's No More Tears. I've got 2 of those. Pink Floyd Momentary Lapse of Reason. That's the newest 2019 45 RPM. That's also sold to Ava Ewing. Thank you, Ava. That's also sold to you. And then we had 1 copy of Ozzy Black Rain, and that was sold to Michelle Clements. Okay? That was sold to Michelle Clements. So that's done. The Kiss cards. Let's look at these one more time. These are a lot, whatever's in this box of Kiss cards here. I think the most recent bid was Brad Waite's at $60. So there's a side look, a top look, a side look, a bottom look. It looked like one of the highest card numbers was 132, 131, 126, 106, 78. That'll give you an idea of what you're looking at there. That's a cool one. Look at that. So 1978 Kiss cards. I think this box holds, that's more than you think. They indent these boxes with how many they hold without me having to count these. 160. I don't know if that's right or not, but whatever these small boxes hold, that's always more than you think when you go start counting those. It's probably a lot more than you realize, but those are now up for bid. Heading out, Caden? Yeah. All right, have a good one. Be careful out there in the real world. Def Leppard 35, Def Leppard 35, 40, 40, 45. And then Wings box set. Still got these in stock. 3 LP, 32 tracks. $114.99 for Wings. Let's go ahead and sell that AC/DC to Lewis Kulick. This is sold to Lewis Kulick for $30. Thank you on that, Lewis Kulick. And Phil Elliott has the Kiss cards for $65, Paul. That is sold to Lewis Kulick for $30. Def Leppard's already up to $50. There's Ace, $33.99. He might take the place of Led Zeppelin for a second. Sorry, Zeppelin. But there's Ace. So as you can see, I've got 2 in stock, $33.99. And we have Sponge, Electric Cattle Gods. Sponge is $34.99. Motley Crue Theater Pain, that's the colored vinyl, $33.99. And then the Clash Combat Rock, $33.99. Plus, we started off the week with a big sale on Iron Cross, right, Paul? So that rare Iron Cross record we had, we sold it for $2,600 earlier today online. So that Iron Cross record's gone. We sold it for $2,600. Over here, we have the Clash Combat Rock. The Clash is $33.99. And then the Clash London Calling, $39.99. One Hand Clapping, Paul McCartney and Wings, $44.99. And Korn Follow the Leader, $33.99. Oh, I know, Kiss cards can get really pricey. Kiss cards can get really pricey. I know. We have had a lot. I got them at one point all together, and I was going to start trying to make a set, and we realized we didn't have the time, patience, or manpower to try to put together sets. So starting 2 weeks ago, last Sunday, I started we had binders full of them. If y'all were watching last Sunday, I think I sold 3 or 4 binders full, and I still got 2 or 3 more boxes. So here's a pretty good looking batch, but there could be more pop up tonight. They're around here somewhere. But yes. Okay, so Def Leppard's at 55. Kiss cards is at 68. We're done recapping. I'm ready to show new stuff. I'm ready to get into new stuff. I'm sure y'all are too. It's officially 7 o'clock, so we're into our advertised auctions. And don't forget, I have a whole crate of bonus auctions too. So I have a whole crate of Kiss stuff that's never been shown, a whole nother crate of Kiss stuff that's never been shown, and then a whole nother crate of Kiss stuff that's never been shown, plus the stuff that was in the hot picture. We got Kiss, Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits. A 1988 USOG Hauppauge 53 press with the original lyric inner sleeve, VG Plus condition, a $35 start. All right. Ozzy No More Tears is $44.99. Gatefold double LP. So very quickly, here's what's left in here. Presence is $33. Animals is $29. Delicate Sound $79. Houses sold one left, $29. Pink Floyd $49. Ozzy's $44. Wings was $114. Ace is $33. Sponge $34. Motley Crue $33. The Clash $33. The Clash $33. The Clash $39. Paul McCartney and Wings $44. And Korn $34.99. So Def Leppard is about to sell to Darren Johnson for $55. The Kiss cards are at $70. And Kiss Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits has 2 bids for $35. We also sold Hot Wheels last night. The guy that's been buying all of my bulk Hot Wheels, I sold him. Shout out to Stephen A. If Stephen A. Young is watching, I owe him an air horn. So when I was cleaning up last night, I found 2 full tubs of Hot Wheels, and he's been about the only one I have found interested in buying just completely full tubs of Hot Wheels. So I went ahead and made him another deal. 2 tubs at $500, and I told him I owe him an air horn tonight. So whenever he's watching, we got to bring out the air horn, and then we'll do one for celebration of the selling the Iron Cross record for $2,600. That's one of the top 10 now most expensive records we've ever sold here. Iron Cross, $2,600. And then here comes the air horn, so go ahead and adjust your volume. This is actually, he got billed for it today, I believe, so thank you, Stephen A. Young. Here comes your official. He bought 2 tubs of Hot Wheels from us, $500. So a couple good sales tonight. That was this morning when I was here cleaning. I found some pretty good stuff. And good job to Paul for getting the deal done on that Iron Cross. We got more for it, selling it on Discogs. It was great. Hate to see it go. I got to take pictures of that before we ship it. Did we, have we already shipped that, Paul? We need to photograph that so we can post it. I mean, that's worthy of a, and I need to get that Rapper's Delight test pressing. We've had a couple really, like, rare items come through here without really showing them off, and now they're already gone. As fast as we get a rare grail, like ultra uber rare record, as soon as we get it, it seems like it's gone before we can even tell people or show people about it. And so 6 months later, I'm like, yeah, we used to have that. I don't even have a photo of it. So, all right, here we go. Ooh, that's a great way to start off the night with a neck pop. How I wish you were here. We're just 2 lost souls swimming in a fishbowl, year after year. Okay. All right, so Kiss card 70, Kiss 35, Kiss 35, Kiss 35, Kiss 37, Kiss 38, Kiss 40, Kiss 40, Kiss 45, Kiss 45, all right? So Phil Elliott gets the Kiss cards for $70. And then Pyromania is sold, beautiful copy and shrink with hop sticker, Darren Johnson, $55. Yeah, Iron Cross is sold $2,600. So it's gone. I got to sit down and make a top 10 list. I don't. Tanner was talking about how I talk about how we've had our best week yet. Is that caramel popcorn? Oh yeah. I told Tanner how we've had a. I tell everybody we have our best week, but I actually don't have official numbers. My sister and my mother have shown up with caramel popcorn. Okay, good. Now that's distracting. Patrick Lear, you was on a waiting list for this Beatles puzzle. So one of the first things I have tonight is this. This is a 3,000-piece Beatles puzzle. Patrick Lear, this is sold to you. You was on a waiting list. $39.99. $39.99. The Beatles Magical Mystery Tour. $39.99. And we have one more extra. $39.99. Well, it was, we basically had an auction for it. So it's it was shown here the other night, and we basically had an auction for it. So that's how that deal went down. Because are y'all heading out? Well, thanks for visiting. I'll see y'all next week. Okay. Okay, over here we have a 1988 USOG Hot Pog. And this is with Jerry Conklin at $45. Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits. This is an 88 USOG Hop Hog, original lyric inner sleeve, VG Plus condition, and Kiss is with Jerry Conklin at $45, okay? There's that. The next thing I have is going to go up right now. We have the Ramones. We have the Ramones, It's Alive, a 79 Portugal OG, VG condition, $20 start. So the Ramones is a 79 Portugal OG, Gayfo 2LP, VG condition, a $20 start. The Beatles Magical Mystery Tour, $39.99, 3,000 piece puzzle. 3,000 pieces. Patrick, you was on a wait list. I got one tag for you. All right. And then here is one of our first pre-orders of the week. Let me pull this up. And this is Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. And this is the 3LP edition. Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. This is the 3LP edition. Now, not all of them have come in. Just part of them have come in. So I'm going to let y'all know these are expected this week. We should be getting more. It looks like we had a split order. So here are some of them. Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. Always cool to see new Pink Floyd stuff. This was up for pre-order, originally posted back in September. I have a few in hand, but they're already sold, and then we'll take a waiting list, okay? So the first ones go to Autumn Betts. These are $74.99. Also Brandon Jones, and then Ken Crooker. So Autumn Betts, Brandon Jones, Ken Crooker. And then David Howard, thank you, David. And then over here, Glenn Kesey, thank you, Glenn Kesey. And then over here, Michael Carpenter. So here's still who's left. Here's still who's left on the pre-order. Marsha French, Clifford Umstead, Jerry Stone, Mark White, Shannon Mashaka, Scott Beebe, Rob Fordham, Eddie Passir, Ken Cohen, Dean Tefford, Richard Yeager, Rob Fordham, he commented twice, we don't need him twice, Tim Floyd, Jim Siddall, Joseph Alves, Glenn Kesey, and Charles Owen. Glenn Kesey does want an additional. So I'll go ahead and tell you right now, I'll check on the status for the rest of these. Let me actually pull that up right now and see if that was a split order, and when hopefully the other one should be in tomorrow, okay? Let's see, 12-1, 12-4, probably this 12-4. No, 12-3, probably 12-3. Nope. Where do these come from? These might be, where did I get these? One second. All right, let's put up some more cards I got over here. Help desk. All right, 2 Jerry Garcias. Shipped 21. Okay. Shipped 21. Maybe there's more over here. Hold on a second. And then 5 box sets. So I'm definitely getting them. They're on their way. So how many do I have? We have, how many more do I need? Marsha French, Clifford Umstead, Jerry Stone, Mark White, Shannon Mashaka, 5. Scott Beebe, Rob Fordham, Eddie Passir, Ken Cohen, Dean Tefford, 10. Richard Yeager, Tim Floyd, Jim Siddall, Joseph Alves, Glenn Kesey, 15. Charles Owen, 16. 2, 4, 6, 22. So I'm already one short just pre-order. All right, let me go ahead and put in some more right now because we're going to have enough for all the minus one person on a pre-order. So we better go ahead and make sure we got these things rolling because that's a pretty big deal. And I see people on a waiting list right now. So let me go ahead and knock this one out. I don't ever want to run out of a new Pink Floyd deal, but some people pre-ordered pretty late, which is okay. But that means when I originally put in my order, all the extras have been grabbed up. Okay, good. They're still in stock. So let me count how many people right now want one, and then I'll go ahead and put in an order. Okay? So let's go back up the top, and let's see where I left off. More Kiss lights are on the way. Yes. So we had Kiss over here. The last bid was Jerry Conklin at $40. Michael Wood, $45. Jerry Conklin also bid $45. Jerry Conklin, you were outbid on this, $45. Here's the waiting list tonight for more Pink Floyd boxes. We have David Duell, We have Sean Miller in on the Ramones at 20. El Snapatan wants 2 Pink Floyd box sets, so that's 3 people. Mike Owen, Aaron Jolly, Stephen A. Young. Okay? So 7 and then 8. Let's go ahead and order 10 extra copies, okay, of Pink Floyd Wish You're Here, because it sounds like we're going to need them. Somebody needs 2 copies, and we still need 1 more, plus everybody's names that I read off, right? And I'm going to count those off again. David Doyle. Jeff Brent RTO wants it on a CD box set. Let's look into that for Jeff Brent. So David Doyle, 2 for El Snapatan, Mike Owen, Aaron Jolly, Stephen A. Young, and yeah, so, and I need at least 1 more. So it sounds like we need about 10 of those things. Not a bad thing to have whatsoever in stock. All right, go ahead and knock those out right now. All right, then there sounds like we got more on the way anyways. Okay, sorry about that. This is also new for this week, or last week. Jerry Garcia, live at Warfield, March 2nd, 1991. And I didn't have a price on this because I didn't leave a price for Ed. So let me look at this right quick. Jerry Garcia, this is new. Give me 1 second. Sorry for the lagging speed here, but new vinyl, always trying to figure stuff out that I didn't have time to mark for Ed, make sure we do all this right. Don't want to mess up anybody's order. This is new. It's a 5 LP, $99.99. Jerry Garcia, live at Warfield, March 2nd, 1991. 5 LP, $99.99, okay? So right now, the Ramones, It's Alive, is a 1979 OG pressing from Portugal. It's a Portugal press. It has 1 bid with Sean Miller for $20. Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits is sold, and this is sold for $45, and that was to Michael Wood. Let's put up another auction. And by the way, thanks everybody for tuning in. Make sure you've hit the like button on Facebook. Make sure you've hit the like button on YouTube. Make sure you've hit the like button everywhere. Jerry Garcia's new, $99.99. That's brand new, a 5 LP. We're going to sell 1 right now to George Burleson. If anybody else wants one, let me know. All right, let me go ahead and put new stickies on those. So there's that sticky. And then here is this sticky. And we'll sell this one to George Burleson, okay? And I'm going to put Jerry Garcia right over here because now our crate is officially full. Ramones is in VG condition. VG, it's a Portugal OG VG. Portugal OG VG. All right, next auction is going to go up right now, and we have Kiss Destroyer. And Destroyer is an unofficial on red vinyl. It comes with a poster. It's an unofficial. It does have a crease up here on the corner, but an unofficial pressing on red vinyl, a $25 start on that, okay? $25 start on that. Boom. And then over here, we have the Ramones 25 and the Ramones 27. Let's go ahead and put up another crate. This is more new stuff from tonight. Let me go right over here. Oh, wow. It looks like some of the big Pink Floyd box. So there's 2 different versions of Pink Floyd coming out. One version is the 3 LP, and then the other version you're about to see, it's more of a deluxe box, vinyl box, okay? Ramones 26, Kiss 25. I think I got more Kiss cards over here, or some kind of cards. Let me see what was in this box. These are just all kinds of cards, I think. Yeah, let's just sell all this together, okay? I think this is a little bit of everything. So this is originally a Boss GE7 equalizer box, but inside you have, let's take a gander. Let's take a gander. Inside of it you have Superstar music cards. There's Ozzy, MC Hammer, Lionel Richie. There's Living Color, Saigon Kick. So those 80s cards. There's an unopened pack. And then those are Elvis cards with a pack. Or at least, yeah, at least the wrapper. Okay, so that's everything that's in there. All right. And then this was... yeah, those are more music cards. I think those are country. Yeah, Charlie Daniels, Sawyer Brown. Those are country cards. This was Kiss cards. Okay. Those are like modern. That's a refractor. There is an Elvis, little small thing of Elvis cards. And here's the box these superstars originally came in. And there's a bunch of loose ones. Okay, there's Cher on top. There's Randy Rhoads. That's cool. Look at that one. There's Randy Rhoads. There's Ozzy again. Those two need to stay together. And that's the box they originally came in packed. So all those for a $20 start, okay? So all that I just showed being sewed together for a $20 start. All right, now Kiss is at 35 with James Hicks. And the Ramones is at 28 with Stanley Richmond. All right, so that's where we're at. And first thing in here is the, well, let me put Jerry Garcia. So there's one Jerry Garcia left, live at Warfield, $99.99. The Rolling Stones, a half-speed master. This is $44.99. $44.99. This is a half-speed master, $44 for the Rolling Stones, Exile on Main Street. Also, Tenacious D, the Pick of Destiny. Tenacious D is $29.99. And 2 copies of Kiss Alive, and this is the newest 2014 remaster, brand new and sealed, $44.99. The cards have bids for $20 and now $35. Scott Dwallow gets Tenacious D. The last bid on Destroyer is now final call to James Hicks for $35. And then the Ramones is at $28 with Stanley Richmond. Everybody else is out. He's about to get it for $28. Jerry Conklin, the Striper on gold vinyl. No update. The only thing we can get right now is black vinyl. And let me see if they even still have any left. The only thing we can get is black vinyl. And there's a limited amount still left if anybody needs or wants one. Gold vinyl, one distributor website has it completely taken off, which means that it doesn't look like they don't think they're going to get it at all. It either got discontinued or they never did agree on pricing. And then another distributor over here, I don't think they have in our system. We use a mixture of distilled water and dish Dawn soap. And the gold vinyl, yeah, it's not even on here anymore. I don't think they're going to do the gold vinyl, or at least we're not going to get them. So I would say the gold vinyl at this point is temporarily canceled. And if you want a Striper Christmas album, black vinyl is the only thing I can get you. And one place is sold out, and the other place only has 25 left. And I just ordered 5 of those. I went ahead and bought 5. So if anybody else wants one, let me know. We have the Animals. So I saw a couple of these in stock. I was like, wow, I don't think I've ever had new sealed copies. The Animals, that's, of course, their first album. There is a house in New Orleans. This is the Animals, $36.99. That's new and sealed. And then here is the Best of the Animals on clear vinyl. The Best of the Animals. So that's their first studio album, and then there's their best of. Okay? Excuse me. Ooh. Okay, let's go ahead and sell these auctions then. Let's go ahead and sell Stanley Richmond, the Ramones, for $28. That's done. And then over here, and the Kiss Destroyer album, the last bid that came in on Kiss Destroyer was James Hicks at $35. James Hicks, $35. That's sold. Okay? Can I request that MoFi LP Pictures of Expedition pre-order be put down? I can do that. All right, so all the cards, who has the high bid? Tony McDaniel has them for $45. Everybody else is out. Okay? And then I've got 2 copies of the Rolling Stone Sticky Fingers. That's $36.99 for Sticky Fingers. And then here's another pre-order. Dangerous Toys Demolition. Dangerous Toys Demolition. So Laura had posted this for a pre-order. It's rare you see anything from them come out. I think this is demos, which, like I told you, a lot of these bands, their catalogs, this is about the only thing they can put out. This is on orange vinyl, $34.99. I'm about to read off the pre-order. Okay, I'm about to read off the pre-order over here. Jerry Stone on the animals. Jerry, do you want their debut self-titled, or do you want best of? Or maybe you want both. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Our next auction is going to be Minutemen ballot result. Minutemen is a 1986 USOG, and it comes with an SST catalog. Minutemen's in EX condition, and that's a $35 start for Minutemen. And then next auction is going to go up right now. And our next auction that's going to go up right now is Ace Frehley. Ace Frehley, Frehley Comet. And this is a 1987 Club EX edition and shrink with the original inner sleeve. $25 start. $25 start, okay? Delayed shipping. You could always reach out to Ed and say, don't ship my order till I tell you to. So you can always do that. That is a possibility, yes. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right. Over here, Jerry Stone on the debut album, The Animals. Thank you, Jerry Stone. And then James Davidson wants best of animals. And then let's start reading off the Dangerous Toys pre-order. Rick Peabody and Darren Wallace. Rick Hall and Danny Thomason. Rick Hall and Danny Thomason. Tony Riddle and Scott Beebe. Tony Riddle and Scott Beebe. Jeff Brindley and Brad Waits. Jeff Brindley and Brad Waits. Robert Matthews and Paul Conway. Robert Matthews and Paul Conway. Dwayne Sevilla and David Polkey. Dwayne Sevilla and David Polkey. And my crate's full, so let me swap out crates before we go any further. Let me stack this one right over here. Oh, wow. That was heavy. All right, let me grab an empty crate. Hey, I can walk around back here. This is nice. We got to move these tubs, though, right here. What are these tubs? Is this stuff we just bought? This is in violation of the blue tape zone. Is this stuff we just bought, Paul? These tubs here. Is that brand new stuff? Is that what this is? With it's like some figures or something. Okay, and then over here, we got Richard Davis and Cynthia Herdren. And then Scott Smith and Chad Snyder. And then Clay Moore and Brian Thurman. There's 2 extra copies left, okay? 2 extra copies left. And let's go back up the top. And Jerry Stone got debut, Ace 25, Minutemen 40. And then over here, Todd Kilgore got a Dangerous Toys. Danny already got one. And then we have one left. The Misfits is Evil Live, $33.99. Is that new stuff we just bought? Yeah. Okay. I'm just curious. I'll start selling it all tonight. And then over here we have Allison Krauss and Union Station Live. These had already come in, but this was a special order for David Dole. So David Dole, this is in for you. 3 LP pressed at QRP. That was only available originally through MoFi, and it was really expensive. So there's 1 Dangerous Toys left. I think the only person was Danny, and he said, but he already got one. And so 1 for Todd Kilgore. Now there's this 1 left. Minutemen. Minutemen is with Michael Snared at 40. Ace Frehley just has 1 bid for 25. And then somebody went out on the cards. Tony McDaniel had all the cards at $45, and he just commented, "That's my high bid on Kiss, by the way." So, okay, I was thinking maybe you were saying that because you had been, no one had bid against you. So these are sold to you for $45, okay? All this together sold to Tony McDaniel here, $45. I'm going to set all this here in one big lot, whoever's watching this box and all the stuff in front of it. Trying to keep this separate over here. All right. Folks, we are making progress. Okay. David Dole says, you already sent me the Alison Krauss live. That would be nearly impossible, but I will make sure. We have Justin Deckelman, Midnight, $36.99. Justin Deckelman, Midnight, $36.99. I will put this back on the crate if you're saying you no longer need it. Alison Krauss in Union Station Live, $89.99. Okay? It's a 3 LP pressed at QRP. Justin Deckelman also got FKU, the Horror and the Metal. That's sold to Justin Deckelman. And then we have Justin Deckelman getting Disincarnate with All Their Might, $29.99. That's sold to Justin Deckelman. Also sold to Justin Deckelman is Disincarnate and So It Come to Pass. That's $29.99. And also sold to Justin Deckelman is Watain, Die in Fire. That's also sold to Justin Deckelman, $38.99. So those are all metal albums. He messaged Ed and said, Ed, please order these for me. Ed ordered them, and now they're here, and now they're sold to him. Okay? Striper Christmas albums will be in this week. They're $34.99 black vinyl. I actually just ordered more. They're in stock, and we will be getting them, and they'll be back in this week. Okay? Let's put up new auctions. First, we got to officially sell these. Ace Frehley is officially sold to Sheldon Bergenhire for $25. And Minutemen, one bid $40. Minutemen is officially sold to Michael Snerd for $40. Okay? So if anybody wants on Striper waiting list, let me know. Chad request Kiss on Animalize, and Sean Fairweather wants on a wait list for Watain. All right? Right here. So Watain, Die in Fire, $38.99, yellow and red vinyl. If anybody else wants one, let me know. All right, so Todd Kilgore on Striper. I think I'm going to go ahead and get, well, after we tag him for one, we'll have 5 extra Stripers on Wednesday. Okay, so 5 extra Stripers on Wednesday. All right, here we go. So make sure Todd Kilgore on a waiting list for one. All right, anybody else? Black vinyl Striper. Let's put up some new auctions. We have a couple requests. Let's see, I've gone through those cards. We're about to get into the next batch, and we're going to go through all the new pre-owned stuff. Okay, we don't need any of that right now. We got a request for a Kiss Animalize. This thing right here, possibly. Maybe you're thinking about this. This is a bootleg. This is a bootleg. This, maybe, Animalize USA Tour. An unofficial 2023 blue vinyl. Kiss Live, Arch Pavilion, San Bernardino, February 20th, 1985. LP2 is EX, but LP1's near mint. $45 start, okay? And then Michael Ruttman also on Striper. Which other Dangerous Toys? I actually have them in stock. It is artists formerly known as Dangerous Toys, Vitamins and Crash Helmets Live, and I'll show you the third one in just a second, Greatest Tricks. Here's what's left in here. The new Jerry Garcia 5 LP, 1991 Warfield, $99.99. The Stones Exile on Main Street, $44.99. Double LP Half Speed Master, a classic album. Tenacious D is $29.99. The Peak of Destiny. Kiss Alive is $44.99. The Rolling Stones is $36.99. There's one Dangerous Toys Demolition left. Comes out Friday, $34. One left. And Alison Krauss and Union Station Live, $89.99. By the way, so tonight when vinyl's over, be a great night for Miscellaneous, Paul. See all this right here behind me? Posters, 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 posters. Need to go ahead and sell that Freddie right now. What's it worth?
At least $5.
Okay, we'll put it up for a $5 start. Maybe 50.
Yeah.
I got books, I got magazines, and right here's another a tub of Kiss stuff. Here we go. All right, let's get out. So, yeah, all through tonight, but then at some point, we're going to be going road poster after road poster. Y'all know how I do that. I have got all these organized, and I'm going to make a decision. If we don't do a deal on them now, they're going up front in the store, and I'm going to leave them up there until the next time we do a walkthrough, okay? So, there's that. We're going to put up a lot of Actually, let's see here. Let's make them all different. That one's different. That one's different. That one's different. And that one's different. I got 4 different Gene Simmons Christmas ornaments. Okay, they're all different. Okay, I'll only charge you $5. We have Gene Simmons Christmas ornament, Gene Simmons Christmas ornament, and then Gene Simmons Christmas ornament, Gene Simmons Christmas ornament. All 4 different Gene Simmons Christmas ornaments. We'll say a $15 start for all 4. Okay. Here we go. 2 people on the Striper waiting list. Kiss has bids for 48 and now 50. Let me take this one off the table for a second. And then let me grab, so Paul's marked 3 crates, wow. John's marked 4 crates, wow. What was I about to do? Danny, who am I looking for? Danny Thomason, Okay, got all that out of my system. Now, let me find our next crate here. This is going to be new check condition stuff, best offer. I repeat, new check condition stuff, best offer. Hope y'all are ready. All right. The Christmas ornaments has a bid for 20. Right now, Kiss is at 50. Empty mats out. Kenny Begley, this is your night for posters. Yes. This is... Boy, something's inside of me. Let me try to get this demon out. Hold on a minute. Whoops. Okay, let me take a drink of this and try to get settled here. Okay. I don't know what just happened, but hopefully I'm better now. There's the 4 Christmas ornaments. The high bid's $20 with Kathy Hodges. Larry Gonzalez, you were second. And now we have more something I'm about to show. Before I do this, I have Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here, 50th anniversary. So here's the other Pink Floyd option. The deluxe edition, 50th anniversary. Okay? 50th anniversary. Here is the other one. And let me figure out what this is exactly. All right, our next auction, without any further ado, is Weird Al Yankovic. Here we go, folks. Dare to be stupid. Weird Al is an 85 OG with the original inner sleeve. A beautiful copy. $35 start on Weird Al Yankovic. Okay? Right now, we're just selling the Pink Floyd 3 LP, and boy, look at this. A box set for Wish You Were Here. This is amazing. We had pre-orders. We had, how many people pre-order? We had 1, 2, 3, 4 pre-orders, okay? How many were shipped to me before I tried to say who got one and who didn't? So these are $279.99. I had a total of 5 shipped to me. I don't know if they're all here tonight, though. As y'all know, the other ones didn't get delivered, but they're definitely shipped. So I have 1 extra Pink Floyd Super Deluxe. 1 extra, not tonight, but it will be here. I'm going to tag on hand what I have tonight. 1 to Hiram Aponte. Nice. $279.99. Hiram Aponte. How many more came in? Just 1 more. Just 1 more came in. I'm going to leave this one in the shipping box. And then this one is gone to Fred Cardinale. Okay? Kathy DeMoss and Sean Lee Hooker is next. Kathy DeMoss and Sean Lee Hooker is next. I'm going to take this and set it. I'm going to set this on the miscellaneous table, okay? And then I'm going to set the shipping box for the other one in case they need to use that. In case that's the only thing somebody buys this week, they got a beautiful box to ship it in, a great mailer box. So I'm going to keep that box. Right now it's in the crate though, so whoever, we can keep that. I'll let the tagger do whatever on that one, okay? That's amazing. So I have 5 ordered. We've sold 4. So if anybody else wants one, it's a lot to explain, but there's the hot picture. I've got 1 extra, $279.99. One of the greatest albums ever. So there is the Guts. Amazing. So, I mean, it's one of the best albums ever. Wish You Were Here. Pink Floyd went on that incredible streak. Dark Side of the Moon. Wish You Were Here. The Wall, Animals, I mean, amazing. So, great stuff. Over here at the top, let's update where we got, where we stopped. I'm sorry, kind of all over the place right now. Way up at the top, this Kiss record was at 45 with Jerry Conklin, and then 48, and then 50 again with Jerry Conklin. So, empty, Matt, it was up to you. The Kiss ornaments was at 20 with Kathy Hodges. All 4 of those Gene Simmons Kiss ornaments was at 20. And then I expelled a demon from my body. And then Jay Beach bid 22 on the Christmas ornaments. Okay? And then Weird Al got bids for 25, 35. No. Jessica Anderson bid 25 on the Gene Simmons ornaments. Then Weird Al got bids for 35 and 35. And then Weird Al 40. And then Weird Al 45, and then Weird Al 50, then Weird Al 55, and then Weird Al 50, and over here, we're down to the bottom. So now we know where we're at. Weird Al Yankovic. Weird Al Yankovic is a 1985 U.S. Carrollton press. Carrollton press. This is OG and really nice. Let me leave it out of the sleeve, actually. OG and really nice Carrollton press. The Kiss ornaments is 4 different Gene Simmons Kiss ornaments. I'm showing one person, Jessica Anderson, at $25. Now Kathy at $27. And then Kiss is called Animalize. It's a live unofficial. Animalize is on orange vinyl, blue vinyl at Orange Pavilion. In San Bernardino, California. What did I just say? San Bernardino, California. And that's on blue vinyl. Empty, Matt's out. Jerry Conklin has it for $50. Okay? And Empty Matt says I went out. Thank you. It's probably buried in the 1,000 chats over here since he last bid $50. So Jerry's had it for about 3-4 minutes at $50. He's about to get it. Final call. All right, these are new vintage LPs. I got more new stuff to show. Looks like blankets and maybe whatever's underneath the blanket. So give me a second on that. We're about to find out. These are new vintage records, pre-owned, cleaned, ready to go though. VG Plus, $17.99 for Human League Dare. You can go ahead and buy them or you can make an offer. I'm here to sell them. A Quiex pressing. Fleetwood Mac Mirage, a gold stamp promo Quiex. VG Plus, $14.99. The Christmas ornaments is really between Kathy and Jessica right now, and that means Weird Al is a final call to Vladarchuk. Vladarchuk bid 50, then Michael Ruttman 55. So Michael Ruttman does have it for 55, okay? Now Animalize 52, now Animalize 55. So I'm going to make sure Vladarchuk's done bidding on Weird Al, and then everything else still getting bids. He's in at 60, okay? We're not done on any of them. All of them are still getting bids. Fleetwood Mac Rumors, back-to-back Fleetwood Macs, that's VG Plus, $24.99. And then we have Jackson Browne Hold Out. Jackson Browne is EX, $12.99. The name of the Human League album is Crash. I said Dare, didn't I? Yeah, Crash. VG Plus, $17.99. Thank you, Craig. Bob Dylan Street Legal. Bob Dylan doesn't have a price on it. I guess that means it's free. I'll say, well, that's not too bad. We'll say conservatively, VG Plus, $9.99. VG Plus, $9.99. Billy Idol, White Wedding. Billy Idol's in EX condition, $17.99 for Billy Idol. And then Richard Pryor, Is It Something I Said? Richard Pryor is VG condition, $9.99. Richard Pryor, Is It Something I Said? VG $9.99. And The Pretenders, Learning to Crawl. The Pretenders is VG plus condition, $17.99. The Pretenders, Learning to Crawl. Okay, over here, the last thing we had was Weird Al got a new bid for $60. Kiss Animalized bootleg got a new bid for $55. The Christmas Ornaments is at $35. The Christmas Ornaments $38. Animalized got a new bid for $57. Weird Al got a new bid for $61. Weird Al got a new bid for $69. Kiss Animalized got a new bid for $60. Rick Hall on Billy Idol. He was first on that. Jay Nutra, looks like you were second. Brad Waits was first on Richard Pryor. Animalized $62. Kissmas has a new bid for $40. Richard Pryor's already sold. Weird Al $75. So Weird Al's at $75. The Christmas Ornaments are at $40. And Animalized is at $62. Are the Pink Floyd color vinyl still coming? They are. Let me see when the release date for those are. Let's make sure nothing's changing on those. Pink Floyd, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the import colored vinyl. Let's see if that's changed anywhere. I'll try. I'm trying to remember where maybe I ordered them. How did that just happen? Okay, Pink Floyd. Did I order them here? It says December 19th. Okay, this place shows December. I didn't order it from this place, though. Let me try the place I actually ordered them. I don't know what the original posted date was, but now, let me see what this place says. It is showing. I don't even see it on here. They don't even have it on here. The 19th as well. Yeah. The 19th. And let me check it over here, because I know we have a ton of pre-orders on that. That must have been something pushed back then, right? Because people's been asking tonight, where's that release? Or they might have already shipped. Pink, I'll have to check. I don't know. I'll have to figure out where I have those placed at. But yeah, it's definitely not this week then. They are not coming in this week. I can't even see where I have them ordered. It must be, I don't know. Billy Idol, we've already sold that. Kiss is at $64. The Ornament's $42. What is the Weird Al? What is the Kiss? What are the Christmas Ornaments? Human League Dare sold to Stephen Parton for $10. And then Christmas Ornaments $45. Christmas Ornaments $47. Okay, so Kiss Animalize is the one over here on the left. So a whole new wave of viewers have entered the feed. They have no idea what we're auctioning. And these have been up for a while, but they're all still getting bids. It's not like they're just sitting back here. The first one is this Animalized bootleg. It's an unofficial on blue vinyl. This is Kiss live on the Animalized tour, San Bernardino, California, 1985. The last bid that came in on this was Jerry Conklin at $64. The Christmas Ornaments was between Jessica and Kathy. That's 4 different Gene Simmons Christmas Ornaments. Okay, 4 different ones here, if I can hold on to them. They're all different designs. I think that everybody already knows what those are. Jessica has them for $47. Weird Al Yankovic. At this point, I would say his records are extremely desirable. Extremely desirable records. Michael Ruttman has this for $75. It's an 85 US OG Carrollton, $75. His albums have never been reissued. They're not in print. Now we know where we're at. I'm about to keep showing more new vintage stuff, best offer. Huey Lewis is in shrink with a really cool hop sticker. That's VG condition, $9.99. $9.99 for Huey Lewis and the New Sports. VG $9.99. Animalize bootleg has a new bid for 75. Final call on the Christmas ornaments for 47. Heart magazine is VG Plus $17.99, and the Rolling Stones flowers Blue London label VG Plus $24.99, and ELO's greatest hits Evil Woman, Strange Magic VG Plus $14.99, and Journey Departure VG Plus $14.99. Van Halen 2 VG Plus $32.99. Scott Markheim asking for Kiss in the last crate. I didn't see that. Did Kiss Alive from last crate? Did I get a Kiss Alive? You didn't. It sounds like I need to pull one. Scott Markheim needs a Kiss Alive. This is a 2014 remaster. Double LP $44.99. I'll have one left. Weird Al Yankovic is sold. Thank you, Michael Ruttman. And, of course, as soon as we get these, they go up for auction. They're gone. Maybe one day they'll come into print. Something that just doesn't come through too often. $75. That's sold to him. All right. And then we have Van Halen sold to Jay Nutra for $25. And Weird Al just got a bid for $76. You are about 30 seconds too late. These Christmas ornaments that are nearly impossible for me to hold on to are sold to Jessica Anderson for $47. Seth, you're fired. You was a little bit too late. And then Michael Ruttman would have been mad at me either way. Since I think he had the high bid for about the last 7 minutes. Okay, it's gone though. I would have took another bid if I could have. We have the Doors, VG condition, $14.99. Dire Straits Brothers in Arms, VG Plus $24.99. Bob Lugwood Mastering, and now we're ready for another record. That next record is going to go up right now, and that is the following. Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time. This is an original sealed copy. This is an OG sealed copy. Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time. It's either an Allied or a specialty pressing based on the barcode. It does have a saw mark, but this has never been opened. OG sealed Iron Maiden, a $75 start. $75 start, OG sealed Iron Maiden. How cool is that? It's never been opened. 75. John McPatriot on Dire Straits. And then we have Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Daylight Again. This is VG condition, $9.99. Ryan M on The Doors. And then Led Zeppelin 4, which is Sideways. A Presswell press, VG condition. Pico Duck in the Dead Wax, VG condition, $19.99. And Alice Cooper Lace and Whiskey, VG condition, $12.99. Alice Cooper Lace and Whiskey, VG condition, $19.99. Okay? There's that. Over here, where was the Kiss Animalize recorded? This is Kiss Animalize USA Tour, Orange Pavilion, San Bernardino, California, February 20th, 1985. You could have went out and seen Kiss. And Brad Waits has this at $90. The sealed Iron Maiden is a $75 start. And then next is an offer on Journey with C-Buck for $10. Sell that to C-Buck for $10. And then Scott Markheim on Alice Cooper Lace and Whiskey. Anybody else on anything in this crate? We're going to go ahead and put up some more. I have a whole tub over here of truly miscellaneous Kiss stuff. So what did those ornaments sell for? 4 for $38? All right, I'll make these $9.99 each then. I've got 2 more additional extra duplicate Gene Simmons, $9.99 and $9.99. Okay? There's 2 more Gene Simmons, $9.99, $9.99. Classic 80s Rock on Huey Lewis for $7. Let's see what's got on that. Sell that to Classic 80s Rock for $7. Final call to get a bid on our Iron Maiden. And over here, we have Fleetwood Mac Mirage, Quiex, VG Plus $14.99. Rumors, VG Plus $24.99. Jackson Brown, EX $12.99. Bob Dylan, it actually didn't have a price on it. I just said VG Plus $9.99. The Pretenders, VG Plus $17.99. Heart Magazine, VG Plus $17.99. The Rolling Stones Flowers, VG Plus $24.99. ELO's Greatest Hits VG Plus $14.99. Crosby, Stills and Nash Daylight Again VG $9.99. And then Led Zeppelin VG $19.99. Or somebody could buy Led Zeppelin to prove Master Ma wrong that Led Zeppelin wasn't left behind. These are sold both to Kathy, $9.99, $9.99. See you later, Gene. Shout it out loud. Do 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 do. Hot, hot. All right, Bill Samus on Dylan. Make sure that goes in $9.99. Nobody Bet on Iron Maiden. A sealed copy, $75. Unopened, original sealed. And it's either one or two pressing plants from the barcode, okay? No bid. $75 buy it now on that. Hot, hot, hotter than hell. And David Saunders says, I'll take it. I figured that would bring well over 100. I could probably have opened that and had Laura and Paul clean it and said it was near mint and shrink, just open, and I feel like it would have sold for a lot more. But that's okay. Next thing is Tom Petty, Kiss My Amps. Don't get this confused with a Kiss record. It's Tom Petty. Tom Petty, Kiss My Amps Live. It's a 2011 Record Store Day numbered copy. Some of these have sold for as much as $267. Kiss My Amps is a $125 start. Kiss My Amps, $125 start. All right. Hold on one second. All right, let's get to another crate. Here we go. So we have Animalize, 100 with Brad Waits, Jerry Conklin's out. Now Tom Petty's up for bid, and now we're ready for another crate. Folks, we are officially rolling. Here's another Kiss ornament. I don't know what to do with this one, so let's say a $10 start. It says 1997. It's Rock and Roll Over. Rock and Roll Over, Kiss ornament, $10 start. Okay, now up for bid. Let's grab one of these crates that Paul's marked. Let me start on the bottom. That would have been the first stuff he marked today. And it looks like vintage type stuff. So let's go through this crate Paul's marked. These are sticker price. I'll do these sticker price. New arrivals. Here we go. Everybody ready? First come, first serve. We got a lot of cool stuff to auction. That Kiss ornament, a $10 start. Really cool there. And then... what am I about to do? I feel like I had some stuff ready to do buy it now tonight. What was that? Oh, yeah, I got more blankets, the new stuff over here. Okay, so I think we got a wait list for Dark Side of the Moon, and I may have not keyed everybody in yet. So I have, golly, we got a lot of blankets. All right, let's do Dark Side of the Moon. By the way, we're getting pretty dang close if you want to start trying to get stuff before Christmas. I mean... First of all, the shipping department has a backlog. Second thing is media mail takes a long time. And if you're going to do something priority, you know, you're not going to be billed until what, the 14th or 15th? That's 10 days before Christmas. And then they have to actually get it packed up and shipped to you. So, you know, you're on the borderline of maybe not getting something before Christmas if you're buying it this week. Maybe, maybe not. It's going to be pretty dang close, okay? It's going to be really close. But here's our first blanket. Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon. Now, I'll tell you who I have in my laptop. I have a stack of sticky notes about this thick of waiting lists that have not been logged. So if you think you was on a waiting list and I hadn't got to you yet, I'll try to pan through them here in a second. But the Dark Side of the Moon, I know for sure Aaron Andrus was on a waiting list. So there's Aaron Andrus. Thank you, Aaron Andrus. There's that. But yeah, you can always, like, for records and stuff, and we have some people, I think, already pay extra postage on some stuff just because priority mail is a little bit more safer and faster. And we ship, like, if we have a really expensive order, I think they go ahead and ship it UPS or FedEx or something other than media mail anyways. Media mail is known for being rough and tough, okay? Or it could literally Sometimes these warehouses, stuff gets shelved, and we've known orders to sit in a warehouse for a month, 2 months, and it's just sitting there, and we think it's lost, and people's wanting their money back, and we're like, no, it's not lost. They're just not shipping it. It gets backlogged in a warehouse, a sorting facility, usually in Memphis. And man, we've had some stuff get hung up for a long, especially this time of the year. All right, Brad Waits gets animalized for 100. Tom Petty just had one bid for 125. We're about to sell that. And then over here, the Kiss ornament, 15, 15, 20. All right, and Fred Cardinale, you're out. Jessica Anderson bid first. Of course, let's put up another Kiss record. And I've got hot 1985 U.S. Hop Hog. So this is an 85 pressing of their 1974 album. Yeah, 1974 album. Hotter Than Hell, EX edition, $30 start. $30 start on Kiss, okay? New arrivals here. I've got Born in USA, Bruce Springsteen. VG Plus, $14.99. So back to the blanket right quick. I have Naked Eyes in Shrink with Hop, EX $17.99. So Bruce Springsteen, Naked Eyes, and we also have Alfalfa is a 77 UK acoustic soft rock album. That is EX $12.99, okay? So the Kiss ornament, Fred, you're out. Matt Nichols, you're out. Jessica Anderson has it for 20, okay? So Pink Floyd, where's my backpack at? Here is some of, I'm going to make sure before, because, you know, some people's like, Chad, put me down for this whenever it comes in, and you see how much stuff I have to order and still log in. So this and Metallica lights. There's Jerry Stone for Ride the Lightning. I don't know if that's in or not, Jerry. We're going to find out, though. Mastodon, Priest, Everlast. I don't think I pulled one of those. We had them in stock, though. Suicidal. Got to order all those. I got to call him. I've got to text her. I've got to go visit him. I've got to go visit her. I've got to text him. I've got to email him, text him, email him, call him, email him, text him, call her, text him, message her, email him, and text her. Okay. Well, I'm busy for the next 2 months. All right, just Jerry's Ride the Lightning, okay? So I also have Spirit, the 12 Dreams of Dr. Sardonicus, VG, $9.99, and Soul Peace. Soul Peace is a 1974 gospel folk album, VG Plus, $39.99. Aaron Jolly, you do get Tom Petty for $125. Thank you on that. Let me make sure everybody knew they were done on the Kiss ornament. Kiss ornament out, Kiss ornament out. So to Jessica Anderson for $20. And don't forget about Hotter Than Hell, $30 start on that, going once, going twice. Let me set that right in here. So there are extra Pink Floyd blankets. To my knowledge, nobody else was on a waiting list. This is Sherpa Fleece 70 by 80. Sherpa Fleece 70 by 80 Pink Floyd blanket. These are super soft. I don't know if anybody's actually got them yet and has any positive reviews, but there they are. This one looks like Dark Side of the Moon, 70 by 80, which is queen size. I learned that selling blankets. I'm now a blanket expert. 70 by 80 is a queen size, $79.99. I've got at least 2 or 3 Dark Side of the Moons. That one's probably been one of the most popular. George Benson, Willow Weep for Me, a 73 Dutch import, VG $9.99. And then Curtis Mayfield, Heartbeat. Curtis Mayfield is in VG condition, $11.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is, let's see what's going on with this MC Hammer. MC Hammer is called Let's Get It Started. This is an 88 U.S. Specialty OG. This is in Shrink with Hop sticker, no condition notes, $15 start. Over here, we have Supertramp Breakfast in America. Nice. Goodbye Stranger. It's been nice. EX, $17.99. So logical for you to buy that record. Sound Experience, Boogie Woogie. Sound Experience is a 1975 U.S. promo soul funk album. VG Plus, $14.99. And Jim Croce, I Got a Name. Mr. Croce is in VG condition, $9. $1,099. All right, let's do a Kiss lot. All right, this is going to be a Kiss lot, I think. Let me get together as much as I can in here. I'm in the bottom of a tub of all kinds of just like loose Kiss tchotchkes. There's all kinds of loose Kiss tchotchkes in here. Let me see how much of this stuff I can get together. More the better, in my opinion. Okay, Kiss lot number 1. Looks like a lot of stickers and postcards. So postcard, sticker, some kind of Paul Stanley flyer, some kind of hang tab of Gene Simmons. That might be a sticker. Kisses, Kiss bumper sticker, another bumper sticker, an animalized bumper sticker. I think that's actually OG. More Kiss stickers, Kiss sticker. That's a sticker. There's a Paul Stanley. There's a Kiss sticker. A couple backstage passes. Kiss Expo. Looks like reproduction. I don't know what these are. Looks like reproduction ticket stubs from like early concert. There's another bumper sticker. That's a cool sticker and a window decal. So all the Kiss stuff there, $15 start, okay? Everything in this pile, $15 start. You can put Kiss lot, okay? Because right now this is sold just one bid to Larry Gonzalez for $30. He gets that for $30. Nice. MC Hammer's at $22. We're going through a newly priced vintage crate. Everything in here is first come, first serve, okay? Right now, MC's at 22, now 25. ZZ Top Afterburner, VG minus $9.99. Madonna self-titled, that's VG minus $9.99. And then the Cars, this is EX $22.99 for the Cars. And then Peter Gabriel, the Melt album. VG, it unfortunately does have some cover damage. Peter Gabriel is $9.99. J Neutron, ZZ Top. Kiss lot 15, 15, 15, 18. MC has bids for 24, 26, 27. Leslie on Madonna. These are new vintage straight priced LPs. Thanks everybody for choosing to spend your Monday night with us. We've entered a new week. We are in a new week, we're in a new era. Not yet. We're almost closed out of 2025. The days are flying by. I'm going to try to squeeze a lot into this week. I'm going out of town for a few days. I won't be here for Friday night sale or Saturday night sale. Paul will be your host. So I'm going to try to do as much as I can every night. That's why I'm going ahead and knocking out all this miscellaneous. That's why we're going to do a big poster show tonight. Maybe CDs, whatever we can sell. I'm probably going to be here pretty dang late. I'm going to try to squeeze a lot in because I won't be here Saturday or Friday. And then I won't be able to do a Sunday show either. So trying to do a lot this week. So tune in. You're going to be seeing a lot of stuff. That's why I cleaned up this store so I could find stuff to sell so we'd go into a new year restocked and refueled. We have a 1977 Bob Marley Exodus. It does have the embossed cover. It is in VG condition, a $20 start. MC Hammer was near mint, I think. MC Hammer is near mint in shrink and hop sticker, yeah. It does have a punch hole on the cover. Right now, the Bob Marley is OG pressing, $20 start on that. The Kiss lot is at $30, and we're going through a straight price crate. Here is Skin Alley, $2 deal. Skin Alley is in VG condition, $14.99. And Richard Twice. Richard Twice is a 1970 US. This is a masterpiece. That's what Paul has, a masterpiece. There is some wear on the seams, $59.99 on that. The 12 Dreams of Dr. Sardonicus is in VG condition, $9.99. Translucent World, Strange. This is a 1973 U.S. private press. The note from Paul says, great psych and space rock record. Very good, $99.99. MC Hammer is at $31 with amenities, $31 with amenities. Bob Marley, no bid, final call for 20. All the KISS stuff, TBI Music Room has it for $30. If anybody else wants to bid, let me know. Now Jessica bid 32. Now TBI has it for 35. Got some cool stuff in here, some unusual stuff. I like seeing records we don't see every day. That's why I like going through these crates that Paul and Laura's marked. This is a 1972 white label promo. It's a gospel psych folk album. VG Plus $24.99. It's called Beanie. Jamie Butler Does Take Spirit. This is regarded as a pretty influential album. The 12 Dreams of Dr. Sardonicus. A 79 US VG $9.99. Okay. By the way, everything in here is sticker price. I feel like most of these have been comped very fairly, so they're sticker price. We have The Hobbits. This is probably pretty good. I had a cover one time, and we auctioned off the cover. That was about 4 years ago. I had just the empty jacket. I was like, wow, look at this artwork. It's a 67 mono. It is, unfortunately, though, VG minus $14.99. He put the word masterpiece on Richard Twice, and this was Richard Twice. Yes, Richard Twice, a 1970 U.S. masterpiece. I think that's what he's wrote here. That does say masterpiece, right? Make sure that doesn't say a pressing plant. No, it does say masterpiece. Okay, Bob Marley has bids for 20 and 20. The KISS lot's now at 40 with Jessica Anderson. That looks like it's a final call. Dick and Georgia McCormick. That's a 1974 private press folk country album. EX $32.99. And Peter and the Wolf live in session. A private press rock album. This is not listed on Discogs. No Discogs entry. Some have sold on eBay for over 100. We found it on PopSock. VG Plus, $69.99. The Hobbit was VG minus. Hobbits. The Hobbits was VG minus. Are we done on MC Hammer? I'm showing amenities at $31 on MC Hammer. Amenities has MC Hammer. Now Jerry Conklin bid 32. Amenities out. Okay, so Jerry has MC Hammer for 32. Bob Marley had 3 $20 bids, and now Gerald Whitworth's at 21. We're about ready for a KISS auction. Here is the Cars, VG $12.99. Yeah, Danny, that was over here in an old Hatchet Ed crate. Let me see if I can find that old Hatchet Ed crate. Here they are. You wanted the artist formerly known. Yeah, so in last week's Hatchet Ed crate, there was 3 Dangerous Toys albums. Here's the first one. This is Dangerous Toys, the artist formerly known. Sell that to Danny Thomason. Pink vinyl, $24.99. If anybody else wants, I can probably still get that. These are in stock. Vitamins and Crash Helmets Live. By the way, they make this on like 5 different colored vinyl. I have seen red, orange, clear, and here's blue. $38.99 on Dangerous Toys Live and Dangerous Toys Greatest Tricks purple vinyl, $29. All right, so those are available. Those 2 Dangerous Toys are available. It was $14.99, Denise. Sorry. I must not be telling you the price. $14.99. MC Chris has a new bid. J.D. Conklin, you're out. Bob Marley's at 22, but let's sell Jessica Anderson. All this KISS stuff, this is sold to Jessica Anderson for $40, okay? All right, I got to grab another blanket as well. Let me shut this stuff over here. Like a pine tree winding the winding road, I've got a name. I've got a name. How about another KISS lot right quick? All right. Let's do this. And, wow, some cool stuff in here. All right, let's do this right here. All right. $20 start on this stuff. KISS notebook. KISS notebook. KISS air freshener. KISS cards, another KISS air freshener, KISS pencils, a KISS light switch cover, a KISS $1 million bill, and another KISS decal. So KISS decal, a KISS $1 million bill, a KISS light switch cover, KISS pencils, new unopened, KISS air freshener, another KISS air freshener, KISS cards, and 2 KISS notebooks. $20 star for all that. Good luck to all those involved in bidding. Another Kiss lot, $20 start. All right, MC Hammer's at 33, now 34. Bob Marley's at 25. The high bid on MC Hammer's Jerry Conklin at 34. Denise wants the Hobbits. Okay, let's roll through this crate. I got a lot of new stuff to get to. Lots. This is Pat Terry. It's a 1974 gospel psych folk album. VG, $9.99. Phil Oakes, Pleasures of the Harbor. A 67 mono white label promo. VG condition, $14.99. Captain Beefheart and his Magic Band, Mirror Man. Wow. A 73 U.S. reissue. VG Plus, $19.99. And sweetest one, the Metros. The Metros is a 67 OG mono soul album. VG, $59.99. MC Hammer. MC Hammer is at 34. I'm going to make sure that Jeffrey Hawley doesn't want to bid again. Bob Marley, the last bid was Kevin Chapman at 25. Gerald Whitworth, you've been outbid. All the Kiss stuff is at $35 with Matt Nichols. This one is called Rain Project 3, I think is the label. 1972 U.S., a fantastic rare psych album. VG condition, $59.99. Ace is a new seal 2014 remaster, $33.99. The Misfits is new and sealed Evil Live, $33.99. All righty. This is the Chocolate Underground, the Chocolate Watch Band, Them, Kim Foley, Pink Floyd, and Jake Holmes. This is a soundtrack, the disc only, VG minus, no cover, disc only, $14.99. Wow, Chocolate Watch Band, Pink Floyd, $14.99 on that. Over here, MC is still getting bids. Jeffrey Hawley, $35. The last bid before that was Jerry Conklin at 34. The Kiss stuff's at 40. Bob Marley's about to sell, and that is the Kevin Chapman for $25. Bob Dylan, Blood on the Tracks, Tangled Up in Blue, in shrink wrap with hop sticker, original on her sleeve, Terre Haute pressing, VG condition, $11.99. Paradise Bar and Grill, Mad River, VG Plus, $19.99. A country rock psych album, VG Plus, $19.99. And then Ellis. This is Riding on the Crest of a Slump, a 1972 folk rock psych album, EX, $12.99. And Everything is Everything featuring Chris Hills, a 69 U.S. jazz funk psych album, EX condition, $17.99. And then John Mayall, Back to the Roots. John Mayall, VG Plus, $14.99 for Mayall. And the Ox Pedals, that's a 1970 U.S. VG Plus, $14.99. Okay? First thing over here is MC Hammer. Jeffrey Hawley has it for $35. Jerry Conklin's out. This is sold to Jeffrey Hawley for $35. That was up for a while. That was quite the battle. Bob Marley Exodus. Bob Marley Exodus. Bob Marley Exodus. Kevin Chapman, $25 sold. The Kiss lot, Matt Nichols is out. That means it's a final call to Jessica Anderson for $41. Craig, an OG Ace Frehley will probably pop up sooner than later. And OG Misfits that would be something I would say rare. That would be something that we would not get in very often. I'd say true OG Misfits albums throughout a year's time, we might get a handful. That's why we sell so many new and sealed ones. That's a tough thing to track down, especially in beautiful condition. But Ace Frehley will pop up often. Kiss, Creatures of the Night. Over here, this is an 82 U.S. Hot Pog OG, VG++ EX, Kiss, Creatures of the Night, original on her sleeve, $35 start on that. And now the next thing I'm going to do is put up another auction. And that is going to be this right here. Michael Jackson, Music and Me. MJ. There is some writing on the cover, but this is a 73 OG Motown with the original Motown inner sleeve with the Jacksons on it. Does have a name written on the cover, $30 start on that. Okay, and then over here, all the Kiss stuff is sold, and that is sold to Jessica Anderson for $41. Phil Elliott just missed the Kiss bundle. I just sold it to her. We were done on that. You must have got off at the wrong time at the wrong place. Sell that to her. Don't worry, I'm about to do another one though. I think I got some more Miscellaneous over here. Trying to sell what's left in this tub. Next thing we have is the signs. This is a 1969 US Psych record, VG 999. And then Naz with Todd Rundgren, a 68 US OG, VG minus 999. Rain details. Rain was right here. It is a VG condition record, $59.99. The bottom of the cover is stained. The bottom of the cover is damaged. $59.99. Okay. Kiss is a $35 start, no bid yet. Michael Jackson has one bid for $30. Any Pet Shop Boys today? Well, if there's none advertised in the hot pictures on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube, I really don't know what's coming up in the crates. So could they have possibly straight priced a Pet Shop Boys record? There's a good chance. But for those that are relatively new, I honestly don't know what we're selling tonight. I'm typically just as surprised as y'all are. Every record in this crate, I had no idea we even owned it. Most of these in here, I've never seen before. I'm looking at them with y'all live for the first time. So I don't do any of the buying. I don't do any of the picking, cleaning, researching, or pricing. I look at it for the first time just like y'all do. Blue Cheer is a 68 OG, VG condition 1999. Randy Burns and Sky Dog Band, that's EX 1299. And Keith Jarrett, the Cone Concert, VG plus $14.99 for Keith Jarrett. This is Clarence Carter. That's a 68 OG Presswell, VG plus $39.99. Eric Van Leuven on Blue Cheer. That's sold to Eric Van Leuven. Johnny Cash sings Folsom Prison Blues, VG $9.99. And we have John Mayall, Empty Rooms, VG plus $14.99. Kiss has a bid for $40, final call. Fox Digital was the only bidder on Michael Jackson. That's sold to him for $30. These are all new arrival sticker price. So John Durden, if you want Johnny Cash, it's yours. If not, it's Chris Frazier's for $9.99. All right, let's put up another Kiss lot then. Let's do these two things. Let's do this. And what is this thing here? These. This is going to be a good one. Let's do everything that's left in the tub. Except for one thing. What does this say? Paul Stanley signature. What? This will be everything that's left in the tub except for one thing. Okay. All right. So here's everything left in the tub in one big Kiss lot. John Durden on Johnny Cash, okay? So first thing we have, it's a carnival glass. It looks like it's missing the frame. It's just a piece of glass. The Kiss 1985, it looks like a piece of carnival glass, if you know what I'm talking about. All right. We have another Kiss Expo VIP patch or a pass. Another Kiss bumper sticker, the Blaze. A Kiss comb. A coin. A Kiss comb. A Paul Stanley what? Signature guitar pick, but it's empty. No, it's in there. It's a pack with one Paul Stanley guitar pick, I guess. I can feel it in there. Kiss Coffee House. Guitar pick. Merry Christmas and Rocky New Year from the Kiss Coffee House. 4 Kiss solo buttons and a Wasp button. So there's 4 Kiss solo buttons, another Kiss button, and a Kiss and a Wasp button. A pack of Kiss cards. A Kiss Coffee House bag of coffee. And 2 Kiss notebooks. $35 start for the Kiss lot. 2 Kiss notebooks, a Kiss Coffee House coffee something. Is there something in this? And then everything else, which was the carnival glass, the comb, the buttons, the guitar pick, the other guitar pick. All that's up for bid. Next is Kiss. It's sold to Amenities for $40. Good luck bidding on that. That's sold to Amenities for $40. Let's go through another crate. Okay? If anybody else wants to see anything else in there, be my guest. So I've showed a Pink Floyd blanket. We have a Pink Floyd blanket in stock. And we also have our next blanket, while I'm changing crates, Iron Maiden Number of the Beast blanket. Iron Maiden Number of the Beast blanket. Kenny Cates Jr. and Stephen Lewis Jr. The juniors was on waiting list. Kenny Cates Jr. and Stephen Lewis Jr. I have one extra if anybody wants one. So $79.99 Sherpa fleece queen size blanket. And that is all. Those are both sold, and I have one left. Number of the Beast blanket, $79.99. Okay, so everything I just laid down is all being sold in that lot and all being sold together. Whoever's the high bidder gets everything in that lot. We're about to put up another crate of new vintage stuff. Buy it now or best offer. Here we go. 007 says he'll take a Number of the Beast blanket. We sold out of Mac Davis blankets last week, and they're discontinued. Mac Davis is discontinued. We have one more Number of the Beast, and that is sold to 007 Platinum. He's got to make sure he keeps up with Kenny. Well, if Kenny's buying one, that means I better get one. All righty. Let's go through a new vintage crate. Buy it now, best offer. Who has the high bid on this lot? $50 with TBI Music Room. Now $55. Okay? $55 is the high bid on all that. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Oh, man, one of my favorites. This is Pink Floyd's Animals. A 77 U.S. Pittman OG. It has the original inner sleeve, no condition notes, VG Plus jacket, $35 start. $35 start. Okay? Oh. Ooh. Great neck adjustment. All right. Boy, I've already finished my first monster. I'm like Patrick. I drunk it so fast. You remember Patrick on that episode of SpongeBob? He ate his candy bar so fast he don't remember eating it. All righty. So now we're ready for something else. I gotta admit, I'm a little bit confused. How about a bonus auction? Unadvertised kicks. Blow my fuse. An 88 U.S. Specialty OG, a Specialty Press EX, a $65 start for kicks. Here we go. Buy it now or best offer. Johnny Cash, Rock Island line, in shrink, no condition notes on anything in here. That means everything in here is EX or better. Johnny Cash, $9.99. Fleetwood Mac Penguin, $24.99. I like the song on here. Did You Ever Love Me? It's a Christine McVie featuring a glass drum. Very cool. $24.99. And we have Night Ranger Midnight Madness. Night Ranger Midnight Madness is $26.99. And yes, 9012 Live, the solos. $19.99 for Yes. And Hank Williams Jr. Montana Cafe, $24.99 for Hank Williams Jr. Montana Cafe. Up at the top, the last thing I said was the Kiss lot was at 55. The Kiss lot has a bid for 60. The Kiss lot has another bid for 65. Pink Floyd 35. Pink Floyd 40. Pink Floyd another 35. Pink Floyd 45. Kicks has a bid for 65. And Danny offered 5 for Johnny Cash. I'll take 9 for it. I'm surprised somebody hadn't bought it. Johnny Cash usually sells immediately for sticker price. Wes Montgomery, Willow Weep for Me. Wes Montgomery is $19.99. Blondie Parallel Lines, $49.99 for Blondie Parallel Lines. Super clean copy of that. So Johnny Cash is still available. Pickwick compilation in shrink, Hilltop label, $9.99. Danny can have it for $9. I gave you a 99-cent discount. That is worth every penny of it. Michael Jackson Ben is $34.99. And Climax Blues Band, the Stamp album. Climax Blues Band is $19.99. And Kim Carnes, Mistaken Identity. Betty Davis Eyes, $9.99. And ELO, Face the Music, $19.99. Original on her sleeve, $19.99. There's our Johnny Cash buyers. There's usually I can name about 5 people that anytime a Johnny Cash album pops up, it usually gets claimed immediately. They was a little late, but here they are. So Danny, if you want it for $9, it's yours. If not, now I've shot myself in the foot over 99 cents. That's a lot to shoot myself in the foot over. But yeah, I did. I shot myself in the foot over 99 cents. Over here, the Kiss lot is about to sell to TBI Music Room. No, Chris Frazier has it for $60. TBI Music Room, you are out. He says he's done. Chris Frazier's about to get it, okay? Johnny Cash is sold to Danny Thomason, $9. $9, okay? We got to fix my charger, Jake. I got to make a note to Jake. We got to redo my table over here pretty bad. Okay, let me get refocused here. Now, the last bit on Pink Floyd. Bids are really out of order on some of these because people have bids so fast. By the time the next person's lag bid pops up, it's all out of order. I think Amenities has it for $45. He does. Amenities has Pink Floyd for $45. TBI Music Room offered $15 for WM, West Montgomery. Was there any other claims or offers on this? Okay. This is sold to TBI Music Room for $15. Michael Snare was second on Cash. Vladarchek third. Todd Doris on Night Ranger. Midnight Magic. Midnight Madness. Sister Christian. Okay. And then we have Robert Gordon, Bad Boy, $19.99. Rolling Stone Some Girls, original jacket, original cover, $64.99. The Motels All for One, $14.99. Echo and the Bunnymen, Heaven Up Here, No Condition Notes, OG, $39.99. Okay? Over here, the Kiss lot is sold to Chris Frazier. All of this stuff is sold together to Chris Frazier. And this is sold to Chris Frazier for $60. Okay? When I come back, if no one else has bid on Pink Floyd, Amenities is about to get it for $45. And there's only been one bid on Kicks. And the only bid on Kicks was $65, and that was Mark Steele. About time to bring out a couple of posters, eh? Not done with blankets, though, because I know some of these are waiting list. But let me go ahead and set this. We've already filled up pretty much an entire table of Miscellaneous. I'm going to have to open another one up if we're going to keep selling at this pace. But right now, I have the Rocky Horror Picture Show, 34. We usually auction these. This is an OG. Rocky Horror Picture Show, 34. Did not expect to see Echo and the Bunnymen or Rocky Horror Picture Show in the crate. There's Neil Young, Time Fades Away, $34.99. All right, so Amenities, you do get Pink Floyd for $45. That's so to you. And then over here, Kicks. Oh, wow. You know what? I guess I didn't notice it till right now. This thing has a signature on it. Look. Boy, that's really camouflaged. That fooled me. It fooled everybody. Look at that. There's a signature on here. I'm not for sure who this is. Steve Whiteman, Ronnie Tintin Youngkins, Brian Damage Forsythe, Donnie Parrell, Jimmy Chocolate Chamflet. Wow, look. See that? What does that say? B something. Who is Brian Damage? Yeah, I bet that's Brian Damage. Brian Damage Forsythe. He plays guitar. That looks like B Damage. Okay, Jim Morrison. All right, so our next auction is going to be David Bowie Low. David Bowie Low is a 77 U.S. Indianapolis OG, super clean, and it has an original under sleeve. It's a little dog-eared, $25 start on that. That looks pretty legitimate for me after my first search over here. So the first thing we had was Kicks has bids for 66, 67, 67, 68. Michael snared Bunny, 28. I will sell this to you for a even $30, Michael. $30, and that's yours. Kick 67. Kicks is at 70. And we have Pyromania has already sold. We have Waylon Jennings, Waylon, $24.99. And also we have Focus Moving Waves. Focus Moving Waves is $14.99. Elton John, the Tom Ball Sessions, $14.99. These are all buy now or best offer. So one of the next things in this tub of Kiss stuff was this right here. This appears to be pretty legitimate. This is a Peter Criss drumstick. Now, it's not actually signed. It looks like it's signed. It's what they call like a signature. It's just a facsimile, but looks pretty legitimate. Pow, pow, pow. I wish I could play the drums. Probably almost as much as guitar, which is what I tried to play at some point, but don't have the time. Okay, I don't know. $10 start. Peter Criss drumstick. $10 start. He was just in the White House a couple nights ago. Over here, Kicks is at 75. Michael Snared says sold on Echo. That's sold to him for $30. Andrew Eisensmith gets Rocky for $30. All right, those are done. Next thing is the Eurythmics Touch, $19.99. Peter Criss drumstick, a $10 start. Now we found out Kicks has an autograph from the guitarist. Sean Sam, you're out. Victor Guerra has it for $75. David Bowie Low does not have a bid yet, okay? It's a $25 start. $25 start. We have Triumph Allied Forces. Triumph is $24.99. Original under sleeve. Triumph is $24.99. And Bruce Springsteen, greetings from Asbury Park. Bruce Springsteen, $19.99. Ian Hunter, you're never alone with a schizophreniac. Ian Hunter is $19.99. And Billy Joel, the Stranger, in shrink wrap, $14.99. Andrew claimed Rocky. He did? He did. Then he got it for cheaper. I just shot myself over $5. Dang it. He claimed it and then made an offer. If I would have pulled it fast enough, now I've shot myself in the foot over 99 cents and $5. Man, tonight's rough. Wow, Bob Dylan has the poster. Bob Dylan, $39.99. It is the second label, but it does have the Milton Glasser poster. Let's take a look at this. This is a very well-known, iconic poster here that came with this release. It does have a tear down here at the bottom. But there is the Bob Dylan Milton Glasser poster. That is part of this package, okay? $39.99. Boom, boom, and boom. Okay? So let's go back a few line items, and we're going to try to put up an amendment to pass the budget. So right now we're looking at Kicks at 78, now 80. Okay, the Peter Criss drumstick is at 17. We have Billy Joe offer, Billy Joe claim, Billy Joe offer. Kristen start, Billy Joe is yours, but it will be $14.99. Okay, because right after you, somebody else claimed it. Now, I don't think I've missed anything else. We got 3 live auctions. Kiss, that's autographed. Kicks, not Kiss. Kicks, that's autographed. David Bowie and Peter Criss. Triumph is $24.99 for Allied Forces. $24.99 for Allied Forces. Peter Criss drumstick. Kristen Stark says he'll take Billy Joe as sticker. And then over here, we have David Bowie Low. David Bowie Low is officially sold for whoever wants it. No bid for $25. No bid for $25, okay? Yes, Peter Criss has like cuts near the top. It looks like somebody took a knife and carved into it. You know, I'm no drumstick authenticator, but this looks like something like that has been like formed to play with. Like, I don't know. Is there anybody on here that knows as much about these that I'm afraid probably some of y'all do? Probably those that do probably aren't speaking too much right now because they're like, holy crap, that's a real Peter Criss stage-used drumstick. I don't know. Of course, there's no way really to tell. But, yeah, it's got these little cuts up here at the top. And then it's kind of like textured right in here. It's kind of like carved down. So, right here. So it's got these cuts. And then there's this. Yeah, I mean, it's got some wear like right in here where it was held. So. So, yeah, this was an original 1975 used on the Kiss Alive tour. No, I'm joking. Does the end of the stick say concert or studio? Let's see. Made in USA, Peter Criss. There's something written right there, but I can't read it. Patton. There's something right there. I can't make out what that says. Right there after his name. I'll bring it really close. Okay. Now, back up at the top. We left off with the following. Let me get this spotlight out of my face. Whew. That'll give me a headache. Kicks, $81. Kicks, $100. Okay, so the Kiss drumstick, Peter Criss, is at $33 right now. The signed Kicks album is at $100. And David Bowie did not get a bid. He's a $25 buy it now. Everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. Foreigner 4, Jukebox Hero, $19.99. Best offer on anything in here. Billy Idol, $26.99. Billy Idol has the original on her sleeve, $26.99 for that. And Richard Pryor, $19.99 on Richard Pryor. And we have REO Speedwagon, shrink wrap and hop sticker, original on her sleeve. I can't fight this feeling anymore. Over here, we have Kicks at $105. Let's put up another auction. This is Devo. And Devo, this is a 1984 U.S. Allied OG, the original on her sleeve, a $25 start with the original air sleeve. $25 start on that, okay? Kiss 35, Kiss 38. What is the info on low? David Bowie low is a 1977 U.S. Indianapolis OG. It does have some cover damage down here in the bottom. It's stained, and it does have a clip corner. It is super clean. It is a $25 buy it now, okay? TBI Music Room gets $417. Now, you asked me earlier, when did we invoice from last week? All invoices have been sent. If you bought anything from last Monday through last Saturday, you got an invoice today. Okay, Foreigner is sold for $17 to TBI Music Room. The drumstick is at $38, Devo's at $25, and Kicks is a final call for $100. It is signed by the lead guitarist. It's not JSA'd. I'll guarantee it, though. It looks good to me. It's very fluid. Victor Guerra is at $105. Victor Guerra is at $105. Victor Guerra is at $105. So, I mean, Stephen Free, you're out on Kicks. Van Morrison, Beautiful Vision, $34.99. And Kim Carnes, Barking at Airplanes. Gold Stamp Promo, $9.99. Fred Carnell got David Bowie low for $20. That's sold to him. And Cream, Goodbye. Cream is $29.99. David Polkey gets Billy Idol for $20. That's so to David Polkey. Okay, quick pause there. The other, okay, what do we got here? I have never shown this blanket before. Here's a new one, never offered. The Beatles, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. It looks like the drum head on the front of the album cover. $79.99. Sherpa fleece, 60 by 80, queen size, and it's the Sgt. Pepper's drum head. The Beatles, $79.99, okay? There's that. The first thing we have is Rick Hall was second on Billy Idol. Tim Graham gets the Rolling Stones for $45. You got it. That's so to Tim Graham. Next thing over here is Amenity's got 3 invoices today. Golly. You bought a lot for us to divide it up into 3. Drumstick 41. Show the REO Speedwagon. REO Speedwagon is right here. Its wheels are turning. Shrink hype and original price tag, $24.99. All right, what about kicks? Did Stephen Free you bid again? Victor Guerra had it for $105. And TBI Music Room on the Beatles blanket. If anybody else wants on a waiting list, let me know. Okay? Let me know. There's another bid for kicks at $105. So I think somebody was at 100, somebody bid 105, and now somebody else has bid 105, and now somebody else has bid 105. Y'all are getting closer. I would love to have a bid more than 105, preferably like 1,005, but that's totally up to y'all. Okay. Now, if you didn't get an invoice, okay, make sure you check your junk folder. Make sure you check your junk folder. All right. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook, YouTube? Make sure you followed and subscribed. And let's go back to our auctions. These have got a lot of activity, and more so, they have a lot of questions because this is a lot of very cool stuff. Jimmy LaCroix on REO. Okay, we know for sure we can sell that. Let me go ahead and take out the Yes album. 902, the live, the solos, yes. $19.99. Okay, so hammers up on kicks. $105, Victor Guerra. $105, Victor Guerra. Everybody else is out. Devo. Honestly, don't know who has the high bid, but I have seen 2 people ask, what is Devo? An 84 Allied OG pressing, near mint minus. Devo. The last bid on this that came in was absolutely $40 with amenities. Okay? Now Kicks has a new bid. Seth, you're fired, $106. Jordan Underhill has bid $106. Victor Gary, you're out. Aaron Jolly gets yes. Okay? Now, this is a Peter Criss drumstick. All I'm calling it, because I can't verify or guarantee anything, I'm just saying it's a Peter Criss drumstick. I'm going to leave it up to the KISS experts to determine what they want to pay for it. I know a bunch of them's watching. Wade Lucas has it for $42. Wade Lucas has it for $42. Ahead, there's Peter's logo. There's a drum head, KISS, has a patent, made in USA, Peter Criss, and then there's a word after it that's almost worn off. It's kind of grooved down here. It's very textured and carved right here, and then it has a ton of notches right here. Like it looks like somebody took a knife and went like this. Okay, so that is this. It almost feels metal at the bottom. Yeah, this is metal at the bottom. I don't know if I've seen too many metal drumsticks. Maybe I just hadn't paid attention. So there's that, and the high bid's $45. Okay. Next is this. We have Climax Blues Band gold-plated, $19.99, and Eric Clapton, Behind the Sun, $24.99 for Eric Clapton, Neil Young Trans, $19.99. Victor Guerra, do you want to bid on kicks for more than $106? It's about to be Jordan Underhills. Devo is sold to Amenities for $40. Okay, that's sold to him. And I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Okay. Back to the buy now best offer. The Guess Who So Long Bannatyne, $19.99 on the Guess Who. David Gilmour About Face, nice. David Gilmour with the original inner sleeve, $24.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is more specials. The specials is a 1980 OG Santa Maria press with the original inner sleeve, a $30 start. Shannon Mashaka on David Gilmour. The drumstick has a new bid for $54. Mark Steele next on David Gilmour. I lost Victor Guerra on kicks. So this is sold to Jordan Underhill for $106. Okay? I'll put up the Goonies right now. There's the specials. It's a $30 start. Let's move that down. And now the Goonies. It's actually the next thing showing in the crate. The Goonies is an 85 U.S. Carrollton OG. EX condition. A $20 start for the Goonies. It does have the original inner sleeve. $20 start on the Goonies. $20 start on that one. And then ELO Discovery. The Electric Light Orchestra. $19.99. Super clean copy of that. The Rolling Stones Love You Live. Double LP. Andy Warhol artwork. $39.99. And another Blondie. This time Eat to the Beat. $24.99. So the Goonies is up for bid. The Specials is up for bid. A Peter Criss drumstick is up for bid. And I think I'm going to go ahead and try to sell a Kiss poster at the same time. I know things are getting a little bit crazy. And everybody's like, whoa, 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 Chad, man, you might want to cool it. Okay? Because things are starting to get a little bit crazy if you're doing all this stuff here. And this happens to be autographed. Let's see who signed it. I have about 4 or 5 posters over here that I had authenticated. And if you held a gun to me and said, Chad, who signed these? I would say, you're going to have to shoot me because I don't know. So we're about to find out right now. We have CJ 12400. Okay. All right. So here we go. Let's go to the top cam right quick. Our fourth auction is going to go up right now. If you want to bid on this, say poster. All right. It is a Kiss. It is a Kiss Unplugged poster. Okay. A Kiss Unplugged poster. And it's got 2 Kiss signatures on it. It is signed by Bruce Kulick and Eric Singer. So right up here, I'll show you on the top cam. There's Eric Singer's signature. There's Eric Singer. Nice original unplugged. Full-length poster. Rolls out all the way. And then down here at the bottom is Bruce Kulick. Okay? So signed by Bruce Kulick and Eric Singer. And it's an original MTV Unplugged poster. And this is going to go up for a $75 start. Signed by Singer and Kulick. There's the JSA card. $75. So put poster if you want to bid on that one, okay? So up at the top, I left off with Goonies at 20, Goonies at 25, Drumstick at 56, Kiss, the Peter Criss drumstick at 61, the Specials is at 30, Goonies is at 27, the poster's at 75. David Lee Roth, Eat 'em and Smile. David Lee Roth is $34.99. Bloody Mess and the Scabs, 6th grade field trip, 1990 sealed, $29.99. And Michael Jackson Bad, OG, no condition notes, MJ is $34.99. So the Specials has one bid with Fred Cardinale for $30. The Goonies is at 27 of Craig Weatherford. The autograph poster has one bid for $75, and the Peter Criss drumstick, the last bid on that was Wade Lucas at $61. Phil Elliott, you're out, and Wade Lucas also has the autograph poster. First thing is this. Rick Hall on David Lee Roth sold for $25. D-Kong gets Michael Jackson bad, Matt Barnhill second, and now the poster has another $75 bid and another $75 bid. Okay, we have filled up another crate. What we're going to do, the Misfits is $33.99. I'm going to go ahead and grab another empty crate to start filling up. We're about to go through more stuff that Paul marked today, and John, and Laura, and Chad, and Bill, and Bob, and Joe, and Jack, and Jill. Wow. So my next blanket is the following. I've never offered this one before. A Misfits blanket. $79.99. Sherpa fleece, 60 by 80 queen size. It looks like the Misfits Fiend. Okay? That's my next blanket. Never had the Misfits before. $79.99 for the Misfits blanket. Okay? All righty, let me grab a new empty crate here. And now, here's where we're at. The first thing is this. Joe Delgado offered $28 for Roth. I've already shot myself in the foot over $3. Drumstick 67. Drumstick 66. Drumstick 67. Goonies 28. Goonies 29. Goonies 30. Goonies 31. Goonies 32. Goonies 33. Goonies 35. Fred Cardinale was the only person who been on the Specials. Sold to Fred Cardinale for $30. Okay? Sold to Fred Cardinale for $30. The Goonies is at $35 with Craig Weatherford. The drumstick is at $68. The poster is still tied at $75. Is there any defects on the poster, rips and tears? There's no rips and there's no tears. Okay? There's no rips and there's no tears. No. The poster itself is actually in really good condition. I don't see any flaws, and the signatures are bold, beautiful, crisp, and real. And more importantly, real. Okay? So we'll see where this is signed by Bruce Kulick and Eric Singer. It's been JSA'd. The JSA sticker should be on the back side. And then, of course, here's the card. All right? And by the way, the card will be stuck down in the poster like that. I've had a lot of people open up packages and can't find cards. We usually stick it inside of the tube like that, okay? All right. Now, the drumstick is at $69 with Wade Lucas. Phil Elliott, you're out. The Goonies is at $36. It's up to J.D. Conklin on the poster. Let's grab another auction. Talking Head 77. Talking Head 77 is OG pressed at Winchester. It has the original on her sleeve, and this is EX on the vinyl, a $25 start. Okay? If you need a price on anything in here, let me know. If not, we're going to go into another new crate. I've already read through these once. Fleetwood Mac Penguin, Hank Williams Jr. Montana Cafe, Blondie Parallel Lines. Michael Jackson Ben is still available, $34.99. Climax Blues Band, Kim Carnes Mistaken Identity, ELO, Robert Gordon, The Motels, Neil Young, Waylon Jennings, Focus Moving Waves, Elton John, The Eurythmics, Bruce Springsteen, Ian Hunter, Bob Dylan, Richard Pryor, Triumph, Van Morrison, Kim Carnes, Cream Goodbye, Climax Blues Band, Eric Clapton, Neil Young, The Guess Who, ELO, The Rolling Stones, Blondie, and Bloody Mess. Okay? The poster has a new bid for 80, now 85. The drumsticks at 72. The Goonies is about to sell for $36 to Andrew Ives Smith. That's a real OG soundtrack. And Talking Heads is a $25 start. There is some cover damage around the edge. Okay. Fox Digital offered $30 for Michael Jackson. That was back here, and now that's officially sold. Next thing, Richard Pryor was $19.99. And the Eurythmics was called Touch. Here Comes the Rain Again. Original on her sleeve. EX Plus or better. And that is $19.99. Michael Wood gets Triumph. Everything in here is grouped together EX Plus or better. Triumph is sold to Michael Wood. And yeah, ELO appeared to be really nice. Discovery, $19.99. Okay. Joshua Huffman, you're live. Richard Pryor. I think the cover had some damage, though. Hold on one second. The vinyl should be nice, but the cover, yeah, well, it has an old sticker pull. But, yeah, the vinyl's clean, okay? All right, and now Talking Heads has a bid for $25, and now the Goonies is still getting bids. The drumstick is still getting bids, too. The last bid on the drumstick was Wade Lucas at $72, okay? Eric Clapton, Behind the Sun, was $24.99. So Behind the Sun, go ahead and sell this to John Durden for $13. Yeah, ELO, it looked to be super nice. This was a best offer crate, yeah. But we're about to change that because I'm about to go through some stuff Paul marked. If you change your mind and you say, you know what, Chad, I've honestly been hitting the sauce a little bit tonight, go ahead and just give me the whole crate, okay? ELO disc. Is that a claim for discovery? I thought you were asking what is the condition of the ELO disc. So you're trying to claim ELO discovery. I gotcha. Okay? This is sold to David Dole. Richard Pryor's already sold. Would it be crazy if I switched REO for the Eric Clapton? Or I'll sell you Eric Clapton, Jimmy, for $15, and then you can just take both of them. What if we do that? What if I sell you Eric Clapton for $15 and you just take both of them? The Goonies got a buzzer beater with Stephen Parton for $38. Andrew Eisensmith, you were outbid, in case you didn't know that. The drumstick is still getting bids. It's at $75. Let's look at Talking Heads one more time. The vinyl is EX. This is OG. It's got a little bit of staining up the spine and an old retail sticker. This has got one bid for $25. Jimmy LaCroix says, sounds good to me. And folks, that's how you move merchandise, okay? Now, over here, the Eurythmics Touch. Now, there was a lot of questions. I don't think anybody has made an offer. It's still available. I had asked the price on Triumph. Triumph was already sold up here ahead of you to Michael Wood. He claimed Triumph, and then you asked the price. Michael Wood already claimed it for $24.99. So the only thing that was heavily asked about in there that's still available is the Eurythmics. Here Comes the Rain Again. Now, what about the poster? Posters I forget about. I forget we got these even up for auction and they get forgotten about. So, Unplugged, Jerry Conklin, $87. So I have not called that bid out loud. Wade probably doesn't even know he's outbid. $87 on this. Mike Wilt says, I claimed Eurythmics. I didn't even see that. Eurythmics info. I'll take your... You did. Man, okay. Maybe my brain was trying to tell me something. Sometimes it tells me, Chad, you need to go seek help. Sometimes I'm like, probably not a bad idea. So, drumstick, still getting bids. Wade's out on the poster. Final call then. Unplugged, signed by Eric Singer and Bruce Kulick. Jerry Conklin has it for $87, and it's JSA authenticated. These are sticker price new arrivals that Paul's marked today. Jerry, you are the high bidder on the poster. That is absolutely correct. Okay? I have Charles Walker and the Dynamites. Love is Only Everything. A 2013 Funk Soul R&B, $19.99 on that. And we have Good God, a gospel funk hymnal, a 2006 US, $29.99. The Talking Heads got one bid, and now this is officially sold to There Goes Mark for $25. That's sold to him for $25. Jerry J.D. Conklin gets the signed Kiss poster. This is signed to him, sold to him for $87. These are sticker price, no more, no less. These have all been comped from Discogs. They're basically free from what I'm seeing so far. A lot of times when we're going through crates like this, you're basically getting paid to buy these. Not a bad job to show up every night and get paid to buy records. Dexter Wanzel, Life on Mars, a 1976 US jazz funk fusion album, $49.99. As usual, Paul putting out some very unique and unusual stuff we don't get too often. The 3 O'Clock, Arrive Without Traveling, $14.99. The Drumstick is up to Phil Elliott. Wade Lucas has it for $78. Phil Elliott, it's all up to you. The last bid on the Goonies is at $42 with Stephen Parton. $42 on Stephen Parton. It's like that episode of Seinfeld when Kramer was entertaining the man from Japan, and he was spending their money, and he was like, this stuff's practically free, it's so cheap. Same scenario here every night. You're basically getting paid to buy records. We have Shanghai, Take Another Bite, a 2017 clear with swirl. It's signed and it's numbered, $29.99. And we have $14.99, a 1984 US. And this over here is Rail, $14.99. Also, Grave Robber, Be Afraid. Grave Robber is a 2011 US hard rock punk album, $9.99. This looks very metal. It's a 2019 thrash album called Something, $24.99. Okay? Over here, The Goonies. Andrew Isaacsmith, 43. Stephen Parton, 45. Ron Duffield on Rail. Rail, so to Ron Duffield. Okay? Over here, the next thing is our next auction. I think I have another signed poster over here, possibly of somebody from Kiss. Bruce Kulick. Here's a signed Bruce Kulick poster. Bruce Kulick of Kiss. Nice. This is a electric guitar. It's a string. It's guitar strings. Is that SIT strings? SIT guitar strings. Signed, JSA authenticated. Bruce Kulick. A $45 start on Bruce Kulick. Okay, signed poster. That's now up for bid. Jerry Seinfeld in May. I will be most likely going to that. Hopefully. I better see him while I can. Victor Guerra on Grave. Is that what this is? No, Grave Robber. Okay, that's sold to Victor Guerra. The Goonies is at $48. And the last bid on the Drumstick was Wade Lucas at $80. Okay? $80 with Wade Lucas. Phil Elliott, you've been outbid. The Goonies is at $49. Bruce Kulick poster, $45 start. Omega, in shrink, a 75 white label promo prog, $14.99. And then over here, the other question was, what was the Jazz Fusion? I think that was this one right here. Dexter Wanzel, Life on Mars. A 1976 U.S. Jazz Funk Fusion, $49.99. And then, do I have any bicentennial posters? Yes, but I don't know where they're at. We sold a couple. We sold 2 last week. Also, Laura just dropped off a new arrivals crate, and we got a bazillion auctions to put up. So, I mean, we still got a ton of auctions over here. So let me go ahead and pull something from the high-end tab, like the replacements. Wow. So the replacements is, sorry, Ma, forgot to take out the trash. 1981 USOG. This is on translucent brown vinyl. It's, when you hold it up to strong light, it turns brown. It's on audiophile grade vinyl, and it's near mint, and it's OG. The replacements is a $65 start. These are all sticker price, new arrivals that Paul's marked today. The Goonies is now at $50. The drumstick is now at $85. Now the drumstick is at $95. Phil Elliott, you've been outbid. And now the poster's at $45. Cake, prolonging the magic. Cake is sealed, $29.99. The drumstick's now at $100 with Phil Elliott. Now the replacements has a bid for $65. Dwayne Varnell and the Southern Conference, Picking It Your Way. A rare rockabilly, not on Discogs and never sold. So this doesn't even have a Discogs entry. Dwayne Varnell and the Southern Conference, Picking It Your Way, $99.99. Nuclear Assault, Pounder, a 2015 single-sided EP, $24.99 on that one, okay? The replacements has a new bid for $65. Andrew Eisensmith has the Goonies at $51. Scott Dwallow gets Cake. The Goonies has a new bid for $55. Kiss has a new bid for $110 with Wade Lucas. $110 with Wade Lucas. That's on the Peter Criss drumstick. What drumstick? What is the drumstick? And Nuclear Assault is Soda Deckelman. Okay? And then we have Novus Extos Con, $29.99. A 1969 Mexican import, a garage album. No, that is actually signed on the back. Hold on a second. No, that's maybe Charlie Barnett. Why does that name sound familiar? Charlie Barnett. This is not live. Oh man, it might be. I have to get a loop for that one. I use a loop examining autographs sometimes to try to figure out if something's live ink or not. That's a tough one. Okay, Charlie Barnett. That's not the same Charlie Barnett. Definitely not. Oh man. Yeah, that's smudged right there. Yeah, that's live. Yeah, you can see it overlapping. Yeah. So, yeah, definitely live ink on the back. What gave it away is right. There's a little bit of a smudge right there, and you can actually tell it's on the jacket. But boy, that's really hard to. Plus, it goes out of the photo here. See how it's out of the crop. But yeah, hard to tell. Man, I've told y'all before, I have had autographs debated before because we couldn't figure out if they were live ink or not. Some of them, it's like you got to get under like a. You ever seen that guy on Pawn Stars and he brings in that thing, and he has an iPad. He's a well-known autograph authenticator. Steve Gadd, I think. He has that thing, and he has to use that because sometimes it's really hard to tell if it's a print or if it's actually live ink. Because if you get a really good-looking print and it's kind of glossy, then you can fool somebody and really think it's a live ink. So you got to look at it with like a really powerful loop. Okay, so decament on N for nuclear assault. The drumsticks at 123. I hadn't forgot about the people who asked about it. These are all sticker price. Now the drumstick 125. Brent Robley wants the Rockin' Devils. That's so to Brent Robley. And then the drumsticks at 130 and now another 140. Okay, so this has been up for about a half hour. We started it at $10. It's at $140. This is a Peter Criss drumstick. Now, we've had debates on it for about a half hour. I'm not guaranteeing it to be anything other than a Peter Criss drumstick. It's got notches up here at the top. It's metal. It's his signature series. Obviously, that's not live ink. That's just his signature series. It says made in the USA. It's metal down here at the bottom. This part's wood or some kind of other compound. I don't think that's wood. That's more like, what is that? That's not wood. Whatever it is. Plastic. I think it's plastic. And then it's notched. It's got notches up here, like somebody took a knife. And then this part looks like it's been up against like a grinder. So from here there, that looks like a grinder. And then right there is where somebody, you know, so it was obviously been like modified to be played with one way or another. Okay. Now, we have Goonies. And Goonies is sold to Stephen Parton for $55. The other auction is the replacements. The replacements, the last bid that came in on this, the replacements, is Brent Robley at $65. It's an 81 OG near mint, and he's about to get it. Phil Elliott says he's officially done on the drumstick. Wade Lucas has it for $140. The Bruce Kulick poster is sold, and the Bruce Kulick poster is sold, one bid, $45 to Jerry Conklin. Okay, that was signed by Bruce Kulick, and that is sold. We're in a new arrivals crate. This is all sticker price, no more, no less. All sticker price, no more, no less. We still got another Paul crate, two more John crates, a Laura crate. I think she might have been working on other stuff right now. Dexter Wansel is $49.99. Let's put up new stuff. But first, we have After Tea Joint House Blues. This is a 2012 reissue. Bluesy Prague Psych album, $49.99. Some great titles in here. The Trumpet Call, a rock opera by Valerie Barnov. A 1985 Cynthy Psych gospel rock opera album, $19.99. And Dexter Wansel is $49.99. Sold to Ryan Mustaine. Our next auction is going up right now. This is Kiss Alive, a 1977 U.S. Terre Haute reissue. VG Plus condition, gatefold jacket, a $25 start. The replacements, Michael Freiberger, this is at $65 with Brent Robley, the starting bid. I'm going to leave it all up to you. It's being soft closed to Brent for $65. If Michael passes, it's sold to Brent. If Michael bids, we'll put it back up for a few more seconds. The drumstick is sold. The drumstick is sold to Wade Lucas for $140. I thought the replacements would get a lot more activity than that. Minimum bid, OG translucent brown vinyl. The drumstick is officially in here in the operations room. The drumstick is off the table. Okay, let's see what this next signed poster is. These are all recently authenticated signed posters, and I've never really had a chance to put them up until right now. I think we may have Alice Cooper coming up, okay? Next thing over here is this. We have Phoenix Sunshine, Shining in the Light, $14.99. And The Daydreamers, a private press folk rock lounge from Oklahoma, $99.99. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, sold to Brent Robley for $65. That one's done. We have next Alice Cooper. Alice Cooper is a signed poster. It is made out to Doug. It's from the Thrash album tour. Doug, Alice Cooper, original tour promo poster signed by Alice Cooper, a $45 start. Autographed Alice Cooper poster, $45 start. Kiss Alive has a bid for $25. Really, really surprised on the replacements. I figured that one would do well over $100. Just one bid though. Zumo, your question came in after I said it was close to either Brent or Michael. Okay? Trash, not thrash. I thought I said trash. Maybe I didn't. Slow Dive. Slow Dive is a 2017 USOG club. Secretly Society. A secret society club. Limited to 500 on clear vinyl. The note from Laura is, this album is fantastic. I like reviews like that. $50 start on Slow Dive. Alice Cooper signed poster has a bid for $45. Them. This is a 1969 US acid rock heavy psych. No Van Morrison on this one. $49.99. This is acid rock heavy psych. $49.99 on them. Maximilian. A 1969 US psych album. $74.99. The Moon. The Moon is a 1970 psych pop album, $34.99. Wow, all kinds of psych in here. Pretty really cool to see. So right now, the Alice Cooper poster has bids for $45 and $45. And then Slow Dive is at $50 with Jason Fornerat. And then Kiss Alive has one bid with James Goggin for $25. Next thing is This Is Where I Live, William Bell, $19.99. I'm ready for a Monster Energy drink. I've had one, now I need two. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook? Has everybody hit the like button on YouTube? Has everybody commented, Chad, this is the greatest thing I've ever experienced in my life? Has everybody commented, Chad, this is absolutely, utterly, just incredibly fantastic. Thank you for doing this. Chad, this is one of the greatest things I've ever witnessed in the history of mankind. Thank you. Chad, this is just an absolute incredible feat. Thank you. Chad, incredible what we've done here tonight. Keep it rolling, man. Thank you so much. For some reason, I don't see any comments like that on my chat. Y'all have to pet me every night like a dog, like Otis. Let's turn this monster upside down. Let's turn this monster upside down. What is the $49 psych record? What is the $100 psych record? And then somebody said, what is psych? We'd have to phone in Paul to explain that one. I'm going to mute my mic right quick. Sorry, grabbing a quick snack. I did not eat before the sale. I'm feeling pretty good though, especially after I get that other monster in me. Up at the top, for those about the rock, Alice Cooper signed poster, $45.45. Slow Dive, $50. Patrick Lear on William Bell. Joshua wants to see Them again. Them is a 1969 U.S. acid rock heavy psych. Them, $49.99, Happy Tiger. Okay? Chad, you are the coolest. What is this Sunday? What is this Sunday? Is that a claim? Chad, does that slow dive have the song Alfie? No. One bid, $50, final call. What was the $49 sock? That was them. ST, euphoric. Well, it was a great idea. We salute you, Mr. Chad. Chad, can you show me the rockabilly record that might be signed again? That's Dwayne Varnell and the Southern Comforts, Picking It Your Way. A rare rockabilly, not on Discogs and never sold. $99.99. Chad, you're the best. Chad, you rock. Chad, you are superhuman. Denise says, that's it. I'll be back later. I once knew a cow that could dance. It was utterly fantastic. Did Subhuman sell? If not, can you put it up before midnight? Yes. Chad, you have the absolutely incredible feed. Oh, wait, that's not what you said. Pat yourself on the back. Chad, you're the man. Gotta share. That's what she said. SD 55. Slow Dive has a new bid for $55. And then Fred Cardinal wants them. So them is sold to Fred Cardinal. Let me make sure that Joshua Cross doesn't want it. Okay, Joshua has first dibs. Joshua has first dibs. And then Kiss. The last bid on Kiss over here. The last bid on Kiss over here was James Goggin, the only bidder at $25. Now, the only reason Alice Cooper's still up is because the very first bidder got tied, and then Michael Hamburger, I just wanted to make sure you didn't bid again, I didn't see it. But you and Steven have been tied. You and Michael are tied. Stephen Parton and Michael Hamburger are tied, 45-45. And I was just going to make sure, Michael, you did not want to bid again, okay? Now Slow Dive is at 60. Very interesting crate here. A lot of cool stuff. L. Michael's Affair meets Liam Bailey. A 2021 clear with white and red splatter, $19.99. And we have Black Market Brass Undying Thirst, $29.99. And Neil Francis Changes Demos, 2021. Okay? Fred Cardinal maybe thinks he was the first to ask about that. Well, Fred may have dibs anyway. He's throwing a flag, but Joshua says he's passing. Okay. Fred, it's so to you either way. I have another drumstick. It's not anything related to Kiss. It's actually kind of odd because it's signed by a lead singer. This is signed by a lead singer, Tracy Guns. And I think, does he play the guitar too in LA Guns? But it's a drumstick, another one that looks like very much something that was played with. Of course, I think I say that about every drumstick I sell. I think every time I've had a drumstick, I'm like, man, this looks like one they actually played with. Psh. That's me trying to make the situation much greater than it possibly is, folks. That's me saying, man, this was used at Woodstock. Okay, so this is signed by Tracy Guns. We'll call it a drumstick signed by Tracy Guns. Here's the JSA card. It's CAH 19954. Now, JSA could not identify this other signature. There's one more signature on here that JSA could not identify. We don't even know if it's really even a signature. It almost looks like good mark. But it is definitely signed by Tracy Guns. It's JSA authenticated, and it's a $35 start, okay? JSA Tracy Guns drumstick, $35 start. Slow Dive, $65. What is the Slow Dive title? Slow Dive self-titled. Slow Dive self-titled. It is called Slow Dive. 2017 OG sealed. High bid is at $65, okay? Tracy plays guitar. Yeah, so Tracy Guns is a guitar player. This would be like if Jimmy Page had signed a microphone. Doesn't make a lot of sense, but there it is. And then Danny wants to know what the Alice Cooper is. Alice Cooper is a signed poster. It is personalized to Doug. It's an original Trash album tour poster made out to Doug. It has one bid for $45, and it's definitely on its last lap. Now, there was another question on what was the condition of the Daydreamers. The Daydreamers is no condition notes. A private press folk rock lounge from Oklahoma, $99.99. $99.99. Slave, the hardness of the world. Slave is sealed, $19.99. Frost Music, The Frost. The Frost is a 69 Pitman press, $24.99. Danny, if you say pass on Alice Cooper, I got to go ahead and sell it. Danny has bid $46. I bet Stephen Parton is ready to shoot me in the face. $46 new bid on Alice Cooper. Next auction is Kiss Love Gun. Y'all got to stay after me about selling these faster. Kiss Love Gun is our next auction. It's not over till it's over. Folks, it's not over till the fat lady sings, and I am the fat lady. This is a Kiss Love Gun, an OG, no gun, no bang, just the merch form, a $20 start. Steven is right back in on Alice Cooper at $48. Danny, you've been outbid. Tracy Songer takes the Daydreamers at $99.99, okay? Are we done on Slow Dive? It's up to Jason Fortner. He's checking his collection. Ray Red has it for $65. Now Alice Cooper's at $50. Tracy Gunn's signed drumstick, a $35 start. Memories of Beale Street, Prince Gabe and the Millionaires. Sealed, no, well, unopened. The shrink has quite a bit of a tear in it. $24.99. New bid on Slow Dive for $75. New bid on Alice Cooper. I'm bringing out posters. I'm bringing out posters. I'm bringing out Friday the 13th. Oh my goodness. This is what me and Paul was chatting about before the sale. I said, Paul, this has been laying back here forever. I got to do something with it. He said, why don't you just go ahead and put it up for a $50 start? And I'm like, you know what? That's a good idea. Look how cool this is. This is an original Nightmare on Elm Street. This would have been in a video store. See how it's embossed? It's 3D embossed. It's going to be a booger to try to ship this thing and not damage it. It has one crack. It's made of plastic. You know, it's like injection molded plastic. This would have been displayed at a video store back in 1986. Probably on the counter, probably in the window. And it's a $50 start. Nightmare on Elm Street 2. It's actually in really good condition other than pinholes. This part up here feels like paper. And then all this is like plastic. Nightmare on Elm Street, $50 start. An original video store item. There it is. He's now up for bid, okay? I'm going to go ahead and make Tracy Guns a buy it now. You can get the autographed Tracy Guns drumstick for $35, okay? Signed by Tracy Guns. Looks like he dated it 2000. That is a buy it now for $35. Okay? Let's try to get that sold. We have no bids tonight. Slow Dive is at 100. And then Love Gun doesn't have a bid yet. Alice Cooper is at 58. Alice Cooper is JSA authenticated. Yes, so it's an original poster, first of all. It's an original poster. Alice Cooper Trash, 1989, 1990. Really nice. He signed in silver paint pen, or white more so. Looks like he dated it as well. Doug Alice Cooper. And it is the JSA stickers on the back of the poster. And then there's the JSA card. Just a basic certification. Okay? Fox Digital was in on Love Gun for $20. I was about to purge the bid. Sorry. A lot going on. I'm auctioning 5 things and trying to go through a Paul crate. So I'm kind of overwhelmed. Subhumans is going up next, Gregory. Gregory, don't fall asleep. Gregory, are you with me? Fox Digital has Love Gun for $20. Freddie has a bid for $50, now $55. And Sean Sam is going to take the drumstick for $35, okay? So Sean Sam gets the drumstick. Right behind him was Pam Murray. Okay? Boom. That's sold. I'm going through a whole tub over here of signed posters, trying to knock through this. This is stuff I rediscovered this morning / last night, cleaning up this store, which was a marathon job. But I have found, as y'all can see, tons of killer merchandise. It's like digging through I don't know, it's crazy in here. Next over here is Jerry Reed Live featuring Hot Stuff. Jerry Reed is unopened, $24.99. And Beastie Boys, Paul's Boutique, 30th Anniversary Edition. Beastie Boys is sealed. A 2019 30th Anniversary Violet, not Violent, $74.99. Slow Dive is sold to Jason Fornerat for $100. Love Gun, hold up, Freddie. Love Gun is sold to Fox Digital for $20. And now the Alice Cooper poster is between two people. It's between Danny Thomason and Stephen Parton. Stephen has it right now for $58. Danny just bid $60. Stephen's out. Final call, Danny Thomason, $60. Okay? That's that poster right there. Now y'all can see Freddie. He's at $60. What else could I bring out tonight? There's no telling. But first, I'm going to show you two more sealed records. Willie Nelson, Home is Where You're Happy. He is sealed for $19.99. And David Ruffin, Everything Coming Up Love, he is sealed from 1976, $19.99. All right, so in the auction crate, not counting unadvertised goodies, I got George Michael, The Stranglers. This is pretty rare, isn't it? Yeah, Silver Apples. I know that one. Funkadelic, The Soft Boys, Subhumans, Double Platinum by Kiss, Rock and Roll Over by Kiss, Animalized by Kiss. I still got, who is that? I know who this is. Slint, yeah. Slint. I got Joy Division, Hillbillies in Hell, which is in the high-end tab. That must be a good one. Hank Jr., Bob Dylan, Orchestra Maneuvers, Psychedelic Furs, and Generation X. I have 3 crates of bonus auctions, including a lot of Kiss. Plenty of unadvertised autographs. I mean, autographs galore. I'm about to bring over something signed by John 5 in just a second. But first, here is the Subhumans. The Subhumans is called 2929 Split Vision. 2929 Split Vision, an 86 UK OG with insert, EX condition. This is a $25 start. $25 start on Subhumans. This autographed Alice Cooper poster sold to Danny Thomason for $60. Now, if that hadn't said to Doug, it'd probably be in twice that much for the starting bid. But nice pickup, Danny. You can get a lot of budget autographs if they're personalized. Okay? I've got something. The last time it was pretty much a buy it now. And I've already sold this once. And it was a very unfortunate situation. Something happened and we had to go buy a longtime collector's collection. And he had just bought this from us and had it framed. So I want to let y'all know this is available before I list it elsewhere. The last time he was the only person who bid. It's a very expensive item. I have it though. It's $3,500. I have back available for sale the Rush 2112 print. Signed by Alex Lifeson, Neil Peart, and Geddy Lee. It has a letter from JSA. The problem is I don't know where the letter is. I got to ask Paul if it's behind this frame. But we had just sold this, and he had to liquidate his collection. So it is... okay, there's the letter. I can see it right there. It's behind it. So it is behind the print. Rush is signed by Geddy Lee, Neil Peart, Alex Lifeson, Neil Peart, Geddy Lee, $3,500. It's just a buy it now. Last time I ran it on auction, it got one bid. A lot of people wanted it. They was like, man, maybe next month, maybe next year. I have it for sale if anybody wants it, because other people have seen it, like me walking through the store or talking about it, and they're like, how much is this? Of course, we always offer everything here first. Now it's been offered. If anybody wants it, it's $3,500. So there it is. So that recent collection out of Texas, I mean, we literally just sold this, and it's been framed, and we just bought it back. So there it is. Hate when that happens, but it's happened before. Okay? Next thing over here is Subhumans. And what about Freddy? So let's look at Freddy again. So I want to tell y'all that so y'all didn't know that like I have like 5 of those laying around. That's not something I have like I'm producing them. That's the same exact one that I just sold recently. And we had to buy his whole collection. That's one of the trips we took to Texas a few weeks ago and bought back. So here is Nightmare on Elm Street 2, okay? Freddy is at $70. Jay Neutra's Owl. So this is an original 1986 embossed, like injection molded Nightmare on Elm Street video VHS store display item. The high bid on this is $70 to Calvin Ward. And that includes shipping. That's going to be a booger to ship, like I said. A bugger or a booger, one of the two. Final call on that, okay? The Subhumans is at $45. Have I missed anything else before I put up any other auctions? I have. Susie Breedlove got Willie Nelson. Okay? That's sold. And there's another Seal David Ruffin. Wow, 2 of them. And then Texas Sun, Kurugabin and Leon Bridges, $89.99, a 2021 Tequila Sunrise version. $89.99 on that. Okay, we had a request for Joy Division and Generation X. There's been several. Let's go ahead and put up Joy Division. Joy Division is OG. That's something I never say. Nice to see an OG Joy Division closer. An 81 OG, original under sleeve EX, a $50 start. That's something I don't get too often. All right, countdown on the poster. I'm going to do 2 more records and I'm going to find something else. Everyone who pretended to like me is gone. The Walkman. The Walkman is $99.99. 2011 US, first time on vinyl. And we have Betty Davis, the Columbia years, 68 to 69. Betty Davis is from Light in the Attic, a 2016 gold vinyl with poster, $69.99. Subhumans is a final call. Nightmare is sold to Calvin, right? Calvin Ward gets that for $70. Very, very nice. Sold to Calvin for $70. Let's lay that right there. Done. And then we have, let me figure out what this is. I honestly don't know. Somewhere or another, this is signed by John 5 because we have it authenticated. So there is, well, first of all, let me sell Subhumans before I get into a 20-minute discussion here. Subhumans is sold to Gregory for $45, okay? $45. We're going to be going, when we're done with vinyl tonight, like officially, we'll be going through poster after poster, like going through boxes and tubes. So this is signed by John 5. What exactly is this? There's a t-shirt, some buttons, John 5 from Marilyn Manson, from Motley Crue, and he's also put out solo stuff. It's got one of the biggest and best Kiss collections in the world. So John 5, this is like a graphic novel. I don't know if I've ever seen this before. Looks like a graphic novel. It's got a t-shirt with it. It's got 3 John 5 buttons. And this is what was signed and authenticated from the desk of John 5. So, and it's in this box. So he signed like an insert, and it's JSA'd. Not a forgery. $45 start. John 5 Invasion. So is this supposed to have a CD or something with it? If so, I didn't see one. Let me look one more time. Is this supposed to have a disc, or is it wrapped up in the book, in the comic? Feels like there could be something in here. No? Well, if it's supposed to have a disc or anything with it, that's not in here. Okay? But it does have 3 buttons, a t-shirt, and an autographed insert. John 5, $45 start. Okay? Joy Division's at $65. We're in the middle of a new arrivals bin from Paul. These are all sticker price. We also have the Country Girls, 1927, 1935. We have 16 rare blues and ballads with guitar, an early U.S. repress, $34.99. Naomi Shelton and the Gospel Queens. This is $19.99, a 2009 U.S. Gospel. And this is $14.99, Sun Lux Alternate Worlds, $14.99. The shirt is extra large, XL on the shirt. $45 start, John 5. Okay. Ooh, like a comic. Okay, that makes sense. So it's no CD or anything was included. Possibly. I don't know that for certain, but that's the assumption we're starting to make. Okay. Joy Division. Joy Division is 81 USOG. I'll check the color. It's translucent. Boy, this looks like translucent green. Yeah, this is translucent green almost. Maybe purple. It's definitely translucent, but it looks green and purple. Of course, you got to hold it up to a really strong light bulb. I mean, a really strong light bulb. And this is at 67 and now 70. Final call on John 5. We're going to do another Buy It Now Best Offer crate next, then the Laura crate, then another Paul crate, and then another John crate. And remind me if you're looking for an auction to keep me buzzing, because I'll forget and I'll accidentally put something else. Translucent red, green, and purple. This one's green then. It almost looked purple on the top right when I was looking at it, but it's definitely a lot of green in there. This is the Soft Boys, a can of bees. An 84 UK reissue. The Soft Boys, a can of bees, a $35 start. The Soft Boys, a can of bees, $35 start. That's now up for bid, okay? Gen X is up on deck as well. Almost done with this crate. Hugh Time, Crover Plummer Willis. That's a 2014 black and gold avant-garde jazz rock album, $19.99. Shipping News 3-4, a 2012 repress alternate rock, $24.99. Spoon Hot Thoughts. Spoon is a 2017 purple vinyl, $22.99. Also, we have 2016 Blue Purple Starburst. This is Star Effer, $34.99. Darren Johnson on shipping. That's so to Darren Johnson, shipping. And we have the Anna Russell album. The Anna Russell album is 1972 US, $9.99. And Rush Permanent Waves in shrink, $34.99. Yes, sorry, we got a lot of Kiss. The auctions have just failed right now where there's not a Kiss album up or a Kiss item. I apologize. I've got tons of Kiss. John 5 is a buy it now for $45, okay? $45 for John 5. It's signed. Spoon is officially sold to Fred Cardinale, and Joy Division is at 85 and now 90. The Soft Boys is a final call to get a bid in for $35. And we have next, going up right now, I have the following. I have Generation X, which is early Billy Idol. It's a 78 US Santa Maria OG. Gold stamp promo. There's no white label promo of this record that exists. The stamp is under the sticker of the cover. So there's a Diana sticker. It looks like it's going to be a nasty pull, but you probably could get some Goog on and get it off. And this is a $15 start on that. Okay, Fred Cardinale gets Star Blanker. That's so to Fred Cardinale. The Soft Boys has a bid for 40 and now 36, so 40 is obviously the lead. Joy Division's at 90. Jim Davis, you're out. Okay, he says he's done, and so is Chris Knapp. Looks like that's going to sell for 90. Chad, can you get your hands on back on the Beanie Gospel album you showed a couple crates ago. I had a phone call and didn't get to make a claim. That should be right here behind me somewhere. I still got a Misfits blanket. I still got a Pink Floyd blanket. And Beanie should be in the Paul crate from earlier, right here, right? Is this a Paul crate? Beanie. It was a gospel album. This one right here. This is sold to Chuck Haley. VG Plus, $24.99, okay? Condition of VG, which one are you asking about now? Soft Boys? Soft Boys is near mint, 84 UK reissue. An 84 UK reissue, near mint, minus. It does have a VG, or actually a VG minus cover. The top of the cover has significant edge wear. Okay. Soft Boys at 45, Gen X 16. Joshua wants a Misfits blanket right here. So we've sold out of Iron Maiden again. The only thing we have left tonight is Pink Floyd. There's the Misfits blanket. Okay. $79.99. And I'm going to go ahead and put this in here because I'm about to grab the next crate of best offer. We've sold 1 Pink Floyd, 3 Iron Maidens, a Beatles, and now the Misfits. Tonight is the night of Miscellaneous. All right, anybody else on this crate? I'm going to go ahead and swap out, and let's keep going. All right. Thanks for spending your Monday night with us. And we have a lower crate. We need to do John Best Offer, and that way when that's done, there'll be 1 each of everybody's crates left. And it's already 9:52. That's crazy. Time flies by, especially when I don't get started till like 6:30 and we don't start showing vinyl till 7. And that's my fault. So sorry to keep y'all up late. I'm going to keep rolling. Best offer, new vintage, like pre-owned type stuff. And I'm seeing great titles, essentials, and let's get started. Don't hesitate to make offers. These have been cleaned, a price slung on them. You can sling it out of the crate, or you can sling me an offer. Or I can sling you a big no. Or I sling you a big monster. Or sling you a big chocolate-covered raisin, which I'm about to eat. Chocolate-covered raisins. Okay. That's the bottom line, because who said so? We all know who said so. All right, Joy Division, sold $90. You know, we need to get back with the Kiss stuff, so let's do that right now. Soft Boys is at $46. Gen X is at $20. Okay. Next auction. Now, somebody asked about Kiss autographs. I can show you something that'll be available next summer. We got to have it authenticated. I mean, I know it's authentic, but we got to wait for the letter, and we can't sell it until then. So, unfortunately, to answer your question, I do have other Kiss autographs, but they're not available right now. But I do have a sweet item here. Man, I forgot about this. Holy moly. This is an awesome item here. This is signed by Lita Ford. Look at this. Huge, gigantic autograph. Not personalized. Awesome poster. A vintage poster, too. Signed by Lita Ford. Huge, gigantic signature. Let me see if I can show y'all close up. $125 start, JSA authenticated. There's the JSA card. $125 start. Signed by Lita Ford. Original vintage poster. Gigantormous autograph. Next auction is Kiss off the soundboard. Kiss off the soundboard. 2 LP black vinyl sealed, a $20 start. Soft Boys is about to sell to Joe Castillo for $46. Gen X is at $23. Buy it now, best offer. The Best of Blondie, $44.99. No condition notes, original inner sleeve, $44.99. Glass Tiger, the thin red line. Glass Tiger, $19.99. Michael Jackson off the wall, $34.99. The Rolling Stones black and blue, $24.99 for the Rolling Stones black and blue. The Rolling Stones Tattoo You in shrink with the hop sticker. That is nearly, or man, pretty much is a top copy. Super clean, mastered by Bob Ludwig, $34.99. So let's get the Soft Boys off the table. We were done on this, right? Yes, sold to Joe Castillo for $46. That's sold to Joe Castillo for $46. Thank you on that. And then Generation X, the last bid was $23. It is VG Plus. It is VG Plus, yes. The cover's VG because there's a sticker over the Gold Stamp promo. John Durden got the Stones for $27. Kiss has a bid for $20. This is the Mark St. John concert. The only known soundboard with Mark St. John on guitar. It is sealed, and that is Poughkeepsie, New York. Poughkeepsie, New York. I don't feel like I'm saying that right. That's why I didn't say it. That's a lot of syllables. 1984. That's the Mark St. John one, okay? It is sealed black vinyl. Moving on. Madonna, Like a Virgin. Madonna's $29.99. And ELO, Balance of Power. ELO is $19.99. Oh, wow. David Gilmour solo album. I usually start these at $25. David Gilmour, $24.99. And we have Alabama Mountain Music, sealed, unopened, original, $19.99. Blondie, $25. Blondie, $35. We'll meet in the middle, $35. OG, nice. Generation X, $26.27. Stephen Parton on David Gilmour. Crazy to see that in there. Poughkeepsie. Yeah, something like that. One second. Okay. So Alabama has an offer and a claim. So James Rainey, this is yours, but it will be $19.99. Okay. Kiss has a new bid for $25. And then Blondie is sold for $35. And Blondie is sold for $35 to Sean Miller. Now, so this is pending. The Kiss soundboard is at $25. Generation X is at $27 with Chris Knapp. $27, $25. Jason Fortenrat gets Alabama, okay? We have Luca Bloom Riverside, $19.99 for Luca Bloom. Madonna is a U.S. edition, original U.S. club copy, okay? ZZ Top El Loco, UK. Now, this is a UK copy. We usually make a note if it's a foreign copy. Not always, because we have bought entire collections that are like all German and UK and foreign and Holland. And John doesn't mark every one of them because it gets monotonous. But typically we mark, but it's always a good thing to ask. Where's my chocolate-covered raisins at? Oh, boy. Whew, I need a quick pick-me-up. It's 10 o'clock. I knew it was top of the hour. My body speaks to me. Look at these little things. I must have not said the price on ZZ Top because three people have asked. This is a UK copy, which is unusual. $39.99. Even the British were listening to ZZ Top. $39.99. $39.99. Yeah, I messed that one up. That's a UK $39.99. Gen X. The last bit on Gen X. $27, Chris Knapp. And we are done. Sold to Chris Knapp for $27, okay? I'm going to show Lita one more time because she's rolled up and you may not be able to see her. This is signed by Lita Ford. It's a $125 start. Vintage original poster. JSA authenticated. Gigantic silver paint pen signature. One more chance at $125 before I make it a buy it now. Kiss is at $35. We have Propaganda, which is a compilation. Joe Jackson, Squeeze, etc., $14.99. Don't hesitate to make offers. I'm here to make deals. Climax Blues Band is sealed, $19.99. Here's what's left in the advertised auctions. George Michael Faith. We better do that one right now. Whoop, I didn't get very far. An 87 U.S. Carrollton OG Vlado and Dead Wax with insert and original inner sleeve. George Michael is a $45 start. And folks, that is near mint. That's George Michael. We have Joe Jackson in shrink and hype. This one's called Beat Crazy. Joe Jackson, $19.99. And American Woman, the Guess Who, Stay Away From Me. American Woman, original orange label gatefold, $24.99. George Michael, $45 start. It is currently up for bid. Chad is stretching. Chad's going to go through this crate Laura marked next. Then Chad's going to go through a Paul crate. And I think Laura's marking another crate. And then we got another John crate. Oh. Sorry, I just had to go through a stretching ordeal. Man. Okay. I gotta get my limbs back attached. The best of the young bloods, as featured in Forrest Gump. Come on, people now. Smile on your brother. $19.99. The ZZ Top Eliminator in shrink wrap. $34.99 on that one. And Neil Young Live Rust double LP, $39. Peter Frampton, $9.99 for Peter Frampton, Where I Should Be. Really cool foreign compilation here. Polydor, which is UK, the best of Eric Clapton, made in Holland, okay? $34.99. The last bit on Kiss was $35, $38, now $40. Final call on George Michael. Lita Ford is a $125 buy it now, okay? Lita Ford, $125 buy it now. I better just lay that over here. And by the way, I've got 2 Black Sabbath lights in stock at $59.99. 2 Black Sabbath lights in stock at $59.99, just FYI, okay? So, Hiram grabs the Lita Ford for $125. Excellent pickup there. Clapton has an offer for $25, and George Michael has a bid for $45. Chad, will you pronounce Corlufoli for me? Corlufoli? Corlufoli. Gefilte fish. Okay. Here we go. More chocolate-covered raisins. Clapton sold for $25 to Kristen Starrett. Nice pickup, Hiram. Todd Rundgren, $19.99. The Hermit from Mink Hollow, Live Cream Volume 2. In the White Room with black curtains. Kiss is at $40. And then we have Badfinger, $24.99. And the Yes album, Sister Bluebird, Flying High Above. This is supposed to be VG Plus, $9.99. It got put in the wrong bin. VG Plus, $9.99. And Climax Blues Band, A Sense of Direction, $19.99 for Climax Blues Band. Michael Jackson Thriller, $34.99 on Michael Jackson Thriller. All right, so Kiss is still getting bids. George Michael, bad luck for Stephen Parton. This one just going to sell one bid, $45. It is now a final call. How about a bonus auction? Oh, man, I love bonus auctions. And what better way to do it than this right here? If you want to bet on this one, put HITS, okay? Don't put KISS because we've already got another KISS up. This is Hot in the Shade, and it's OG. It's an 89 US OG copy, an OG club copy, VG++. Put HITS for Hot in the Shade, $55 start, and George Michael is sold. This is, Stephen Parton's right. The last 5 of these we've auctioned have averaged around $90. Jason Fornrat just got this at half price at $45. Just one bid. No love for Faith tonight. It'd be nice if I could touch your body. Dun, 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 dun. Kiss is at $45. Hot in the Shade's at $55. MJ is sold to Todd Doris. And James Taylor is $14.99. JT, Crosby and Nash Live, $19.99. And Neil Young, After the Gold Rush, $34.99. Honestly prefer the Limp Bizkit version of Faith. Gotta have faith. Faith. That's my best Limp Bizkit scream. I'll leave that up to Fred Durst. Now I'm choking to death. Okay, here's another unadvertised autograph. This is Skid Row. Okay, now this is the way I found this. It is signed by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that's Sebastian Bach right there. The dang JSC card's covering it up. Let me see if I can pop this out. Because if we can ship this without this cheap frame, that would be best. Yeah, here we go. All right, so, no. Sebastian, who am I thinking of? Scotty Hill. Sebastian Bach. Who was Sebastian Bach in? I think I'm getting my bands confused. Skid Row. I thought that was Sebastian Bach. Am I crazy? Let me see if it tells who signed this. I know I'm not crazy. Well, I know I am crazy, but I don't think I'm that crazy. Let me pull up JSA right quick. So, this is AX 73990. Signed by 5 members. See, the problem is if I bring up stuff like this, I don't know. Okay, this looks like Rattle something. That could be something. I don't know what that says. That's supposed to be Scotty Hill. So, this is why it's hard for me to put up a lot of autographs without spending 3 days looking them up. So, signed by 5 members, 5 members of Skid Row, JSA. I don't know what that way. It looks like Snake. This one looks like R something. I don't know who that is, but it's obviously the drummer. This is Johnny something, and that's Scotty Hill. So you also get 5. You also get 5 guitar picks. It's just on a piece of construction paper. $45 star for Skid Row. Okay? $45 star for Skid Row. JSA just says signed by 5 members. 8x11 sheet. Okay? Let's go back to the top. Sorry, I got really off target there. We got Kiss, which we're calling Kiss off the soundboard. And then we have Hot in the Shade, which we're calling HITS, because we got 2 Kiss auctions up right now. Soundboard is Jerry Conklin bid 50. Patrick Mathis bid 50. Butters bid 55 on Hot in the Shade. Doug Reeder bid $60. Okay? Then Kiss got a new bid for 52. That was with Fred Cardinale's soundboard. And then over here, Kiss has a new bid for 55. Kiss has a new bid for 54. And I think we're caught up now, okay? So first thing we have is Yes is sold for $7, the Joe Castillo. Live Cream Volume 2 is a better track listing. It has Deserted Cities of the Heart, White Room, Politician, Brave Ulysses, Sunshine of Your Love, and Hideaway. $34.99. Butters, you should have been invoiced for a Kiss Light this week, 100%. I remember saying your name. If you didn't get one, then somebody made a mistake. You should have been billed one for one today. Go check your invoice that came out today. If you didn't get an invoice, go check your junk folder. But I swear, I promise, you were not called off, and I set one aside for you. Hot in the Shade is at $60 with Fred Cardinale. And then, Soundboard, Hot in the Shade, okay? Hot in the Shade, I'm filtering through about 20 other comments to try to find this bid. Doug Reeder at $60. Butters, do you want to bid again? Let me know. Skid Row has one bid for $45. So, to my knowledge, 60, 60, and 45. Let's finish up this best offer crate. Randy Travis, Always and Forever, $24.99. My love is deeper. That one has Forever and Ever Amen on it, though. ELO on the Third Day, $19.99. Stevie Nicks, The Wild Heart, $19. I like the song If Anyone Falls. Stevie Nicks, $19.99. Hot in the Shade is at $62, now $65. The soundboard is up to J.D. Conklin and Fred Cardinale. Fred has it for $60. Hot in the Shade's at $65. And the set of Skid Row autographs glued to card, or with guitar picks glued to card, JSA, one bid, $45. Okay? Next is Kim Carnes, Romance Dance. Kim Carnes is $19.99. The Rolling Stone Still Life is $34.99. Rod Stewart Out of Order, $14.99 for Rod Stewart. The Police Zenyatta Mandata is $19.99. And Madonna. So there's Zenyatta Mandata, and here's Madonna. And that one's $34.99. Okay, James Hicks picking up the Randy Travis, Forever and Ever Amen. Hot in the Shades at $67. This is sold to Fred Cardinale for $60. Mark Weiss on Stevie Nicks, If Anyone Falls. Love that song. Hot in the Shade, Doug Reeder has it for $67. And we're about to sell Skid Row $45. Okay, next thing is, let's try to knock out all the advertised stuff first with Funkadelic, the electric spanking. Okay, this is an 81 U.S. Allied OG. It has the original on the sleeve, a $20 start. Chad on the Skid Row, can you tell if the names Rachel Blend and Rob Afuso is on there? That's what this looks like, RACHELBU. So yes, if that's supposed to be Rachel Blend, then it is. This says Snake. This is Scotty Hill. This is Johnny Solinger, and I don't know who the drummer is. Okay, so this is definitely, Rachel Boland. That's what it at least looks like. That says Snake. Don't know who the drummer is. That looks like Johnny Solinger, and that's obviously Scotty Hill. Okay? High bid's $45 with Phil Elliott. I've had that for about 2 years. I've never put it up for auction. It's been in that frame over here on a shelf. Just why have I walked by it for so long? I don't know. And why did I pick tonight to sell it? I don't know. I'm just going to read the titles left in here. If I missed your question, if I answered your question and you missed it, if you want to make an offer or if you just want to go ahead and straight buy something, be my guest. I'm going to read through these again. Okay? Skid Row's at $45. Hot in the Shades at $70. The high bid on Skid Row is Phil Elliott at $45. Okay, Wade Lucas bid $44. Phil already had it for $45. Now there's a bid for $46. Seems like a great price to me. Some of these I'm trying to get rid of before the end of the year. You may catch some bargains because we've been trying to figure out times to research these and get ready for an auction. Whew. We've been accumulating more and more. It's just like posters. That's why tonight I'm going to try to blast through posters and try to sell them, look at them, and guess at a price. Trying to sell this stuff for the end of the year because I know what's going to happen next year. Next year here at Collectco, we're going to buy more collections and probably bigger collections. So we got to sell what we have now before the end of the year. It's a lot too. Glass Tiger. If you need a price, let me know. Michael Jackson off the wall. That's 34 OG. Rolling Stones Black and Blue. ELO Balance of Power. Luca Bloom Riverside. Madonna Like a Virgin. ZZ Top El Loco. Propaganda. Climax Blues Band. Joe Jackson Beat Crazy. The Guess Who American Woman. The Best of the Youngbloods Get Together. ZZ Top Eliminator. Neil Young Live Russ. Peter Frampton Where I Should Be. And Todd Rundgren The Hermit from Mink Hollow. What is Kiss? Is Hot in the Shade an official press. This is a real OG official pressing manufactured in 1989 for the BMG Direct Club. It has the original inner sleeve and insert, or the original inner sleeve. The cover is around VG. The vinyl is VG++ EX. This is official and it's real. $73 with Doug Reeder. The Skid Row autographs are now at $48. So we had a bid for 45, 44, 46, 47, 47, 47, 47, and now 48. Funkadelic is at 28 with Phil Freeman. It's an 81 U.S. Allied OG with the original inner sleeve. It's at $28. Peter Frampton is $9.99, Pam. Also, we have Badfinger. We have Climax Blues Band, James Taylor JT, Crosby and Nash Live, Neil Young After the Gold Rush, Live Cream Volume 2, ELO on the Third Day, Kim Carnes, The Rolling Stones, Rod Stewart, The Police, Zenyatta Mandata, and Madonna by Madonna. If anybody decides, you know what, Chad, I am feeling a little bit frisky tonight. I've already done some pretty radical stuff in my life. You know what? Just go ahead and give me everything in that crate. That's a great selection. All amazingly just beautiful records, fantastic titles. And you know what? Just go ahead and give me everything left in the crate. I'll do that. Pam Murray sold on Peter Frampton. Sell Travis MJ for $27. Skid Row autographs are at $49. Hot in the Shades at $75. And final call on Funkadelic for $28. Who was the other bidder on Funkadelic? Doug Reeder. I'm going to make sure Doug Reeder's done. All right, so we have not done a Laura crate all night. That's what's on deck. And then probably this Paul crate, then a John crate, and probably Laura will have another crate done by then. So here we go. I hope y'all like indie stuff. That's what it looks like it's full of. And other stuff. I saw a country record in here too. So let's get going. Sebastian Bach is not on the autographs. I will try my best to read these off again. Unfortunately, when JSA doesn't tell me, it's sometimes a minefield trying to figure these out. I did have the one you asked me, Rachel Bloom, as I think is who you said. And then Snake. I don't know who the drummer is. Scotty Hill and Johnny Solinger. The high bid's at $50. Sebastian Bach, unless he wrote in invisible ink, is not on this. No. Negative. Funkadelic, Doug Reeder says a $1 bump. A $1 bump. So that means Funkadelic was at 28, now it's at 29. And now Doug Reeder wants to bid 76 on Hot in the Shade. I think. Now, I don't know. Maybe. We'll just say yes, okay? We have Mike Adams and his Honest Weight. There is no feeling better. With lyric and chord chart book, $14.99. So to my knowledge, Doug Reeder has Funkadelic at $29. Hot in the Shade is at 76. Doug, can you put HITS 76? Now I need you to put HITS 80 And can you put Funk 29? Otherwise, I won't be able to keep up with the bid, and neither will the other person. And honestly, as much as is going on, I can barely keep up with who I am, much less where I'm going and who I'm supposed to be. Dwight Yoakam sings Buck Owens. $19.99 for Dwight Yoakam sings Buck. And then we have, this is Helavita Essential Aliens. Indie Rock Lo-Fi, $17.99. And the OC's Floating Coffin, $29.99. Laura loves the OC's. Probably my favorite OC's album is A Note from Laura, Clear with Blob, $29.99. Eric Van Leuven on Dwight. Skid Row autographs are at $51 with Phil Elliott. $51 with Phil Elliott. $51 with Phil Elliott. These are all sticker price, no more, no less. These are sticker price, no more, no less. Hot in the Shade is at $80. Hot in the Shades at $82. Funkadelic is sold to Doug Reeder for $29. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is Slint. Slint is a 1991 U.S. original pressing, Spiderland. A 91 USOG, alternate rock, post-rock, math rock. VG Plus, $50. Laura says some copies of this album have sold for as much as $240. That's now a $50 start. Hot in the Shades at A2, Doug Reeder's out. The autographs right now are at $51. It's up to one person, Sean Sam. We have No Joy, and this is called Motherhood with signed booklet, $22.99. This is Richard Edwards' Pity Party, a folk album, $9.99. Holiday Band by Memory Map, alternate rock, math rock, red vinyl, $9.99. Victor Villarreal, Sleep Talk. This color vinyl, sometimes Laura puts it behind the jacket, I think probably to save time on having to describe the color. So we just show the color. Then I just say it's on this color, $9.99. And this is Helvetia or Helavita, A Dot Running for the Dust, another alternate rock album, $29.99. Okay? Sean Sam, let me know if you want to bid again on Skid Row. The high bid's $51. Hot in the Shade is sold to Victor Guerra for $82. Now we're ready for another Kiss auction. Okay? Next thing here is this. Built-in Sun, Joe Plummer with Pal Jenkins, $12.99. This is $14.99. Joyful Noise Recordings, that's the label. This is Reptar Lurid Glow, $14.99. Jason Fortner on Hella, and that was this one. They also had a record earlier in the front of the crate, if you want that one too, Essential Aliens. And then let's put up another auction. And that next auction is the following. Kiss Double Platinum. Kiss Double Platinum is a 78 Santa Maria OG. It has the gold or the platinum, and we have the merch insert. So we had the Platinum Award and the merch insert. VG, $25 start. Jason Fortner also wants the other Helavita. Skid Row is officially sold to Phil Elliott for $51. That's sold to Phil Elliott for $51. And Slint, Pop Man has it for $50. Now William Drugovich has it for $52. Let me take this these Skid Row autographs in here and lay it in the operations room. Moving right along, folks. Let's lay that right there. Let me see what else I can find. Poster, this, that, autograph this, autograph that. I can tease you with probably one of the greatest signed Kiss things we've ever had, but it won't be for sale for several months. But some of y'all might want to start financially preparing. I've got it laying over here. There's a bunch more signed stuff. Let me figure out what this stuff is. And who signed this? Uncle Cracker. Let's see what we got going on here. Did Kid Rock sign this? I hope so. This will be worth a lot more, but I think it's just Uncle Cracker. Let me search this right quick on JSA. All right, so verify another certificate. The JSA, this is CD 02652. This is signed by Uncle Cracker and 5 band members. So this is an original poster. I mean, they literally wrote Tuesday, October 5th, 18 and older, $10 advance, $12 at the door. It's signed by Uncle Kracker and 5 of his band members. 72 and Sunny. It's an advertisement poster from his album, and it was obviously hanging somewhere like, hey, he's playing here. So it's signed, Uncle Kracker. It will come shipped rolled in a tube, not personalized, $45 start, okay? $45 start on Uncle Kracker. That is, I can't leave that obviously here on the table, but now you know I have it. Obviously pretty early for his career, and it's signed very nicely. $45 start on that, okay? Now, first thing we had was Slint 52. Sean Sam, your Skid Row bid came in almost 9 minutes late from your last bid, so you might want to check your connection. Your Skid Row bid came in very late. Kiss Double Platinum, a $25 start, OG with merchant form, VG. Slint is a 91 USOG. The only note I have on it is a 91 USOG. Any more information, we might have to phone Laura and see what she says. Pop Man has it for $55. All right, let's keep going through this. Uncle Kracker, $45 start. We got Serginetti with Greg from Deerhoof, a hip-hop album on yellow vinyl. That's $14.99. This is Jess Joy, Patriarchy. That is $12.99. We need to tag Natasha Pickett, get her in here. She might do a bundle deal on all these. Sleep Party People, Left Field Electronic Down Tempo, $19.99 on Sleep Party People. And this is Kid Bug. Kid Bug is Shoegaze on purple vinyl, $19.99. Kiss is at $25 of George Burleson. Slint is now at $65, and we're going 3 wide with our auctions. Technically 4, because Uncle Kracker is technically available for auction. And here is the Psychedelic Furs Forever Now. The Psychedelic Furs is an 82 US OG Pittman. Original under sleeve EX, a $15 start on Psychedelic Furs. Jason Fornerat on Kid Bug, excuse me. That's sold to Jason Fornerat. Thank you on that. And then we have the Low Anthem, Oh My God, Charlie Darwin. $22.99. A lot of these have extras, like this has a flexi, looks like a poster, and it's on colored vinyl. $22.99 on that. And we have the Orpheus Crocus, I think. Crocus. That's on green vinyl indie pop, $12.99. Fred, you were second on the shoegaze. So Double Platinum has a bid for $25. We're about to sell it. Slint's at $70. And the Psychedelic Furs is a final call for $15. Don't forget about Uncle Kracker. He's a $45 start. He's back here behind me. Show the Kiss thing. This will have to be authenticated next time JSA comes to our store. So we don't have too much right now to be authenticated, but it's pre-checked. It's authentic. This is a fully signed Kiss poster from the original lineup. It's signed by Ace, Gene, Peter, and Paul. Really cool item. Now, fully signed stuff like this is $1,000 plus. So, really cool. And that's coming in the future. Probably my projection, spring, summer of next year. It might be spring before we have enough autographs to authenticate. And then it's going to be 2 or 3 months before the letter comes in. So that's probably summer. That's probably summer of 2026. So. We just kind of stockpile that stuff until we're ready. All right. First thing is this. Jeremy Bryant wants the OCs from earlier. This one right here. Sell that to Glitter from the litter bin. We have Toro Emoy, Anything in Return. That is $19.99. Okay. I still got Paul McCartney. He's $7,500. Psychedelic Furs is $15. No bid on Psychedelic Furs, $15. James Hicks just grabbed it for $15. Ron Duffield wants to know the Double Platinum info. right at the buzzer. I was grabbing it to sell it. A 78 Santa Maria OG, VG condition. It has Merch Insert and the Platinum Award. It has one bid for $25. The last bid on Slint was the following. William Drugovich at 70, Grog's out, final call. Neutral Milk Hotel on Avery Island, a 2009, $17.99. My Morning Jacket, it still moves. Seal $24.99. Walter White on Home the Group Only LP. Mark V. Is this a claim? I'm not for sure if I understand. Home the Group Only LP. Is that a claim or a statement? And then we have Tropical FUCK Storm, Deep States, $29.99. I also have a set of 4 Beatles, so I have a set I'm trying to sell together. I've got Paul McCartney, John Lennon, George Harrison, and Ringo Starr. I've got 4 cuts. Those are $15,000 for the 4. They're all Beckett, Frank Cazzo, and JSA. And then I have another item signed by George and Ringo. It's also Beckett slabbed and Frank Cazzo and JSA if needed. $3,500. Okay? So that is the Beatles autographs. I got a signed McCartney jacket, a set of 4, and I have a Harrison Starr signed item as well. And that's $15,000, $7,500 for McCartney album, and $3,500 for Harrison and Starr. And if there's any serious buyers, I can bring them out. They're for sale. $15,000, $7,500, and $3,500. So the next thing is the LP Home. I do not know the location of the Indy 45s yet. I have no idea if that's a... I think these comments are off the wall, so I'm going to ignore those for a second. And Jason Fortner wants AM Jacket. He means My Morning Jacket. That's sort of Jason Fortner. Kelly Vlodarchek on Deep States. This one right here, that's sort of Kelly Vlodarchek. And now, Slint over here is sold to William Drugood for $70. George Burleson got double platinum for $25. And if anyone wants Uncle Cracker, he's a $45 buy now. This will come shipped, rolled in a tube, signed with 4 additional band members. 5 additional band members, yeah. Uncle Cracker and 5 additional band members. $45 on that. We have Chris Schlare, S-H-L-A-R-E, Dropsy. Soundtrack to the video game Dropsy. Orange vinyl, $54.99. And Perfecto, You Can't Run From the Rhythm. Yellow and pink. And Laura, you left us hanging. There's no price. That means it's $1 million. We have Kiss Rock and Roll Over. This is a 1976 U.S. Pitman, OG. It has the merch form and stickers. Nice. So a complete OG EX condition Rock and Roll Over. $35 start. That's now up for bid. I think it's about time for something from the bonus crate. And that is going to be the Scorpions Blackout. Rock You Like a Hurricane. Here it is. VG, or does this one have No One Like You? No, this one has No One Like You on it. My bad. Scorpions Blackout, No One Like You, an 83 US Hop Hog, VG Plus condition, a $20 start. That must be where the random price tag in my chair is from. Perfecto, probably. I'll leave it out and lay it right over here from next time you walk by. It'll be laying right well, you'll see it. It's laying right here on top of the John 45s. Okay. Next in here is the OC's drop. That is $24.99. Really cool splatter. Don't forget, Laura loves the OCs. And we have No Joy Sonic Boom. Split 12-inch, No Joy and Sonic Boom. Member of Spaceman 3, Indie Rock Space Rock, $14.99. OCs is sold to Jeremy Bryant. Kiss has a bid for $40. Scorpions is a $25 start, as I'm pretty sure what I said. And let's put up the last record from the high-end tab. And this is Hillbillies in Hell. Country Music's Transformed Testament, 1952-1974. So this is a 2016 Australian OG compilation. Bill Anderson, Jimmy Newman, Buddy Knox. It's limited to 666 copies. 333 on black and 333 on red. It's out of print. The cheapest for sale right now is $100 plus shipping, and it doesn't have the Obi. That's the cheapest. And they've sold for as much as $300. So this is obviously some kind of very incredible and very desirable country compilation that has to do with what? I'm trying to figure out what they've done here. Bill Anderson. Oh, they're all about devil. Okay. Buddy Knox, I Think I'm Gonna Kill Myself. Bill Anderson, 3 a.m. Billy Strange, Hell Train. Jack Leonard, A Visit from the Devil. Mark Denning, The Pickup. The Stonemans, God is Alive and Well. So a lot of devil, Satan, evil related country stuff in here. Okay. No Joy Sonic Boom sold to Fred Carnell. What was that POG reference mean? POG reference meme? Mean? You lost me on that one. Vampire Weekend. My brain usually, things become so much difficult when I'm going through a crate of records that I know nothing about. My job becomes so much more difficult because someone to say, what was that such and such record? And I'm like, okay, now I've literally got to figure out what that is. Vampire Weekend is $22.99, sold to Kelly Vladerchek. If we're going through a John crate and someone's like, Chad, what pressing's that Boston? Whoop, Boston, first press, 1976. These, I'm like, okay, let's figure out what we got here. TV on the radio, Indie Rock Experimental. This is TV on the radio, $29.99. What was the POG reference? Scorpions. I still don't know maybe what you're asking. Maybe I do and I don't. We have the Buckets Interstate Demo, $9.99. The Buckets Interstate Demo. Raging Slab, Sister Slab and the Boogie Coalition Volume 1, $29.99. And Joan of Arc is Tim, Melina, Theo, and Bobby. Blue vinyl, $14.99. Hillbillies in Hell is a $95 start. Wow. The OG and complete with sticker insert, Kiss Rock and Roll Over, sold to Larry Gonzalez for $40. The Scorpions did not get a bid. They're a $25 buy it now. George Just Missed Kiss. And I guess sounded like Hot Pog. I now know what you're talking about. A Hauppauge. That is Hauppauge. That was the factory this was made at. That was the factory. Hauppauge. That was the name of the manufacturing plant. Hauppauge. Hauppauge. This is sold to Stephen Parton for $25. Then somebody else tried to grab it for $25. And then somebody else tried to grab it for $25. Hillbillies in Hell's a $95 start. Our next auction is the Stranglers. And this is a 77 UKOG VG Plus condition. The Stranglers 4, $20 start. Okay? Robert Vladerchek went to Hauppauge High School. I hope I'm saying that right. When I first started seeing that name, see, we didn't really start doing all this pressing plant stuff until about 2 or 3 years ago. And 2 or 3 years ago, everybody really started caring about pressing plants. If you go back 10 years ago in record collecting, definitely 10 years ago, no one even rarely mentioned pressing plants. I mean, I didn't hear about, it started blowing I was doing these live streams, I started doing more and more customers. And it was around a certain time, everybody started asking about pressing plants. And that's because of Discogs. And before that, I mean, I collected records for a long time. I didn't even look at a pressing plant. I just bought them. I knew the label. I knew kind of what to look for, and I was very obviously concerned about condition. But now with the era of people cataloging and using Discogs for a database, they want to know exactly what pressing plant they're buying, because some people, like Kiss collectors, they're trying to buy one of everywhere it was ever made, because it's technically a variant. But probably some of y'all have been around long enough before Discogs. No one ever mentioned Bob Ludwig. No one ever mentioned Pico Duck. No one ever mentioned George Piros, Monarch. I didn't hear that up until about 5 years ago when I really started doing more and more of these live streams. And that's because most people use Discogs as a reference. And there shouldn't be much difference in value. Some older pressings like Zeppelin records, they matter. Monarchs sound better. They use maybe better mastering, plates, whatever. But you'll hear all these pressing plants. Terre Haute, Indiana, Jacksonville, all this. But then what's happened is YouTube has grown with collector channels. Collectors have gotten more vocal, making videos. And now Discogs, and now it's like people first get into record collecting and they start asking about pressing plants right off the bat because they use Discogs. So it really blew my mind, because I'd bought and sold thousands of records, and I never did even look for a pressing plant, because I just kind of knew what I could get for something, and I didn't figure it mattered much between pressings. And usually it doesn't. There's not much difference in a Boston record pressed between Jacksonville, Terre Haute. It's all pretty much the same value. But people that are cataloging, collecting, and obviously putting it into their Discogs, they want to know exactly. So we've had to start doing extensive research. So I've had to hire Paul, John, Laura, Seth to look up all the matrix numbers, all the pressing plant. This takes hours and hours and hours to do what we do here. This is like a biggest part of our cost and labor here, is trying to research where all these things are made at. For the longest, I didn't even think it was important, but I have found out people want to know where a record was made. This is a 1983 Steeler record, and it was made at Rainbow Pressing Facility. It's on Shrapnel Records. It's on a black label. It does have some cover wear. $25 start on Steeler. That's now up for bid. The Stranglers is at $21, $25, and $27. And then Hillbillies in Hell is a $95 buy it now. $95 buy it now on Hillbillies in Hell. So, yep. And yeah, a lot of that, Grog's right about the Steve Hoffman. You know, when I first started collecting Zeppelin records 15 years ago, you could say literally just as a teenager, I was just trying to find them. You know, it was hard enough going to Nashville to record stores and finding an OG Zeppelin record. It's like a miracle if I found one in a store. And I didn't, like RL, people started talking about RL. I started seeing it on eBay, RL. And then it's slowly like, it was like no one, for what, 40 years, nobody talked about that. I mean, and then all of a sudden it just kind of blew up as this business has gotten bigger and secrets have gotten out, pressing different matrices have gotten out. So it's wild. Okay, back to selling records. Fun thing to collect. Records is a rabbit hole. You can look at stuff, color variants, matrix numbers, pressing plants. You could go down some serious rabbit holes. This is on yellow vinyl. This is Suns, $12.99. And this one is Deerhoof, Future Teenage Cave Artist. Deerhoof is $29.99. And this is with lave cuff containing secret unreleased audio. No two singles are the same. Wow. So it comes with a lave cut single where no two audio is the same. $29.99 for that. The Stranglers over here is in VG Plus condition, a 77 UK. And then we have Steeler. So don't get those confused. The Stranglers has hit 30. Steeler is a $25 start. And yes, that is with Yngwie Malmsteen on guitars, okay? Kelly Wlodarczyk on Deerhoof. That is sold to Kelly Wlodarczyk. And there's another thing I'll say about collecting. There's some bands that have been underneath the microscope for years. Jazz records have always been kind of underneath the microscope. It's been collected for a long time, different labels, different addresses. But bands, especially like the Beatles, people have been examining albums top to bottom, looking for anything different in the printing, the matrix, and so that's why when you look up certain Beatles albums, there's 900 entries because they have documented every little thing about a Beatles album has been documented since the 60s. And so everything is like carefully examined. Some bands, you'll find something, it's like this variant's not on Discogs. It's because maybe somebody hadn't found it yet, but some bands like the Beatles have been so examined for so long, every little thing is documented out there. So that's why it's so difficult to collect and figure out what you have. There could be 100 different variants of one pressing. Mike Adams and his Honest Weight, Best of Boiler Room Classics. Power Pop Alternate Rock, blue vinyl. That's Mike Adams, $14.99. And this is OHME, OHMME. I hope I said that right. OHMME, Fantastic Your Ghost, $19.99. And Buzzman's Holiday, this is $19.99. Buzzman's Holiday, $19.99. All right, so Steeler did not get a bid, surprisingly, shockingly, $25 on that. The Stranglers is at $32. And let's get some other auctions going. And I've went off on a tangent, but that was a very good question and probably a good educational segment that I hadn't went over in a while. This is, wow, this is the original Bob Dylan. So here's something else. There are all kinds of different and not only is pressing plants different, sometimes you got variants and covers. So this is Claudia Cardindale. I think that's her name. I know her first name's definitely, yeah. Claudia Cardindale or Cardinale. Claudia Cardinale. So this photo was snapped by Bob Dylan, and I think he used it without her permission, and it was later retracted. So later pressings don't have that photo of Claudia. This is Bob Dylan, a 66 OG mono. It has a lot of heavy scuffing, but no feelers. So we had to grade it VG minus, but a real OG mono copy of Blonde on Blonde. So it might be a good placeholder if you don't have this. It's real. It's OG. It is VG minus though. And I have sold really nice copy. Yeah, I was about to say, I sold one, the highest ever sold on Discogs, $415. I sold one night for $780. We had one night in shrink and hop sticker, and I think I sold it for $780. So this one, the exact same record, $15 start. $15 start. The deer hooves y'all claimed was $29.99. Call out the genre. I am calling out the genre if Laura listed it. Otherwise, I don't know. I wouldn't know where to begin. But if she's listed the genre, I have put it. This is Spoon. They Want My Soul. Spoon is $24.99. The Stranglers is at $35. Fred Cardinale, it's up to you. Bob Dylan has a bid for $15. It's playable, no skips, but heavy scuffing. And then here is something from the bonus crate. And I think I got more Kiss records in the bonus crate if I can find them. If they're not in this crate, they're in the one underneath this one. Yeah. Okay. So lots of other bonus Kiss records coming up. Let me find them in here. Ooh, Miles Davis, Judas Priest, Scorpions. Here we go. Let's see what's going on with this Kiss Alive 2. Kiss Alive 2 is a 1977 OG 2LP Terre Haute. You'll hear Terre Haute, that's one of the biggest pressing plants in the States, especially in the 70s. Terre Haute, Indiana. They cranked out some vinyl. just around the clock back in the day. Just pshh, pshh, pshh. I'd like to have a time machine to go in there and just watch them. Maybe grab a few sealed copies and hop back in my time machine. Here is Kiss Alive 2. A 2 LP. It does have both inner sleeves and the booklet and the merch insert. No tattoos, but it does have booklet, merch insert, VG, $15 start. Okay? Next thing over here is this. Bob Dylan 15, Bob Dylan 15, Bob Dylan 18, Bob Dylan 16, 17, 18, Fred Carnell and Spoon, Bob Dylan 20, Bob Dylan 21, and the Stranglers at 36. That was an actual sound of a pressing machine. We have Dale Crover, The Fickle Finger of Fate. Alternate rock, $12.99 for Dale Crover. The Twin, performed by Sound of Cerise. Synth Pop, Dream Pop, $17.99. Dragon Effer. What in the world is this title? Oh my gosh. For $19.99. Stoner Rock. Uh-oh, hold on a minute. Stoner Rock. Doom Metal. This is Goblin Cock. That's the name of the band, okay? $19.99. And the name of the album is Dragon Effer. Boy, this has got a lot of nasty PG words in it. PG-13, whatever. $19.99. Sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Okay? And now we have the OC's Panther Rotate. Boy, that's a wild-looking cover, too. Look at all that. This is $19.99. Don't forget, Laura loves the OCs. All right, what happened on the Stranglers? Fred Carnell, you're out. William Drugovich has it for $37. Okay? Dylan is at $25 with Charlie DeFrank. No. Michael Hamburger bid $25 first. Okay? And then Kiss. Kiss is a, what did I say on the start on that one? A $15 start on Kiss. Any more Kiss posters or autographs? I can't find any more autographed Kiss stuff, but I do have more Kiss posters. I'll put one up right now. The OC sold to Jeremy Bryant, and Fred Carnell, you were third on Dragon Effer. My crate is full. Let's go through the Paul crate. I got another John crate, and I think Laura is knocking out another one too. I would recap that one, but we're not going to get through all the new stuff in a reasonable amount of time. So I'll either go through them again later tonight, or you'll see them again in another video elsewhere, or again here next time. And maybe even next time they might be best offer. But right now they're sticker price. And let's go right into this Paul crate, then the other John crate. We have filled up a lot of vinyl, and we've sold quite a bit of miscellaneous tonight, including posters and autographs. I would say 7/10 of it unadvertised surprises. So, I mean, we've sold everything from Kiss cards to Kiss posters and Kiss pencils and Kiss. We've sold a lot of Kiss merch tonight. One sweet dream came true. Today came true. My mom stopped by earlier and dropped me off some caramel popcorn. Okay? Kelly Vlodarchek got Dragon. Joshua, you were second. Fred Carnell was third. Josh was second to a Stoner Rock. And he is pounding his fist on his keyboard, cursing at the gods of vinyl. Fresh out of a kettle here in Tennessee. Hand pop kettle corn. $29.99 if anybody wants some. Okay, I'm back from chewing. I know y'all don't want to hear that. Thank you for allowing me to get a snack in. I did not eat before the sale. That's because I kind of stayed up really late, and I was eating Publix at like noon. Finally went to bed around 1-ish, and woke back up at 5. So I basically had lunch, took a nap, and I'm back here at work for this 8-hour stream, which we are how many hours into? 4, 5? How long have I been on here? I have been streaming so far for 4 hours and 34 minutes. Okay? Perfect. So we're halfway through. We're halfway through. Stranglers is sold to William Drugovich for $40. Let's see what happened on Dylan. It's an OG Mono VG minus Claudia Cardindale cover. Michael Hamburger has it for $30. Charlie DeFrank, just so you know, you're out. And then Kiss did not get a bid. You can get a bid on this for, you can claim that for $15. And then Hoopy, you offer $20 for Steeler, and I forgot to tag it for you. Hoopy gets Steeler for $20. Okay? That is sold. Now, before I say anything about Christmas ornaments, I'm going to try to get everybody one. The problem with sending out free stuff like stickers and ornaments, it just depends on when you order from us and how often you get a shipment, if we have enough, if we ran out, etc., etc. So if we run out, Jake's making more, and of course a lot of people placed an order for one. So here we go, one more time out, and then we're going to get started full pace for the rest of the night. Yes, and if I run out and you don't get one, that means I don't like you. Yep, that's exactly what happens. When I made a post we were going to give those away, I was like, oh no. Because, like, trying to get them to thousands of customers, first of all, we got to buy them. And, I mean, and get Jake to make them, get them here, start putting them in orders, and make sure hopefully everybody gets one. But what I always do is like, okay, if you for sure want one, we'll definitely put one on your invoice where we don't forget, or we will definitely order more so you'll have one. So, yeah, that happens a lot. So, but everybody should eventually get one. Michael Hamburger on Bob Dylan for $30. Kiss is sold to Fox Digital for $15. Tyson Morgan, you were second. Okay, here we go. Next auction. I think this is another rarity obscurity. This is called Silver Apples. It's in G+ condition, which is less than VG minus, of course. So probably the lowest grade we've had for auction. And this is a 68 USOG. Laura said even G copies have sold for as much as 60. This is in G condition. Near Mint has sold for as much as 227. Silver Apples is a $25 start. $25 start. That's Silver Apples. It's a G+, G+. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is going to be AC/DC. Let There Be Rock. Unfortunately, Dabo Sweeney wrote his name on the cover. This is a 1977 USOG Atco Richmond press. VG minus. It does have a fillable mark on track A3. $10 start on AC/DC. Not test played, could pop or skip, $10 start on AC/DC. These are sticker price, no more, no less. This guy is throwing up. The OCs live in San Francisco. This is $49.99, a 2016 clear vinyl with DVD and flexi disc. $49.99. The note from Paul says, great set list. Is he sweating, puking, or spitting out gasoline? Sold to Jeremy Bryant. $49.99. Next is Cover Stories. Brandy Carlisle celebrates 10 years of the story, an album to benefit War Child. And it's signed by Brandy Carlisle, $49.99. Wow, and it's signed. Angst Chrome Molly. That's a metal album from '88, just $14.99. All right, let's grab a poster over here. Man, well, there's some other randomness here. What is this love gun thing here? I don't really know what this is. Oh, they're figures. Okay. Looks like they originally cost $80 new. So here's my next Kiss item. This is Kiss Love Gun, an exclusive limited edition figure set, numbered 439 of 1700. They look like action figures. Very cool. There's the big bang inside of the lid. 4 action figures there. And here's like an obi that went around it. That was the original price, 80 bucks. Why don't we start this at $45? And it's going to take a little bit for me to ship this extra, but it's all part of $8 in limited shipping. Kiss Love Gun action figure set, $45 start. The box is definitely oversized, so that's going to cost extra to ship, but I will make it part of $8 in limited, okay? $45 for the Love Gun figures. Next, did you sell Rush? I still have it, $3,500. Yep, I still have it. Next is Aurora, A Little Love, a 1982 U.S. Disco Funko. How about Funk Soul? Disco Funko. This is not a Funko. This is Funk and Soul. Aurora, $14.99. We have David Bedford, Stars In. David Bedford is a 1974 avant-garde experimental, $14.99. And The Bee's Knees. The Bee's Knees is a 1978 U.S. soft rock album. The Bee's Knees, $9.99. The Kiss figures have a bid with James Hicks for $45. 2 more records that I'm in these auctions. Barbara Bell, All I Have, a 1973 U.S. gospel folk album, $49.99. And Mama's Pride, $19.99. Sounds like MT Matt might be interested in the Kiss post, in the Rush poster. Let me bring it over. Definitely worth my time to show that a little bit closer. No bid on AC/DC. It does have a fillable mark. Let's see what it looks like, though. Says fillable marks to me look like not fillable. Oh, I know what he's talking about. That's not a mark. That's not a scratch. That's a pressing impurity. See that right there? That's a pressing impurity. This disc is actually, honestly, for $10 now that I'm looking at it, that's going to be a bargain. That will not... It looks like a weird thing, but that never, hardly ever affects playback. And then this is Silver Apples, $25 on Silver Apples, okay? $25 on Silver Apples. So that's the cheapest this record has ever sold for. The low on Discogs is $25. The high is $227. Eric Van Leuven says, give it to me. Sold to Eric Van Leuven for $25. All right, now Kiss has a new bid for $45.46. Larry Gonzalez gets AC/DC for $10. I wish I would have looked at that mark before I sold it. The poster. Now, the guy I sold it to, he put it in a frame. When I sold it, it was mint perfect, and it still is. Honestly, I would like to take it out of this frame. Whoever framed this, it's loose in the frame. You see what I'm talking about? Let's go to the top cam. This thing is loose in the frame almost. I mean, I need to go ahead and just take it out. It would take about 5 seconds for me to pop up all these tabs. I don't want to ship it in this, and you don't want to keep it in this frame. They did about a 2 out of 10 job framing this. I mean, this backboard's loose. This is not a worthy for a $3,500 poster to be putting something like this. So, I mean, I really could go ahead and pop it out so we could look at it right quick. Let me do that right now. I mean, they're just flip tabs. But yeah, it should be perfect. And it looks, I think, a lot better out of this frame because this frame is kind of dusty. So... Could be Hackett, yeah. Seth doesn't like being too positive on. Of course, this needs to be shipped rolled in a tube anyway to protect it. Yeah, plexiglass wasn't the. Plus, they framed the letter behind it. That would kill me because I like to see the letter. All right, there we go. Oh yeah, this thing's beautiful still, just like I left it. So, yeah. I mean, it has like one little right there, but no, it's nice. No rips, no tears. They sign beautiful in silver paint pen. And it comes with 2 letters. It should have a JSA letter too. Hold on a second. Get that tape off there. So Beckett and JSA. That's well, if you had to mail it off, that's a $300 value right there probably. $200 to $300, depending on how much shipping you had to pay and insurance. Beckett and JSA. Photo matched LOAs. And then this here. I mean, it's only signed by the greatest drummer of all time. You know, it's you only are buying the autograph. So I've kind of started collecting drummer autographs. I got a Neil Peart signed poster. I've got this that I sold, but I have a signed Rush album, so that's why I let this go. And then I got John Bonham's about a year ago, and I had to go ahead and get that before they got any more expensive. And I'm glad I did because I've watched them get more expensive over the last year. So if they pop up for sale. Okay, back over here. We have Kiss. We sold that. Cynthia Herdron on the Brandy Carlisle. There's that. And here we go. We have Dave Gruss and Lee Ritenour. This is $9.99. Dave Gruss and Lee Ritenour Harlequin. $9.99 on that. And the other ones is a 1987 US New Wave synth pop, $14.99. And Dumb Numbers. Dumb Numbers is a 2013 numbered on pink purple vinyl, $19.99 for Dumb Numbers. So Kiss over here, they're bidding on this. Love Gun, James Hicks has the Love Gun action figures at $50. MT Matt has offered $3,333 for the Rush poster. He says he'll need 3 invoices to pay for it. Okay, and I don't want the frame. That's some conditions I probably can live with. $3,333. That's an interesting offer. I don't know if I've ever sold anything for $3,333 before. But first, let me introduce Hank Live while I'm thinking about that offer. This is an 87 OG sealed copy. This is one of the last advertised auctions, and then nothing but the bonus crate after that. That's a $10 start. And Orchestra Maneuvers in the Dark. Orchestral Maneuvers in the Dark, OMD, is an 81 USOG, GX encoded. You do not need a decoder to play this record if you do with other types of encoded records. Yeah. So there's some records that you'll see DMX encoded, and you literally have to have a special decoder device to listen to them or they just don't sound right. Very weird thing, but this one does not require that. OMD, also a $10 start. All right, well, we got 2 big things to do. The first big thing we got to do is we got to sell this Kiss Love Gun set here to James Hicks for $50. And yes, Regina, shipping is very expensive. Our business credit card, I basically get notified all the time when they're reloading. They reload $500 at a time into our postage account, and it's like $500. Next $500. I was like, man, we were blowing through some postage today. $500, $500. I should be blowing an air horn. I was like, golly, we're blowing through some postage today, shipping all these packages. Okay, so that's sold to James Hicks for $50. And then we're going to sell the Rush poster to MT Matt. All right. So Minty Matt, thank you. What we'll do, we'll arrange all that with Ed. We'll get that figured out. I'm assuming yeah, I think the last time they shipped that rolled in a tube. Okay. So big sale here. And this is amazing. So we just sold this is rock and roll memorabilia. I mean, this is incredible. Rush 2112 signed print. I just listened to 2112 last night. The song. This is worthy of an air horn, a top cam view. I mean, this is a big purchase. A fully signed Rush poster. Late Neil Peart's on here. Amazing. $3,333. Second time I've sold this exact item in 3 months. I have a feeling it's going to MT Matt's house, and we're not going to see it for a while, which is sad, because when I found out we got it back, I was like, ooh, maybe I should just take it home. And then I let too many people see it in videos. Too many people's asked about it. I just picked it up tonight. I was like, you know what? I'll flash it and just see what happens. If I might just go ahead and take it home. And guess what's happened? It's gone. Stuff like this, if you want it, or if I decide I want it, I got to go hide it because I know other people's going to want it. It's way too cool. Absolutely incredible. All right, here we go. Adjust your volume accordingly. Here comes the air horn. This is going to be a big one. Thank you, MT Matt. That's a big one. Nice. What is this strange device? When I play it, it gives forth a sound. It's got wires that vibrate and give music. I wish I could sing like Geddy Lee. I cannot believe you're saying these things, they must be true. Listen to my music and listen what it can do. Wow, what a beautiful song. What an epic song. If y'all have never sit down and listened to 2112, make sure you do it with the lyrics in front of you. I mean, it literally, the album jacket, it takes up a whole gatefold page of lyrics. And, I mean, they've adapted it to, like a comic book and everything. It's literally, it's an epic song. It's, by definition, it's epic. It's amazing. Didn't really appreciate it that much until I sat down with the lyrics one time and was reading along, and I was like, whoa, this is a mind blower for me. Holy crap. I'm balled in now. Jason Fornerat has OMD for $15. $15. This is an 81 USOG. This is a full album. The high bid, $15 with Jason Fornerat, okay? The next thing over here is Hank, and this did not get a bid, so I'm going to go ahead and make it a buy it now. Hank is sealed, a $10 buy it now. All right, so there's only 3 no bids tonight. Signed John 5, Hillbillies in Hell, Hank Live, and now OMD's at 15. We're about to get into more bonus stuff. What did I just put up there? Did I have another autograph? Oh, an Uncle Kracker. I knew I was forgetting. We got the Uncle Kracker poster. Of course, we just sold Rush. Oh, the Kiss Love Gun. That's what it. The Kiss Love Gun. That came over here from this tub. So here in a minute, this tub, we're going to be going through this, but I meant to put this up earlier when we had all the other Kiss ornaments. Now, this box is pretty damaged, the plastic, and it's honestly pretty dingy. I hadn't had a chance to clean it yet. They will clean it, though. I'm sure this is going to look a lot better out of the box. So let me present it out of the box, because you might want to literally use it for a Christmas dedication or a Christmas decoration. And this is Yeah, I think it'll look a lot better when you get it out of the box. This is a Gene Simmons Nutcracker, okay? A Gene Simmons Demon Nutcracker. Perfect time for Christmas. Christmas Nutcracker, Gene Simmons. In box, $25 start, okay? There he is. Over here, Amenities threw a red flag. And the reason Amenities threw a red flag is because he bid $15 first. Amenities bid $15, and then Jason, you bid $15. Hank is sold to Ron Duffield for $10. Then Danny, then Jason, and then Susie, and now Gene Simmons is at $25. Okay, back to this crate. Did I miss anything? I feel like Fred Carnell claimed something. I hadn't pulled it yet. Fred Carnell, other old condition. The other ones. I think he's talking about this. The other ones is near mint Fred and shrink. If you asked about that earlier, I think I missed you on that one. All right, finishing up the Paul crate, or at least continuing it. Electric Jesus, music from and inspired by the TV motion picture. Electric Jesus is $29.99. A 2021 clear with splatter signed insert, $29.99. OMD has a new bid for $20. Amenities, you've been outbid. Swamp Dog, sorry you couldn't make it. Swamp Dog is 2020 numbered, silver with black 7-inch, or it's silver and black vinyl with a bonus 7-inch, $54.99 on Swamp Dog. And Tom Verlaine television. Tom Verlaine is a 1979 SRC pressing. That is $29.99 for Tom Verlaine. And Twin Shadow Confess. Twin Shadow is a 2012, that's New Wave Electro, $19.99 on that. Final call on Gene Simmons Nutcracker, and that's with Pam Murray at $25. Our next auction from the bonus crate is going to be Van Halen 1984. In shrink wrap, an 84 club copy. Unfortunately, though, VG minus, but no feelable marks. Boy, why is this VG minus? I'm starting to question Seth's grading. It doesn't look like a VG minus to me. It looks even more like VG or VG plus, but we'll call it VG minus. Better lower than higher on grading. $10 start on that. Strike one for Seth. He might literally get fired. He's not even here. By the way, our new t-shirts up for pre-order. Seth, you're fired. Phil Elliott, GS Nut, $28. New bid on that one. So, Pam, you've been outbid, and we have TV on the Radio, new album for 9 Types of Light, $99.99. A 2011 US OG, never reissued, $99.99. I had a weird dream, I think because I've been watching the stuff with Kiss and the Kennedy Center Honors this week. I had a dream today, during the short time I did sleep, that they played a tribute concert to Ace. It was Peter and Paul and Gene, and they were like playing a concert, but it was like other guitarists. It wasn't like Tommy Thayer. It was like other guitarists up there, like doing different Kiss songs. And it was like a dream I had. And I was like, man, I better tell everybody live about this in case it actually happens. Y'all can say, hey, Chad dreamed this into reality. But that's what was going on. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, I think it was Dave Grohl was up there, and he was playing, I don't know what it was, but it was in my dream, and Dave Grohl was up there with Gene Simmons on a stage. They wasn't wearing makeup. It was just Peter on drums, and it was a Ace Frehley tribute concert. That's what I dreamed today, okay? And I also knew it was Kiss night, so there was a lot of Kiss going through my head, but hey, that's what I dreamed. And I know for sure Dave Grohl was on the stage. So if that happens, y'all remember this night. This is being recorded. It will be archived on YouTube. If that happens, there you go. New York Dolls, $34.99. New York Dolls and Too Much Too Soon, a 2 LP set, $34.99. Van Halen's a $10 start. The Gene Simmons Nutcracker's at $30. Pam's done. And OMD's at $30. And Jason Fortner, that means you've been outbid. White Light, White Heat, the Velvet Underground. This is sealed, $24.99. A 2008 reissue. $24.99 for White Light, White Heat. And My Morning Jacket, Evil Urges. This is a 2021 cream with Black Blob remaster, $24.99 for My Morning Jacket. And the Mystery Lights. The Mystery Lights is a 2019 Neon Splatter Garage Psych album, $39.99. And we have freaking out Toro y Moi. Toro y Moi is a 2011 green vinyl EP, $14.99 for that. And this is God MoMA Here. God MoMA Here is an 81 US white label promo, and that is P-Funk, $24.99. Electra white label promo, $24.99. Wow, so many interesting titles tonight. Over here, OMD is officially sold to Amenities for $30. Thank you, Amenities. That is sold to you. And then Van Halen over here, the last bid was 16, also with Amenities. That's a final call. William Drugovich on Mystery. The Mystery Lights. That's sold to William Drugovich. And what is this box set? We have Daybriar box set. This is a 2018 numbered and colored, all but one sealed, abstract, left field, $74.99. Very interesting there. All right. Next thing over here is our next auction. And our next auction is going to be Kiss Lick It Up. Kiss Lick It Up. It's an 83 US. The jacket has Columbia Record Club, but runouts matches OG. So it's an OG disc and a club jacket. That's very common. Strong VG with the original inner sleeve with lyrics. $15 start on Kiss. Van Halen is sold to Amenities for $16. And let's go ahead and tag the Nutcracker Suite. The Gene Simmons Nutcracker. And over here, this is, that's sold, Phil Elliott, right? Phil Elliott gets the Gene Simmons. Whoever tags this, can we maybe try to clean it up a little bit? I just lost my restream chat. Uh-oh, hold on one second. I got to log back in right quick. Grog, I see your question. That's the last thing I remember seeing. Let me log in here to my chat right quick. It boots me out every once in a while. I stay logged in. I think it keeps me in for about a week, and then I get booted. So remember, 7 days from now, Monday night, I'll probably get booted around 11:22. What I was going to say, let's try to get this cleaned up a little bit. It's just kind of dusty. I know where this came from. This came from Kevin Cave of Rock's collection, and his what am I trying to say? His basement got a little dusty. I got to set up a whole nother table. We have filled up essentially 2 tables of miscellaneous tonight. And we are filling this one up. And I have a feeling as many posters as we're going to go through later, we're probably going to be using this entire table. So, wow. Okay. So, Grog, this is a hype sticker. Todd Mullenix's Dabry alias Sprung into Life, Hip Hop Alter Ego Sonic. Unfortunately, there's a barcode over the barcode, so I can't give you the matrix or the SKU. But the catalog number is GI or GL-318. All right, let's keep going. Still got 2 more crates of new stuff to knock out tonight. Golly. We have Zoo Bolin, Texas Bluesman. An 89 US VG Plus, $14.99. Chicago Blues, Big Willie Dixon, Sunnyland Slim, a 64 US Mono OG, EX $37.99, and Vivateer, To Find Me Gone, EX $17.99. All right, let's go back to this tub that I've been getting some of this other stuff out of, including the Love Gun figures. That last thing I just got, I think there was something else Kiss in here. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm right. Maybe I'm crazy. Don't see it in there. All right, so let's grab a poster. Let's grab a poster and throw one up for auction. Let's see, is there Kiss stuff in here? I can't remember where the Kiss stuff is. Is this Kiss? Here we go. Here's a Kiss poster. All right, so let's say shipped, rolled, and tube, we'll say a $45 start. Okay? Gene Simmons poster, $45 start. Very nice. Does have some corner damage down here. Okay. Corner damage. We'll run a few auctions right now till we're done with vinyl, and then I'll make them later. Just buy it now or best offer. Well, if we can sell, we need to set a goal. 50 road posters tonight sold. Let's make that a goal. 50 road posters. I bet we can get there if y'all make enough offers. We'll say that's a starting bid, though. Danny, these are all sticker price. These are all sticker price. J. Tillman, Year in the Kingdom. VG Plus, 1999, a 2009 US, a.k.a. Father John Misty. Father John Misty. And then George Duke, I Love the Blues. The, what? VG Plus, 1199. George Duke, I Love the Blues. VG Plus, 1199, a 1980 US reissue. And James Talley, Blackjack Choir. James Talley is EX condition, $12.99. Cannonball Adderley, The Black Messiah, recorded live at the Troubadour, a 71 US OG, VG Plus, $49.99. And then Sonny Rollins, Love at First Sight. Sonny Rollins is a 1980 US cover damage, VG Plus, $11.99. AC Reed, Maurice Vaughn, I Got the Money, an 86 French import, VG Plus, $14.99. And Horace Silver, Silver and Voices, EX, $12.99. Lick It Up is a buy it now for $15, a strong VG, OG. Don't forget about the Gene Simmons poster, $45. We have now set a goal to sell 50 road posters tonight. That's a lot of road posters. That's a lot of road posters. I bet we can do it, though. Adam Bernardi on silver, and that was Horace Silver, and then Ryan Mustaine on Cannonball Adderley over here. Well, I don't know why my phone's way up there. I can barely see. Cannonball Adderley. That was right here, okay? Let's grab another crate or another auction or another crate. Yeah, let's do vintage best offer for sure, and then next in rotation would be then a lower crate. I'm ready if y'all are. Hopefully y'all are. All right, and then AC Reed is sold to Nat Reynolds. There you go. All right. We've went through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're about to go through our 9th crates of new arrivals. AC Reed is already sold. This next crate is the moment a lot of y'all live for. Best offer. Best offer. People live for best offer. Can't make an offer, they're not interested. I understand. I try to make offers on stuff at McDonald's. You'll say quarter pounder meal, whatever, and I try to start by first offering half, and we usually just negotiate till I end up paying full price. So it's not worked too well at McDonald's. Ronald McDonald knows how to negotiate. Gene Simmons is a buy it now for $45. Buy it now, Gene Simmons, $45. He's going right over here for a second. Any more signed? I'm working on it. Trying to knock out a few posters. So, survey codes. Danny knows how to negotiate at McDonald's. Survey codes. That is true. A lot of people don't pay attention to those things. I had a friend of my dad's used to tell me about those things. I'm talking about somebody that liked to negotiate. He used to set up with us at the flea market, so you can imagine. And yeah, he used to do that. He's the guy that asked to speak to the manager when he found out that apple pies went to 89 cents. They used to be 2 for $1. He went in, he stopped out of the drive-thru, went in, asked to speak to the manager. So apple pies used to be 2 for $1, and he could get a cup of ice for free. Well, one day he asked for 2 apple pies, and they were 89 cents plus tax, and they charged him 50 cents for a cup of ice. And he almost lost it. I mean, he almost freaked out on them. First thing we have is Van Morrison, Inarticulate Speech of the Heart. Van Morrison is $34.99. Our store used to be right across the street, and he came in, and he was fuming. I mean, he had literally like freaked out on McDonald's because they went from $2 to $1, 89 cents each, and then a cup of ice was 50 cents. He had, I mean, I thought we was going to have to take him to the hospital. We have Sticks, The Grand Illusion, $24.99 with the poster. Come sail away. Come sail away with me. Eagles Greatest Hits is $34.99. That is an OG, and it's super clean. And Peter Frampton, The Art of Control. That is sealed. $14.99 for Peter Frampton, The Art of Control. All right, our next auction is going to go up right now. Let's pull something from the bonus crate. We got Kiss, a 2014 remaster of Destroyer. Near mint and shrink with the original sticker. $15 start for Destroyer. Next is Billy Joe Piano Man. This is an early 80s pressing, $19.99. So everything in this crate is newly priced today. John picked these out. He cleaned them. He priced them. He sleeved them. He priced them. And now you can buy them or you can make an offer, okay? Now, come on, everybody. Elvis Presley, not $9.99. Elvis Presley, come on, everybody. On peak week, $9.99. And then David Bowie, Let's Dance. This is $34.99. That's in shrink wrap. David Bowie, Let's Dance. And then Chicago's Greatest Hits is sealed. This is unopened. Chicago has never been opened before. $24.99. All right, let's find another poster. Okay, we're going to try to put up a few more while we, well, here's the problem. I'll get asked, do you have Kiss posters? My answer is yes, hundreds, maybe 500. But there's about 10 people that's looking for about 5 of the same rare poster. And so I could go through a bazillion. And it's kind of like when somebody says, do you have any metal? Well, they're probably looking for like 3 albums to complete their collection. And it's like, well, I do, but I don't have probably what you're looking for. So here is another Kiss poster. We'll say a $35 start, 1985, $35 start. Okay? Gene Simmons still available, $45, their best offer. First thing we got is this, is Bowie and OG. Yes. Yes, near mint OG in shrink, $34.99. Chicago, Steven was first, then amenities. Steven said he will take it for $20, okay? That's sold to him for $20. Next is Bob Seger Mongrel in shrink wrap, $24.99 for Bob Seger. Roxy Music is $24.99. Roxy Music Yellow Atco label, $24.99 for Roxy Music. And REO Speedwagon High Infidelity. REO Speedwagon, really clean copy, $19.99 on that. And Outrageous Richard Pryor, an old dirty Richard Pryor record, $14.99. That one doesn't come through as often. Peter Cetera Solitude Solitaire. Peter Cetera Gold Stamp promo, $14.99. And Billy Idol Rebel Yell, our third Billy Idol of the night. Super nice, $26.99 for Billy Idol. No bid on Kiss, you can pick that up for $15. And no bid on Kiss, you can pick up this for $35. There you have it, $45 and now $35. Next is Eurythmics Revenge. Eurythmics is $19.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. We also have Foreigner self-titled debut, $19.99 for Foreigner. And we have Ice House, Measure for Measure. Ice House is a gold stamp promo, $19.99. Danny on RPO. RPO. Richard Pryor 10. Sell this to Danny Thomason for $10. Bruce Springsteen, Born to Run, does have some writing on the cover. No condition notes on the vinyl, $19.99. And Pat Benatar, Live from Earth. Benatar has the original on her sleeve, $14.99 for Benatar. And Billy Joel with the Grammy sticker, Album of the Year. Nice Billy Joel, beautiful vinyl. That's top copy. $14.99. Grammy sticker, shrink, near mint, OG, Billy Joel, $14.99. There you have it. Hold on a second. Oh, I'm in a stretching situation right now. Okay, right back at it. Next is the Firm in shrink. Nice. $24.99 on the Firm. We have Bob Seger, The Distance. $24.99 on Seger, original under sleeve. Once again, nice. This is all an EX Plus or better crate, so all the disc, all the vinyl, all the wax, whatever you prefer to call it. Super clean. Sweet Dreams are made of this. $19.99. Billy Joel sold for $12 to Amenities. Ice House sold for $12.99 to Stephen Parton. And we have Human League Dare. The Human League is $24.99. And Ian Hunter, short back and sides, $14.99. Sell Tyson Morgan Destroyer for $12. That would be 66% off the new price. So if this was still new and sealed, it would be 66% off the new price. That's sold to him for $12, and it's just near mint shrink. That's a great deal. Icicle Works. We had Ice House. Here's Icicle. Icicle Works is $19.99. Sticks, Kilroy was here. Sticks is $19.99. Super clean copy of that. And we have Asia, self-titled. It was the heat of the moment. Asia, $14.99. And Bob Dylan, Slow Train Coming. This is in shrink wrap with hop sticker. Bob Dylan, Slow Train Coming, $34.99. Elton John, Blue Moves. Elton John is $24.99. The Yardbirds, For Your Love. The Yardbirds is $19.99. And BOC, Cultosaurus erectus, in shrink wrap, $24.99. And Rick Springfield, Tao, T-A-O, Springfield, $14.99. And Led Zeppelin's House of the Holy, a specialty press. Let's see what year. This is around 75 or 77, but I will say the vinyl is absolutely beautiful. Very nice. George Piros, yeah, JP, super clean on that one, $44.99. The Rain Song. Dancing Days Are Here Again. Focus at the Rainbow. Focus is $14.99. Los Lobos, How Will the Wolf Survive? Los Lobos is $14.99, and the Moody the Moody Dreams, the Moody Blues on the Threshold of a Dream with booklet. The Moody Blues is $14.99. Also, we have David Bowie, Station to Station. Bowie is on the original tan label, $34.99 for that. Waylon Jennings, Waylon and Company. Waylon is $24.99. Waylon Jennings. We also had the Eurythmics. The Eurythmics is $19.99. That's in the original inner sleeve. And Hall & Oates H2O. Hall & Oates is $19.99. Rick Springfield, Working Class Dog. Rick Springfield has the original inner sleeve, $14.99. And Big Brother and the Holden Company, Cheap Thrills. Big Brother and the Holden Company, $34.99. That's on the original Columbia 2i label, $34.99 on that. Waylon is sold to Kristen Start for $15. Blondie, Eat to the Beats, $24.99. Robert Gordon, Too Fast to Live, Too Young to Die. Robert Gordon, $19.99. And Jerry Jeff Walker, Too Old to Change. Jerry Jeff Walker, $19.99 for Jerry Jeff Walker. And Johnny Cash, Songs of Our Soul, $14.99 for Johnny Cash. Songs of Our Soul. Where's the Johnny Cash buyers? Cue the Johnny Cash buyers. Boom, 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 chicka, boom, chicka, boom, chicka, chicka. I hear this train a-coming. It's rolling round the bend. I ain't seen the sunshine since I don't know when. Chicka, boom, chicka, boom, chicka, boom, chicka. All right, one more crowd of new arrivals. I can tell everybody's fatigue has set in heavily. All right, Peter Cetera, let's go. If you have any other questions, I'm going right into another crate, not even a read-through. That way we can get into everything else we got to do tonight. Peter Cetera, Solitude Solitaire, Shannon Nice. Hop Sticker Gold Stamp promo, $14.99. All right, so we got a $15 offer on sticks. That's back here, a really nice copy of Grand Illusion. Where was that at? It's right in here somewhere, maybe a little bit further up. Or Kilroy. Which one, James? I know maybe there's Kilroy. I think Grand Illusion's in here too. And then I know which Bowie. Sell this to James Rainey for $25. Johnny Cash sold to Chris Frazier for $10. Danny got Jerry Jeff Walker for $12. Shannon got Peter Cetera for $10. And then the Moody Blues. Steven, Steven, this thing has the book with it. Now, I didn't say that, so that's worth a $3 bump. That's definitely a $3 book, $9.99. Plus, you're talking about some of my favorite stuff here. Okay, and then Steven says he'll take it. And then Sticks is sold, Kilroy is sold to James Rainey for $15. I was worried if you all had fell asleep on me. A little bit of late night fatigue. It is almost midnight Central Time. So if you're on the East Coast and you're still awake and you got to get up in the morning, you're probably got one eye open right now. Sleep with one eye open, gripping your pillow tight. Exit life. Ace is $33.99. He wanted Let's Dance, not Station to Station. Okay, I pulled him the wrong Bowie album. He wanted Let's Dance. Okay. I got to move some boxes over here. I did not get here early enough to enforce my blue tape rule. So I'm going to have to... We're pretty good, though. There's some stuff that's already got in the way. I've still got some work to do tonight, but this back room's almost where you can walk, and then I'm laying down my caution tape, and we're going to have wide lanes like Kramer so we can walk through here. All right, well, let's go through this last crate, which Laura marked, okay? Oh, yes. What are the posters? Kiss, $35. Gene Simmons, $35, and I just reduced that one. $35 and $35. All right, these are sticker price new arrivals. Let's go through these and see what's going on. First thing we have is Stallion from the Dead, Speed Metal, right off the bat, $24.99. Black Eyes. Black Eyes is a 2009 reissue post-rock punk album, $29.99. We have Director. Artist is Yotan Gat, Y-O-N-A-T-A-N-G-A-T, Free Improvisation, $14.99 on that one. OC's A Foul Form, $34.99. OC's. If Jeremy Bryant's watching, get ready for a claim. Thelma, The Only Thing. Thelma is indie rock, $9.99. And the Ophelias, Almost. The Ophelias is on pink vinyl, $14.99. OC's. So did Jeremy Bryant. And don't forget, Laura loves the OC's. That's so did Jeremy Bryant. Thank you on that one. Also, we have the single soundtrack. The single soundtrack is $29.99. It's a 2017 reissue. It does have the CD with it. $29.99 for the single soundtrack. This is Baroness. Baroness is $27.99. It's on splatter vinyl. $27.99 for Baroness. And Psychic Temple 4. Psychic Temple's on yellow and black. $14.99. Darren's on the single soundtrack. Mark Stanley, you can bet $1 to a donut he's going to be claiming a Baroness record. That's sold to him. Well, we have a goal of selling 50 road posters tonight, and I'm 0 for 2. So evidently I'm not bringing out the right Kiss stuff. Let's see what this one is. Is this one we'd already had some research done on? I can't remember. See, I had tags for some of these. All right, here is this one. I'm going to say $55. It's got some edge wear along the left. $55 on that one. Also in here we have Roxy Music. Roxy Music's a 2018 reissue. $19.99 on Roxy Music. Oh Mimi. And then we have Black and Teal, $29.99. We have Q and Not You, 2009 reissue Indie Rock, $19.99. And we have Sun Lux Box Set Volume 1, a 2019 U.S. reissue, 3 LP set. First LP is Milky Clear of Magenta Smoke. LP2 is Electric Blue, and LP3 is Blue and Black Marble. $39.99 for Sun Lux. Also, Memory Map, The Sky, as well as Space. Indie Rock, Math Rock. That's on clearish, blackish looking vinyl. $9.99 on that. And then this is Divorce. Is that what that says? I think Divorcee. Left Field Electronic Indie Rock. That's $19.99. And over here we got Precariat. Precariat, CJ Boyd, Avant-Garde Rock, $9.99. Big Business, Command Your Weather. That's Sludge Metal Stoner Rock, $29.99. Helvetia, Dromomania. This is Indie Rock Experimental, tan, peachy / yellow white splatter, $19.99. And Jorma, Yorma, Jorma Whittaker, Indie Rock, $9.99. We need to find and tag a few people who love indie stuff. So I'd say out of the Paul and Laura crates tonight, probably 2/3 of it's been indie stuff. And we just got to have the right couple buyers on for that. We have Swamp Dog, Love Lost at Auto Tune. Swamp Dog is $29.99. That's on colored vinyl. We have Rodrigo Almanarte, Drama. That's alternate rock, indie folk for $19.99. Sergenetti, Kenny Dennis III. That's hip hop on yellowish, greenish vinyl, $19.99. Jeremy Bryan on Swamp Dog. Yeah, there's other stuff besides Kiss, and I'm going to literally just bring a crate over here and start going through them one at a time. And we're going to do that pretty much right after this crate's over. The OCs, A Weird Exits. That one's $29.99. Companion albums, $29.99 for the OCs. And this is this one here too, $14.99. So these are different, 14 and 29, but they're kind of companion albums. So I think those go together. And I have a feeling Jeremy's going to want both of them. So to Jeremy Bryant, we have Lee Hazelwood, Something Special. Lee Hazelwood is $19.99. Jeremy does want both of them. We have Corky, Coriky. Corky is Ian McKay from the band Fugazi, Minor Threat and More, guitar and vocals in this band. But Laura, there's a little something missing here. The price. Now, Darren Johnson's already claimed it. Do you have another price tag stuck to your chair back there? Because that one is missing it. And then we have Megadeth, Sick, Dying, and the Dead. Megadeth is $29.99. And then Skeleton Witch. Skeleton Witch is thrash black metal, $19.99. And Perfecto. This is the one that didn't have a price on it earlier. Perfecto, $19.99. Darren Johnson, we'll get information from that one on Laura. And what was Stoner? Did I say Stoner Rock? I don't think I've said, yeah, I did. I said Big Business, Command Your Weather. It's sludge metal Stoner Rock. I don't have enough energy to scream it. $29.99. Darren Johnson, Corky's $19.99 if you're good with that, okay? Put down Darren Johnson for Corky, $19.99. And then over here, Mark Stanley on AW. What was, he meant SW, and SW was Skeleton Witch, okay? That's sold to him. And then Darren Johnson got Corky for $19.99. Anybody else want anything in here or want any information on anything in here? If not, the show's about to change drastic measures, okay? About to change drastic measures. Darren Johnson doesn't want big business. Okay, because what I'm about to do, I'm about to flip over this crate and let's see. I got to go through all these other framed. I need to move all this stuff, honestly. Oh, man. So much to do. This is the time of night I'm like, okay, I better get started, but I can show stuff and sell it, and the more I can sell right now, the less I have to put away. So, yeah, we're about to do that right now. I'm just going to read these titles one more time. I had Stallion, which was $24.99. Black Eyes, $29.99. Director, which is Joanne Gatt, that's $14.99. We had Thelma for $9.99. Also, the Orphelias for $14.99. Psychic Temple, $14.99. Also, Roxy Music, $19.99. Oh Me was $29.99. Hiram Aponte wants Stallion. That's sold to Hiram Aponte. And then Q and Not You, Indie Rock, $19.99. Sun Lux was $39.99. Memory Map is $9.99. Over here is Divorcee. Is that what that says? I'm still trying to figure this one out. Yeah, I guess so. $19.99 on that one. Bill Samus on the Roxy Music. Thank you on that. And then this was CJ Boyd, $9.99. Helvetia, $19.99. And then we had Yorma Whitaker, $9.99. Rodrigo Amarante, $19.99. Serginetti, Kenny Dennis III, $19.99. Lee Hazelwood, Something Special, $19.99. Megadeth, Seek the Nine of the Dead, $29.99. And Perfecto is $19.99. Okay. All righty. So far as miscellaneous tonight, new stuff. We got 3 Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon blankets in stock. It looks like a tour poster. 1973 Sherpa fleece, $79.99. We have 3 Pink Floyd blankets in stock. I repeat, 3 Pink Floyd blankets in stock. Those are available. Okay, Eric Van Leuven on Lee Hazelwood. That's sold to Eric Van Leuven. Thank you on that. Done. Appreciate it. All right. Anybody else? Here's tonight's no bids. Not many. We just have a few no bids. First is Kiss Lick It Up. Kiss Lick It Up is an 83 US 56 Pitman press, strong VG, $15. So OG Lick It Up, VG Plus, $15. Hillbillies in Hell compilation, Country Music's Tormented Testament, 1952 to 1974, $95. $95. So they pressed 333 on black. Why is this so dusty? 333 on black and 333 on red. This particular record has sold for as much as $300. $95 on that. There's only 2 autographs that did not sell that was offered for auction. This John 5 box set, which comes with 3 buttons, a graphic novel, and a t-shirt. And it has a signed insert by John 5. $45 for John 5. Signed, $45. Okay? Anything that does not sell that's remotely close to something like this, I'm going to put out in our store for sale. And I will eventually show it the next time we're doing one of our, quote, walkthroughs. And then there was only 1 signed poster that didn't sell, and that was Uncle Kracker. And Uncle Kracker is signed by him and 5 of his band members. A vintage poster, looks like it was for a concert. Tuesday, October 5th. probably 2004 or 2005. And this is $45 and it's JSA authenticated. Okay? So that's the only 4 technical no bids tonight. Uncle Cracker, John 5, Kiss, and Hellfire. Hellfire Club, Stranger Things. Okay, so now for the rest of the night, what I'm going to do some condensing. Going to do a little bit of condensing over here. We have John 5, Kiss. Okay, so 10, Tyson Morgan, that's so do you. And then Hillbillies in Hell, Danny's offered 70. I'll do this for $85. $85 on this. The cheapest for sale right now is $100 plus shipping, and it's missing the Obi. That's the cheapest one for sale right now. $100 plus shipping, and it doesn't have the Obi. We've got market beat by a long shot on that one. You're basically getting paid to buy it right now. Okay. Let me move these crates. Move my backpack. Right here works for me. I'll condense all that later. Empty tub. All right. Stacking and packing. So these posters could range anything from movie posters to promos. This could be anything from movie posters to promo store posters to just about anything. Could be a wide variety. And I've got other stuff over here. I've got magazines. I mean, I don't know if we're ready to go through the minutia of going through 3,000 cassettes, but if we do have minutia cassette people on here, we have, I got stacks and stacks of cassettes, 8-tracks and CDs too. But kind of when you start something like that, it's kind of hard to stop. It's kind of like, well, we're now officially on the cassette train, and then for the next 3 hours, you're going through cassettes. So there's that, just FYI. And here's this. So I will start with the first few we've already showed. These are all buy it now or best offer. I don't know if we can get 50 sold tonight or not. It's a long shot, but maybe if we get into some other ones that look interesting, okay? So we'll start here. Well, I'm sure there's going to be other stuff tonight. You missed the discount crates because there wasn't any. The discount crates was all the best offer crates. You slept through all that, Jim B. Maybe you should start waking up earlier. Over here, I have, y'all have already seen this. This is Kiss. Has some wear and tear on the edges. $55 on that one. And then this was this poster of Gene Simmons. This poster of Gene Simmons had a corner damage down here in the corner. $35 on that one. And then the only third one I have shown so far tonight that hadn't sold is this one right here. That one was also $35. So $35 on that one, okay? There's those three, sold, sold, and sold. I mean, available, available, available. Let me grab an empty crate over here to start putting these in. And I don't know, maybe, I know some people may even resell some of this stuff, especially, I know I've had a few people for sure that watch our Kiss auctions and they buy stuff to resell because a lot of stuff slips through the gaps. And at some point, somebody wants a deal on Kiss poster bundle. I won't rule that out because if we can put them all in the same tube and I can get all these sold, hip, hip, hooray. All right, so here's the first crate. This one's got a pretty wide variety in it, I think. So I guess I'll just price them on the fly. If I don't know, then I'll say pass till I can look it up. Bon Jovi, this is an original promo poster advertising 7,800 degrees Fahrenheit. $35 on Bon Jovi. Bon Jovi, $35. This is definitely from Fred Goodwin's collection. This is Dick Tracy. Dick Tracy poster, $25 on that. Bloodsucking Freaks. I think this is a reissue. It is. Not, or is it 1990? Yeah. Maybe. I'm not for sure. I'll say $35. 1998. When did this movie originally come out? That's the question. Bloodsucking Freaks, $35 on that. I need another crate to put the non-Kiss stuff in. Let me go get one more crate over here to put non-Kiss stuff. I'll make that this nice blue crate. Okay. All right. Dick Tracy is sold to Stephen Parton for $20. Sold. Let me keep these behind over here to my left. So I'm going to have actually, let me keep a sold crate. I'm going to have a bunch of crates going. I'll just put that in there for right now. There's that for $20. Okay. There's that. I think this is Batman. It is. This is an original here for sure, because I know where these came from. Batman Forever, $35. It does have some wear and tear up here on the top left. Val Kilmer, Tommy Lee Jones. Batman, that's an actual original theatrical poster. $35 on Batman. Dawn of the Dead, this is a reissue. Dawn of the Dead, $25. These are all coming shipped, rolled in a tube. I walked by 3 tubes today that was going out, or yesterday, whenever they packed them. One tube cost $15.70 to ship. One tube costs $19.70 to ship, and one costs $21.70. So when I say $25 shipped, rolled in a tube, and if that's the only thing you bought this week, one poster, and we have to ship it separately, then I basically just gave you a free poster. You didn't get it for free, but I basically gave it away. So I try to keep track of who's buying what, and that way the first poster, if I know you've got a tube on your way that week, I can make you better deals. Because shipping one of these, that doesn't include the cost of the tube. So I know for sure we sold some $15 shipped, and we netted negative $7 on them, not counting the cost of the inventory, the posters. So I got to be careful selling these. It's one of the most requested things is, Chad, please show posters. I'm like, well, it actually goes against our system. It's kind of hard to show this stuff. Kiss, Live 86. $35 on that. Kiss Live 86, but we will show them and hopefully get through as many of them as we can sold. $35 on that one. But man, I think I've probably broke even on more than most. The Rolling Stones is $35. That's the IMAX. John 5:45. What was I asking for? 45. What about 35? What about 35? Dawn of the Dead. Sell that to Steven for $15. That was this one. That's sold to Steven for $15. Thank you on that. All right. And then we have Rolling Stones Sucking in the 70s. That's an original promo poster, store poster. Rolling Stones, $35. Key is to break the ice and buy the first poster, and then you'll probably start getting other ones cheaper. Rolling Stones IMAX, $35. You know, and just remind me, Chad, I've already bought one. And so if you buy one, let me know, hey, Chad, I've already bought one, because if we can break the ice on the first one at sticker price, then probably your other ones are going to get cheaper. Because starting at $35, I'm thinking, okay, it's going to cost $15 to $20 to get it shipped. So I'm looking at the price and I'm thinking, okay, if I'm selling something for $35, let's say it costs $20, then I'm really thinking, okay, I'm getting $15 for the poster. That's how I have to look at it. Welcome to Miller Time, United States Football League. We'll say $25 on that one. Bon Jovi, $35. What did I originally say on that one? I think I said on this one $35, right, Tom Kelly? $30 on Bon Jovi. $30 on Bon Jovi. John 5 autograph box set thingy is sold to Gerald Whitworth for $35. Okay? That's sold to Gerald Whitworth for $35. Let me go ahead and put that in here on the table. Trying to fly through these things quickly. Trying to go through these quickly. And I need a crate to start putting the sold ones in. Otherwise, it gets kind of difficult. Break the ice, buy a poster. We'll start going from there. I'm almost done with these. Okay. All right, so these are sold. Now, Bon Jovi is sold to Tom Kelly for $30. Travis Woods on USFL poster for $25. That was this one. He gets that for $25. He being Travis Woods. And then which two that I didn't show? There's Rolling Stones IMAX, $35. I may have multiples of those. Rolling Stones IMAX, $35. Rolling Stones IMAX, $35. I got two of those. What is this one? This one is Madonna, Greatest Hits Volume 2. Some kind of store poster. Madonna, $35. Another Stones IMAX, $35. I said Stone Sucking in the 70s, $35. I had the Batman poster. I've already forgot. We'll say $35. That might be a reduction. And then Bloodsucking Freaks, also $35. I think two of those I went up on and two of them I went down on. So you might want to grab them when I'm first showing them. Because otherwise, sometimes I might be like, I honestly don't know what I just said. And of course, I'm keeping all the KISS stuff together. I'm hoping somebody will bail me out on the end and be like, Chad, what do you want for all the KISS posters? Oh, the KISS posters. All right, let me go over here and grab this crate. Man, this is so luxurious being able to walk around over here. Even though a couple of my channels have already got violated. But that's my fault because I didn't get here early enough to explain to everybody my new rules of operation back here. All right, here comes a fresh batch. All right, let's see what this is. This is the Wishmaster. This is like a window decal. This is like some kind of reverse window decal. Wishmaster, $25. We got Joe Camel cigarette. That one's tough. It's not really an expensive deal, but I'll say $25 on that. Joe Camel cigarettes. Oh yeah, I remember this one. This is Jimmy Page, Robert Plant, No Quarter, a real concert poster. I forgot about it. I had this one. I think the last time I priced this like $95. Jimmy Page, Robert Plant. That's from their No Quarter. I think that one was like $95 last time I checked it or we looked it up. Somewhere right in there, maybe. Possibly. Okay, I was going to make sure she's not actually nude. Who is this? This is something, Let Me Tighten Your Nuts. Okay? There you have it, folks. Let Me Tighten Your Nuts. $25. And then we have, make sure, whoa! I knew there was some nudie around here somewhere. Oh no. 2 nudie posters, sight unseen, $30. 2 nudie posters, sight unseen, $30. They're 80s chicks, okay? Sight unseen. Let's see if there's a date. Can't get kicked off the internet here. No, 3 of them. 3 nudie girls. 3 nudie girls. All 3 of them, same price. Page and Plant, what's the best deal? What'd I say, 95? 85. $85. Will come shipped rolled in a tube. Trippy black light LED poster that's ripped. $25. Vintage. 60s, 70s. Probably 60s. This still has a rubber band around it. Towns Van Zandt, Heart-Worn Highways. I remember this. This is $95. Towns Van Zandt, David Allen Coe, Heart-Worn Highways movie poster. What a cool deal there. Towns Van Zandt on the cover. $95. $95. That's another good one. Okay. Now this one I'd already sold before. This is when that fake guy was buying stuff. I had already sold this for $55 one time. This is a real Eric Clapton concert poster. It's in a big thick Uline tube already. $55 on Eric Clapton. North American Tour. Stanley Mouse Design 2010. Eric Clapton, $55. 2010 North American Tour. I had sold it before. There was a guy on here of a fake name just buying stuff to be a jackwad. And he got jackwad booted. But that's it. North American Tour, $55. Can you see Page and Plant? You most certainly can. I got to clear off some space. There is no more vinyl tonight. Just rare and highly desirable, extremely valuable other collectibles. Rest of the night is just rare, extremely desirable, highly sought after collectibles, which should not have you going to bed, right? It says, don't miss the unforgettable big screen concerts, one night only. Jimmy Page, Robert Plant, unleaded, Tuesday, October 26th. Get your tickets. Big screen concerts. Maybe something advertised in a theater. Something, Regal Cinemas. Yeah, so this was something shown in theaters. CD and DVD in stores, October 26, 2004. Okay, 2 good ones over there. And the Towns Van Zandt movie poster. How cool is that? All right, let's see what else we got over here. Sticky notes. Yeah, I guess to sell the nudie posters, I may have to at least show them. I figured just saying they're nude, somebody would buy them. Raiders, commit to excellence. Rare. $15. Raiders poster. Rare. I'm joking, of course. Something pretty modern. All right, there's a couple things in here that are ginormous. Who is this? Wow, this is amazing. This is going to be hard to show, but man, I wish I had this framed already. If I could frame this and just hang it up here in the store, I'll show it in 1 second. Clapton sold to Stephen Parton for $40. Let's go ahead and keep this tube. We might can, nah, that Dick Tracy won't fit in there. I'm going to leave Clapton in the tube, but that's going to go to Stephen. All right, so here we go. I can't show it. It's literally ginormous, okay? I'm going to say it's shipped as big as this is. I'm going to say $95, okay? This is John Lennon. I'm probably going to have to show half of it like this. I don't know. Ginormous. On the anniversary of his death, it says right down here, 1940, 1980. He died 45 years ago tonight. New York City. Shot outside the Dakota. Yeah, that's a ginormous poster. I wish I could give you more details. I mean, these crates are 12 inches long. Well, actually a little longer than 12. So it's 24, it's 36 inches wide, and I bet it's 50 something tall, maybe even bigger. Ginormous John Lennon poster. $95 shipped. Vintage, 1980. 45 years old. Just to give you an idea. All right. Here's another ginormous one in a tube. Joey Lane. I forgot about him. What did I buy from him? Oh, I remember this. This is some kind of Elvis deal, I think. This is Elvis. Elvis Presley hit story. Yeah, something that would have been in like a store. Elvis Presley. $25. Short but sweet poster. All right. The width isn't too long, I guess. I'm accumulating a few empty tubes over here. They might can use these. Save some money. Some of them I just toss though, because it's like they're not reusable. I remember this guy. He was some kind of Israeli general. I think we figured out one night. I remember seeing that. But I remember when we searched it, we found out it was pretty dang rare. He's some sort of Israeli, I think, general from back in the 60s maybe. Don gets Elvis for $20. Sold to Don Nicole. Elvis, $20. Okay. We got, wow, this could be pretty cool. Mack trucks. It's some kind of wall decal or truck decal. Might be a pretty good item there. Mack trucks. Chad sent you them. You can show the John poster. Oh, okay. I see what you're talking about. You sent me a picture of the John Lennon poster. If I get it opened over here. Yeah. Whoop, I need to go to main cam. And we all shine on to the moon, to the stars, the sun. Don't ever hesitate to make offers here. Especially after you broke the ice on one. I need to sell these. I only got, well, we're halfway through this true first crate, and I had 6 crates over here tonight, so thank you for sending that. Rock and Roll Expo, Sunday, August 1st, Palace Inn, guest DJ for Magic 97. Of course, that's Steven Tyler from Aerosmith on that one. Mac decal, $15. Sell that to Stephen Parton. Mac decal, that's Israel Prime Minister Anwar Sadat. There you go. I knew he was Israeli. Didn't know to what degree. Thought he was a general. Maybe a general at one time. This was, yeah, what a bizarre poster. I forgot. This is just like red or orange, white, blue, orange stripes. But I think we figured it out. Whoops, I just ripped 2 of them. Did y'all see that? Dang it. I just ripped 2 of them, but I got a bunch of them. But it was something to do from the 60s. I don't remember the exact story, but somewhere or another I got a bunch more, I think. Just like a blue-orange looking stripe. All right, here's another really tall poster, which is going to be nearly impossible to show. Oh, this is Peter Frampton, yeah. Peter Frampton. Another ginormous poster. I can show it to you a little bit at a time. I mean, it's huge. Once again, 36 probably by 50 something. So, gigantic Peter Frampton, gigantic John Lennon. Giants and music. Giant posters. Bud. She's fortunately clothed, or somebody say unfortunately. Kathy something another. I can't read it all. Hold on a second. Kathy Ireland. Okay. Y'all may know her. We'll say $25 on that. Here's some lady in a bikini. All right. We'll say 15 on lady in bikini. Here is, what does education often do? It makes a straight something, something, something. Some kind of psychedelia, educational something another. I'm going to say 35 on that. Patrick Lear on Ireland. Is that a claim for Jill Ireland for $25? Or was that just me helping me out? I have a feeling that's me helping me out. Oh, great knuckle pop there. What's a nice programmer like you doing in a dump like this? Some kind of computer programming woman, etc., etc. Y'all love my descriptions? Yeah, this is a thing that looks like this. Okay, we got about five left in here. There's another Wishmaster decal. No interest in the first one. Doubt there's interest in that one. This looks like a clock, a music clock, time signature, $25. This one's pretty ragged looking. We've knocked the habit, America, smoking. What is this, Abby Hoffman? Or who did Jerry tell Elaine Sieg? Or you're who are you? See it? Who used to be the what's it called? Programmer, $5. Have you bought a poster? I can't ship any of these for $5. If you're buying something that's going to have to go in a tube, it's probably going to be a minimum of $20, $15 minimum. And if I end up just selling you one at $15, it's going to be bad. Take a shot at JR. Any fans of Dallas? $25 on that. Basically, buy a roll poster, you got to pay the first fee, and then it gets better for you. Is this woman clothed? Barely? Okay. All right, there's that, and there's this. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. I'll say the first one for $15, and then they'll get progressively cheaper. Okay, especially on the stuff that I'm pricing cheap. But if you want the programmer, $15, and then we'll start getting them cheaper and cheaper. All right, so we knocked out that crate. Well, there's a few more things in here. Let me figure out what this is. I got a piece of cardboard. I got another piece of cardboard. All right, these are posters. Hey, this is weird. Here's more posters. This is crazy. This is from December 8th, December 9th. I sold these posters, and I don't think they never got paid for. So these are original John Lennon newspaper, $20. So former Beatle is slain. That's Atlanta Constitution, December 9th, 1980. Fan charge was slain Lennon, December 10th, 1980, the Atlanta. That was 2 days later, or actually the day after it happened. And then there's the evening newspaper. They had articles out about Mark David Chapman, which is bizarre. This guy's out of prison. No, it's not. I'm thinking about the guy that tried to kill Reagan. That guy. He has a YouTube channel. It's weird just seeing somebody like that, like just casually on YouTube making videos. What is his name? Boy, I can't believe. But we sold those originally for $20 if anybody wants them. They're original newspapers from where Lennon was killed. Hinckley, yes. Mark David Chapman, Lennon, Hinckley on that. John Hinckley, yes. He has a YouTube channel, and actually somebody sent me a video the day. He was going through his record collection. I mean, he's just sitting in his living room going through his record collection. So, I think that's how he makes money. Like, he has, just because of his name, he has like followers and social media, and that's pretty bizarre. That's, I think, literally how he's making money. Sirhan. No, not Robert F. Kennedy. Oswald. John Wilkes Booth. Hinckley. Chapman. The killers. Okay, or tried to be killers. Let's go through another crate. I think this one here, these tubes have never, this stuff here hasn't been gone through in a while, and these here have never been gone through. Let's go through the ones here that's never been gone through. Okay? These here have never been gone through. He wants to sell his records. Wouldn't that be something? Hey, everybody, we've acquired John Hinckley's record collection. All right, I think we're about to get into some music stuff here. Movies. Guns N' Roses. Guns N' Roses, $35. Guns N' Roses, that's a centerfold from a magazine. We'll have to say $15. Guns N' Roses, $35. Oh, that's Zeppelin. Never mind. All right, I accidentally got back into those. Look, my Black Sabbath light. Black Sabbath light's almost gone. All right, so Guns N' Roses, I think I said 35, 35, and 25. Okay, so Travis, the first one was this one. Band shot, wide shot. Okay, this was the second one. Band sitting down. It says Guns N' Roses at the top. Those are really cool. And then this is like from a magazine centerfold. So your pick, or if you want to do a deal on all three of them, since one of them will break the ice on the tube, I'm okay with that. And then Nicholas Diller, you're second, but Travis has first dibs. Want to see if I can make a bundle deal, Chad. TV on the radio, Hillbillies from Hell, Chicago Blues, Heartworm Highway, 326, I'm at 270. I probably can do that. I'm just going to have to go back and find them. Either after, let me screenshot this, Grog. Probably after the sale, or here in a minute when I'm done with posters, if you're still on. I probably can do that. First and third one, the 20, that'll give me 3 overall. Okay, so this is sold to Travis for 25 and Travis for 25, okay? So if no one else wants the other one, I'm assuming, Nicholas, you're passing. That's going to go right over here then. All right, that was a fun tube. Let's see what this one says. Okay. Hey, selling records is never been a pain. That's never been a pain. That's why I'm here. That's my job. This is about 5 posters rolled up into one. I'm going to toss these tubes over on the ground. They might can reuse these things. They're blank. They have lids. They cost like $2 a piece. All right. All right. 100 and, no, this is pretty damaged. I'm going to say $55. It's pretty damaged. Give me 1 second here. Golly. Yeah, $55. Guns N' Roses blacklight. Very cool blacklight poster, but see down here, it's got pretty significant damage down here above the G and gun. But these minty are very pricey. Okay? These minty are, you can see the damage up here in the corner. So, all right, so that's next. And then what posters are left over? A lot. We're going to be going through new ones for another hour before we can do any kind of recap. I doubt I can do a recap unless you tell me maybe specifically what you're looking for. Heartworn has bought a number on Heartworn because I've already bought a poster. What did I price it for? You talking about the Townes Van Zandt? You're talking about the Townes Van Zandt movie poster, right? Heartworn Highways, Townes Van Zandt, Guy Clark, David Allen Coe. 95, I probably could do 75 if you've already bought one. Okay, 75. What are those? What happened to those ones I just had? Oh, that was part of my bundle. Oh, okay. I didn't even read that. TV on the radio, Hillbillies from Hell, Chicago, and Heartworn Highway poster. Oh, I didn't even read all that. Never mind, it's already sold. Okay, that's already sold. Danny, it's already gone. That was part of his bundle deal we just did. Let me put this in the crate. So whoever's tagging, this is going to be part of Grog's bundle deal. Okay? There's that. Already sold, Danny. I didn't even catch that was a poster. I thought that was the title of another record, Grog. I was just looking at the price. I was looking at the sticker and what your offer was. Whitesnake, $35. Whitesnake, $35. Page and Plant, $95. Unleaded. $95. And then I'm trying to figure out who these chicks are. I'm going to make sure they're clothed. They're almost clothed. It is called Weights and Lace. $25. Weights and Lace, $25. Travis Woods gets Whitesnake for $25. Sold for $25. Our goal was 50 rolled posters tonight. Where are we at? We're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Whew, we got a long ways to go. Okay, there's Page and Plant. I put the Heartworn in there, didn't I? Yep. There's Guns N' Roses Blacklight and that. Okay. Let me start putting these in here. Got it? Okay, and we have, ooh, I like what this says. Okay. Inner Circle, this is some kind of almost like day bill or handbill. I got 2 of those. 1 for each of you. Oh gosh. Here we go. Kiss. Animalize. German S's. $55. That was a good one. And Kiss again, $35. 55 and 35. Bad boys, what you want to do. That's Inner Circle. Reggae. I have a problem with a nail. Ow. Hope that grows back soon. My fingers sometimes can have some major wear and tear. Especially going through these dry posters that's like, man, my fingers are just disintegrating. All right. A couple more Kiss. Beastie Boys. Get It Together. Printed in Great Britain. Beastie Boys, $45. Beastie Boys, $45. Ow. Here, I'll give y'all an update on my thumb. Ow. Boy, don't everybody tell you selling posters is a tough business. Ouch. I don't know what just happened, but all right, there's Beastie Boys. There's a lot in these tubes. First of all, there's a lot of tubes over here. And then sometimes a lot of these tubes has a lot in here. Oh. Plus, I got to use this to pop this open. I'm going to rip open my other nail. I'm going to be drawing blood here in a second, selling posters. Motley Crue is Quite Worn, $15. Okay, all that for that one poster. Now let me open up these. You've been hitting the median price on eBay for me and your posters, Chad. Chad is a genius. Well, thank you, Jim B. I've only ever been selling collectibles since I've been in diapers, so I kind of know what I'm doing. I have pretty good intuition. I kind of know what stuff should sell for. You know, I only get paid to do this every night. But thank you for your positive comments. He must be buttering me up to make an offer on something. Motley Crue sold to Danny. Danny's passing. We almost had a live one there, but he's passing. Whoa. This is laminated. Iron Maiden. Where is my Iron Maiden people? It's been laminated though, $35. Live After Death. It's laminated. It smells like maple syrup too. Oh my gosh. Another random nudie poster, $15. Holy moly. I can look at it, but y'all can't. Golly. Whoa. Oh my gosh. Okay. Iron Maiden sold to Tom Kelly for $35. Danny Thomason was next. That was a lot of nudity I just seen. Y'all can see it for $15. I'm just hungry. No, I smell maple syrup. Viva Las Vegas Rockabilly Weekend, $25. Nudie sold, $10. Paul Brothers, he picks up. We don't have to ship anything to Paul Brothers. He gets really good deals. Y'all get to see just a little bit, okay? From that point down, they're all like nude and exposed. Sold for $10 to Paul Brothers. Mega Blast Viva, $20. I will consider that our icebreaker. Hopefully I can sell you about 20 more. Okay, here might be one where I might actually have to use the eBay results. Okay. This might be where we use eBay for our friend. This is a Frank Frazetta poster. Okay. Frank Frazetta, and Frank Frazetta. Vintage Frank Frazetta posters. I got 3 of them. How cool is that? Man, why couldn't this be the original painting? Whew. 8 to 15 million? 12 million dollars? Golly, I don't know where that original painting is, but it's a fortune. This original artwork here would be 20 to 30 million, especially this one. Look at that. Wow. What an amazing artist. I don't know. I might want to check those, but if somebody's curious, you might want to get in line. His stuff is very, very hot right now in the art market. This is from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. It's another poster like we sold the other night, like Danny Thomason you bought. This would require, all the signatures are authentic, but it would require a full letter from JSA. So this is which it would be like throwing good money for bad, meaning it does have one really good signature on it. Dr. John, the Night Tripper. It's signed by Dr. John. It's signed by Rod Piazza. Maybe, let's see if I can make out any of these other ones. It's signed by John Mooney. Dennis LaSalle. There's another one down here. That might be Luther Guitar Johnson. But that'd be a cool cut. The Dr. John. You could cut, that'd be a good cut, the frame, but you could cut it out of the poster. Signed poster, $35. Frank Fazetta's $15 each. You probably are pretty close. It's not like they're worth a fortune or anything, but I hadn't had my phone in an hour. Let me just do a quick search. You're probably pretty close. Yeah, I figured that's about what they are. I was hoping they would be numbered or something, or some kind of special print, but they're just vintage, you know, store posters. Sold at like, probably sold literally at record shops. Poster. I'd love to own an original one day, but the time to buy them is when, like, Kirk Hammett. See, Kirk Hammett from Metallica. He went to Frank Frazetta's studio and picked out a painting, and he bought it for $1 million. Back in the year 2000, I think. And that's the one that Heritage has that they're about to sell for probably about 15 or 20 million. So Kurt did a great investment. He turned about $1 million into about 20 million probably, or 15. But that would have been the time to buy them, was 25 years ago when they were, quote, cheap. $1 million was cheap for one of his artworks. Hold on one second. Frank Frazetta. Okay, that works. So Stephen gets these. He's the first and the high offer. Actually, John Durden was ahead slightly. John, I'm going to sell these to him all three for $45 unless you want them. I want to keep them all together for $45. And if not, then they're sold to Stephen Parton. And then George Burleson got the autograph poster for $35. Jay Neutra third on Frank Frazetta. Danny Thomason next on that. Okay? So there's that. So the three Frazettas, these are sold to Stephen Parton for $45. I think these have some age on them, though. I think, you know, all this stuff should be 80s. I think a lot of these are 80s era. So you could label the word vintage on these. And then the cruise poster sold to George Burleson for $35. Okay. Does that thing... Okay, so when does the bidding start? The bidding on that artwork starts tomorrow. Wow, it starts tomorrow. There's 1 day left. Yeah. So that's when it will start getting activity. That's the one Kirk Hammett bought back in 2000. Starting bid tomorrow. Tomorrow morning at Heritage in Dallas, you can go bid on that. Starting bid $10 million. $10 million. And if that looks familiar, that is Molly Hatchet Beating the Odds cover. The album cover, Molly Hatchet Beating the Odds. That's the artwork that was used for that. So, pretty amazing. Solid investment from Mr. Kirk Hammett. Lars sold a bunch of art off back in... It's on that Different Kind of Monster documentary where they're documenting Metallica during St. Anger. Lars, like, sold off a bunch of... He bought, like, a bunch of abstract, like, Picasso-type stuff. He made a fortune off that. So these metal guys know they're... uh-oh, there's a poster left in one of these tubes I threw over here. Guess what I forgot? Another Frazetta. Wow, look at that one. Do you want that one too, Stephen, for 15? Oh my gosh. Metal 2000, Iron Maiden, Slayer, Motorhead, Dream Theater, Spiritual Beggars. Looks like some kind of original poster. So this is some kind of German Metal 2000 open air, Iron Maiden, Slayer, Motorhead, Dream Theater, Spiritual Beggars. I've got 2 of them. $45 each. $45 each. I'm glad I looked over there in that tube. There was another poster sticking out of one of these tubes. So give him the fourth and final Frazetta for $15. So now he got 4 at $15 each. And then we have these at $45 each. Michael, if you want one, then Danny. Michael says he'll take one. Danny, let me know if you want one for $45. There's one more. He bought one for $45, one left. Before I show it on Thursday Night Metal Night, and it sells for $95. Now, I don't know if this is authentic. Okay, these are tough. This is one of the most reproduced movie posters from the 90s, Tombstone. I don't know if this is authentic, and there's a big difference. You're talking about hundreds or, you know, like $35. So let me look that up on Heritage. If you want to get in line, I'll try to confirm it's real. I've had everything from real tombstones to autographed tombstones to fake autographed tombstones. They're kind of tough to show, or they're kind of tough to figure out. You just got to look at a few markings at the bottom. This is Goldfinger. This is a reprint. It's a Goldfinger poster reprint. This is I'm going to say $35. It's a French over here. Okay. So what's back here? We had a pass on Iron Maiden. We had Beastie Boys still back there. There's Bond, 35, and then Tombstone. Okay. Let me pull this up on Heritage right quick. I think there's a couple markings down at the bottom that really tell. We're not going to beat our poster goal or we're not going to beat last year's poster stats. So we sold, man, what was that final number? Does anybody remember? 12,000 movie posters last year. Whew. I was almost going cross-eyed. We looked so many up, and from Fred Goodwin's. Good times. That was like one of the most exciting things. It almost took over vinyl there for a while. Let's find Tombstone here. I got a fake one in the back, or I got a real one in the back with fake signatures on it. Let's see here. Hollywood Pictures USA, Syngranetti. You know, it's the right material. It's rolled, which is good. Let me look at one more. Yeah, I'm not liking this one. This one, see, this is a different one here, and it has some stuff distributed. Buena Vista. It looks like it's everything's slightly higher. On this one. But Fred had, man, he had so many of these. When did this, okay, this one sold March of this year. So a real road one back in March with corner The corners are cut. That one sold for $384. Yeah, I think the big thing on these is right there too, the Buena Vista distribution. I wish I had all these back. See, we had a stack, and then he was getting a lot of stuff, or he thought he was going to have a lot of stuff signed by, who was, I guess, Val Kilmer at one point. And he had so many of these that were, I remember in his living room, he had a big wad of them. And when we first got them, I had to sort the real ones from the other ones. So, yeah, this is a nice, this is a nice reprint. I'm going to say $35. Okay? $35 on that. $35 on that. That is now available. And I guess if anybody still wants it, let me take these. I need to get a new crate to put leftovers in. Let me figure this out here. I'm very curious because I think I bought one from Heritage. I need to go through my personal stuff, and I'm trying to figure out which one I bought. I need to pull it up because I bought one on there about 3 years ago, and I think it's still in a tube in my house somewhere. I've never had it framed. I went ahead and I was like, I need to go ahead and buy one right now before I forget. Okay, so next thing over here is this. Danny says he'll take it. Now, Steven, I'm assuming you're passing. So Danny takes that one for $35. But man, it's pretty close. I mean, it's just got a few things keeping it from being to a pretty similar original. So Goldfinger, Iron Maiden, still got Page and Plant. And I'm going to put some of the better stuff right over here. Okay. Let's see what else we got. Make sure Shirley didn't sign any of these. I think these are more Bond French. Fred probably had these for Shirley to sign, and she never did get to it. So there's more French reproduction Bond Goldfingers. Of course, that would be several hundreds of dollars if it was real. Okay, moving right along. Whoop, that was easy. Okay. The Grateful Dead, riding that train. The Grateful Dead. Casey Jones. 2000. Funky Enterprises. $25. Grateful Dead. There you go, George Burleson. High on cocaine. Led Zeppelin. Vintage Zeppelin, 1974. It's got ripped corners, pinhole, corner rips. Vintage Zeppelin, $35. Oh, man. They're playing rock and roll. That's rock and roll. I can tell you right now, they're playing rock and roll. Golly, wow. Imagine front row of that. Oh my gosh. I would urinate myself. Grateful Dead sold to George Burleson for $20. Zeppelin sold to Stephen Parton for $30. Mark Weiss wants Quick and the Dead. Well, George already beat you to the Dead. What was Quick? I'm not for sure if I got that one. Quick and the Dead. The Beach Boys. Jeep Comanche presents the Beach Boys in concert with America Wednesday, October 2nd at the Coliseum. That's pretty cool. $35 on Jeep poster. Advertising the Beach Boys. It's been a long time since I rock and roll. Right on. Right on, dun dun. It's been a long time since I did the stroke. Oh, let me get back. Let me get back. I don't know who this is. 1971. The Tube, I think, said Uriah Heep. Photographer Elizabeth Reichter. I don't know who this is. Is this something to do with Uriah Heep? I don't know. It said Uriah Heep on the Tube, but I can't confirm that. Not for sure. Not for sure on that one. All right. Ooh. Well, another crate down. All right, let's get over here into this one. I just think this has... have we been through those? Have we been through these? All right, let me grab this then. Okay, maybe that said urinal and not Uriah. An Evening with the Eagles, 2018, numbered 527 of 1,000. This looks expensive. It looks extremely valuable. No, I'm just joking. An Evening with the Eagles, 2018 North American Tour, numbered to 1,000. That's a well-made concert sold poster. What was this one? That was the Beach Boys. All right, so Beach Boys, Eagles, Kiss, Ripped, Badly at the top and bottom. $15 on Kiss, Ripped, Badly. Star Wars Trilogy on Laserdisc. Star Wars Trilogy on Laserdisc. $25. Motley Crue, Girls, Girls, Girls. This is an original store poster. Motley Crue, $35. Chad, have you listened to Jailer, a young band from the UK? Don't hide their Zeppelin pride. Sound amazing. I have not. Eagles, I'm going to say $75. I'm going to say $75 on the Eagles. $35 on Kiss. Kiss Bicentennial, $55. We had this one the other night. AC/DC with docking, $75. That's a really cool one there. Little small Clapton here. Live in Los Angeles, Eric Clapton, May 1st at the Forum. Clapton, $25. Kiss the Spirit of 76. Kiss Condition, VG minus. Tape and pinhole repair. There's tape all along the bottom. The field of the poster stands pretty strong. If you put it in a frame, it would knock off a lot of the tape. There is a rip up here in the top right. So yeah, it's VG minus. VG minus. I bought this off a customer who is no longer with us. Nope, wrong thing. I thought it was something else. What is this? Oh my gosh. She's bloody. She's bloody. Some kind of bloody print. How much does this cost? 2019, this cost, it doesn't say. Singles. This appears to be the original movie poster for Singles. Yeah. $35 on that. $35 on that. I mean, it's the right size and it's the right, it looks like it. How much is this? $15. $15. John asked, and then Stephen Singles. Yeah, 35 on Singles. San Francisco Miller Lite. Singles is sold to Stephen for 25. I think that's the original poster. It's the right size. It looks like it. So what happened? Okay, I'm putting Kiss, the Spirit of 76 back over here. Nobody wanted that. I'm assuming nobody wants Bloody Chick for $15, and San Francisco is $25. Danny Thomason gets San Francisco for 15. I asked about Bloody Chick. I was waiting for you to say sold or pass. You never did say sold or pass. She's bloody. We won't say anything else bad or nice about her. Nice. Unfortunately, it's got a lot of rips at the top. See that rip? And that. Ripped vintage Kiss poster, $25. Boom, 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 ting, tong. The Bodyguard poster. That's another original movie poster. The Bodyguard. $35 on that. Only one of the biggest selling soundtracks of all time. Sold of other passes. John Durden still hadn't said sold or pass. He must have been doing some heavy consideration. Heavy consideration. Bum ba da dum dum dum. Ting dong. $15 on Kiss. Have you bought a poster yet, Jeff? Have you bought a vintage poster yet? Eddie Van Halen. This is the one that has that sticker stuck to it, though. See that Fox guitar sticker? So, I mean, that might peel off. I hadn't tried. So, $35 on that. You might can peel that off. Somebody else wants this if you don't want it for 15. So 15 on that if you pass Mega Blast. So 25 on Kiss since that's your first poster, Jeff. All you got to do is say, I'll take it. Okay? Next. Paul Brothers, before you get off tonight, I've got a whole collection of video games back here for you. Ding, dong. At home, drawing pictures of mountaintops with him on top, lemon yellow sun, arms raised in a V. All right. So this is sold to Paul Brothers for $15. Okay. And then next thing, it's PC stuff. The next thing is I showed 2 different Kiss posters, okay? There's one, stand by. There's this one that I told Jeff Brent RTO, $25. It's ripped at the top. It's ripped over there. He's offered $20. We're going to go ahead and sell it to him, okay? That's sold to Jeff Brent RTO for $20. Sold to Jeff Brent, okay? And then James Chilcott, the Spirit of 76 poster was actually priced for $55. I had this one marked $55. Okay? That's the Spirit of 76 poster. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right, we got about 2 more crates. What time is it? 1:18. I've got about 2 more crates of posters to go through. I need some water. My mom brought me some caramel popped kettle corn, or excuse me, kettle popped caramel corn, kettle popped popcorn caramel flavor, caramel popped kettle flavored. So I've got kettle flavored caramel over here. I'm trying to eat because it's absolutely delicious. So let me get a few more handfuls of my system so I got energy to continue this. Man, that's good stuff. Whoa. There's like 50 Rolling Stones posters here. All right, let's break these down one at a time. The Rolling Stones Sticky Fingers. It says out now. That's got to be a good poster. Sticky Fingers, new album, out now. Wow. Is that legit? It feels a little bit too new, honestly. That's pretty cool, though. I'm going to say 45 on that one. Okay, looks like we've hit a batch of stones here. 40, regardless, that's pretty cool. 45 on that one. Wow, that's really cool here. This one is, that's Some Girls, Texas. This is Some Girls, Texas. So that's what that was used for. Well, let me think about this. This was used for, yeah, it was used for Some Girls Live in Texas, 1978. Now this is definitely, this has definitely got some age on it, but it doesn't have any, yeah, here we go. It does right down here. This could be a pretty good one here. This is Rolling Stones Tour 1978 Raindrop Productions. That one might require some additional research, for sure. I'm pretty sure a lot of this came from Dale Pittsburgh collection. Rolling Stone Steel Wheels. Now that's obviously original, 1989. Pretty cool poster there. Steel Wheels Tour, 89. I'll say $45 on that one. 800. Are these prices? 2,400, 360, 300 to 350. Wow. I recognized a couple of these in here. This one here. This one has a price on it, $125. $1976 Europe. That's probably pretty close. Wow. $4,000. John Pashy. UK 1971. I don't know what any of this means or how accurate this stuff is. Let me see what I can find out about this one. Rolling Stones UK Tour 1971. Yeah, I mean, the last time one of these sold was on Heritage was 13 years ago for $500. This one here. Roll on down the road. First printing poster, great with John Pashy. Yeah, I probably need to get on that Classic Posters website. I don't know where else to look. I mean, if only one has come through Heritage in 13 years, that's pretty rare. So I'm going to keep all the stone stuff together. Those are all definitely worthy. I think the Sticky Fingers is original too. More I look at it. I think this might be as well. I'll have to double check it. There was a couple naked girls earlier. Yeah, I'm going to keep all the stones together. I have a few pretty serious stones collectors that's probably not watching right now. Yeah. This one sold a couple years ago. There's no writing at the bottom. So this one sold a couple years ago. There's no writing at the bottom. A white and black red promo poster, 1971 Sticky Fingers. 23.5 by 33 inches. Let's see here. I can't unroll it that much. Yeah, that's exactly on that one. So that one sold a couple years ago for 200. I think most of these in here are original. I mean, because this one, I mean, it has the same kind of colors and everything to it. Some of these I have to spend a lot of extra time figuring out. Yeah, so I'm going to keep all the stones together. Let me find a place to put them. Let me put them in this crate here. All right. There's this. And then put these over here. Keep all these together. Very cool stuff there. All right, there's those. So probably some of those price tags wasn't too far off. Okay, let's do this one here. Oh, Eagles, yes. '78 Trans Am. I think I priced this earlier for $75. I think I priced it earlier for $75. An Evening with the Eagles, North American Tour 2018. $75. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 25, 26. Okay, we might can get the 50 posters. I want to sell 50 tonight. We might be getting there. All right, so Nuclear Assault, Game Over, the debut album. Nuclear Assault. Crumb Suckers. This is the original store poster advertising Crumb Suckers' Life of Dreams. Nightwish poster calendar from 2005. I'm going to say 25 on that. I'm going to say 35 on crumb suckers. And I'm going to say 25 on nuclear assault. It's been folded and rolled, but still nice. So 25, 25, 35. Iron Maiden Power Slave. I'm going to say 35. I have 2 of those. This is Peace of Mind. It's kind of a beat up, it's kind of beat up with corner damage and paper pull right here. I'll say 20 on that one. $35 on Metallica. That's pretty dang cool. Wow. Yeah, let me show the games after this gigantic rolled batch here. Okay, I'll finish this. There's like 30 posters, or 15. I'm going to guess there's 15 posters left in this roll here. Nicholas Diller wants Metallica for $35. 78 Trans Am wants the Eagles for $75. All right, so those 2 are sold. And Paul Brothers wants the Nightwish poster for $25. You got it. Bad Brains. Quickness. $35, Bad Brains. Oh man, here's a, looks like a much better a better condition Peace of Mind. So we'll say 45 on that one. That one's much better condition. Okay, and then Darren Johnson wants Bad Brains for $25. Let me pause there because there's like 4 Iron Maidens on the table. And the first person on dibs is Danny Thomason. So we got a little bit of confusion because I've shown this Power Slave, which I said $35 on. I've got 2 of those. They're pretty much identical. Okay, then I just showed a really nice Peace of Mind that I priced for $55. And then I showed a beat up one, which I think I priced $20. So we'll say it's up to Danny. Then Tom Kelly asked, and Michael Ruttman wants at least one of the Peace of Minds for either $25 or $55. So we'll see what Michael wanted, and then that might reflect Danny's decision. Sam Hain 3, November Coming Fire. That's pretty cool. A Sam Hain poster. $35 on that. Okay, a new comment required for this one. This is a super nice Iron Maiden here. Wow. Yeah, 55 on this one. That's amazing. 55 on this one. Okay, so let's go up to the top here. So, Darren, what did I say on... Well, first of all, Darren, let me ask you this, because I didn't finish my thought there. Darren, have you bought a road poster yet? Darren, have you bought a road poster yet? Okay, and then I'll tell you what I can do on Bad Brains. And then hopefully we can work something out that's fair. All right, so we're going to give Danny this damaged piece of mine. Make sure he gets the one that has the paper pull and stuff on it, okay? So sell that to Danny for 10. So that's sold for $10. Tom Kelly wants a power slave for 25. Sell that to Tom Kelly for 25. And then Michael Ruttman gets the nice piece of mine for $55. Okay. All right, there's that. So now we're caught up. Okay, Bad Brains. So what I'll do, I don't know what I said the first or the second time, but since it's your first road poster, I'll do 30, and if you buy one from here on, just let me know, and it'll probably get cheaper because it's going to require extra postage and a tube. So if you're good with that, we'll kind of meet in the middle and say 30. That will help pay for the tube and poster. And if you buy any more, just let me know from here on out, okay? So 30 on Bad Brains. Sam Hain, I think I said $35. There's that other really nice Iron Maiden 55. Tom Kelly said 40. What about 45? And there's another Iron Maiden Power Slave. Yeah, so the other naked posters, I actually know where those are at. There was like 3 rolled up together. And I think I said, I don't remember. Problem with this is I'm basically just making up prices on the fly. So the next time it's like more or less. You might catch it more or less the second time I show it. And y'all probably will keep up with it, because if y'all are interested in it, you probably got the price in the back of your head. Yeah, so Paul, there was... Nope, that's not it either. Let me figure out what I did with them. They kind of had like a textured cover. Hold on one second. Maybe they weren't over here. We didn't sell them, did we? No. There's Ireland. Okay. Yeah, I'll, man, that kills me. I can't find something that easy. I bet I put them down. Wait a minute. I found them. Wow, they're bigger than I thought they were. All right. All right, so Tom Kelly gets Iron Maiden for $45. That's sold to him. We just did a bunch. Metallica, Iron Maiden, great stuff. That's sold to Tom Kelly for $45. That was the one where they're playing live. Jeb Brent wants to see it again. Already sold. And so, Paul, there was... Yeah. There's 2 of them here at least. 3. I'll say all 3 of them for $25. I can't remember what I said the last time. All 3 of them for $25. These rolled, we'll call them, quote, nudie posters, okay? That's sold to Paul Brothers, $25. All right, let's keep going here. Slayer. Nice. $45 on Slayer. Does have some pinholes, but great subject matter on that one. Very cool. $45 on Slayer. Oh my gosh. Some of these might disappear. Look at this one. Advertising Ride the Lightning and Master of Puppets. $75. That's pretty dang cool. Cliff Burton advertising Ride the Lightning, 1986. I'm going to say 75 on that. I wouldn't mind to keep that. And then a Jimi Hendrix blacklight poster. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Holy crap. Let me eBay that one right quick. That's incredible. And then the Sam Hain poster. Sam Hain was right here. Sam Hain 3, November Coming Fire. Let's check on that Hendrix right quick. So, Michael, you got dibs on Metallica at 75. That's a dang sweet poster. Jimi Hendrix Blacklight, 957. Oh, wow. Let's see what they're actually selling for, though. Wow, none have sold, probably because they're listed so high. There's one for 270, one for 1,000, one for 200, one for 567, and one for 130. Sam Hain sold for 25 to John Durden. Michael Ruttman gets Metallica for 75. Still got Slayer for 55, I think is what I said. Yeah, that's awesome. I never had seen that one before. Y'all better be glad some of these didn't make it to Thursday night Metal Night auctions. Holy crap. These would have been starting bids. So Hendrix, you can buy one right now for $130 plus shipping. Some people have them listed for as much as 1,000, but this is beautiful. Let me show it here so y'all can see the colors even closer. That would look amazing underneath a black light. Look at that. Purple haze off in my brain. Wow. $95. You literally cannot get one less after postage for less than $140. $95 on Jimi Hendrix. They're listed right now, including shipping, $140, $580, $210, $1,000, and $275. I made an offer on Sam Hain earlier. You never did say anything. We have a red flag on the Sam Hain poster. Danny put SH20. I never did see that till right now. We have a challenge flag. Danny, I will sell it to you for 25. I never did see that earlier. We'll match John Durden's offer. I apologize. I never did see that. Challenge flag on Sam Hain. Okay, now, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to show everybody a video game collection. Actually, hold on one second. I was going to wrap this up. We need to change Sam Hain from 20 to 20 from 25, except this time until when it needs to go to Danny Thomason instead of John Durden. John, he just snatched that right out of your hands. Did he make off before I see it again? Yes. It was up here. Danny Thomason, Sam Hain 20, right after he bought Iron Maiden. And then you asked to see it again. And then you made an offer. And then he threw a challenge flag. It sold to him. He is the rightful in position. You got to be faster than that. You got to be faster than that. Okay, so what I was going to do, hold on one second. Let me make sure. Boy, we've hit a batch. I wonder what else is in this crate. Let me put all these away then. What about nuclear assault, Danny? $15? You want to do 15 on that? You offer 10. What are these? Oh, these are Ghost movie posters. They're stamped promotional copies, though. Ghost. Those are original movie posters. No, he had made an offer earlier, and I never did see it. I accidentally missed his offer. So he had dibs on it because I missed his offer. All right. Okay, what's in this tube? This is full of something. It's completely sealed. It's a full tube of something. All right. So this is sold nuclear assault. Danny Thomason, $10. He just got a $95 poster for 10 bucks. Whew. I need to go ahead and wrap this up before it gets any worse. All right, let me see what's in this tube, and then I got to show these video games. Okay. Y'all just want to bid on this sight unseen? All right. Let's see what's left in here. Tube's empty. Guys, making sure she wasn't naked. This is some lady. Kathy Ireland. I feel like we're about to get into more nudie stuff. Some other girl. Dental hygiene. Elvira. That's a pretty good one there. Let me pause there for a second. Try to get some of these under control. Elvira Moonbathing, 1987. Where did I see that at? Okay, there it is. All right. I'm going to say Elvira, $75. Okay. $75 on Elvira. I figured that was one of the better ones. And then, so Jimi Hendrix, $75. Brian Tassin, he's talking about this blacklight poster. What did I say, 95? Have you bought one yet? You bought a poster already, right, Brian? Go ahead and sell that to him for $75. We actually had a Kathy Ireland earlier, I think, and I'm pretty sure I said $25. So, some girl, $15. Yeah, Kathy Ireland, $25. Elvira, $75. Another Kathy Ireland. This is Kathy Ireland with a lot less body, a lot more body exposed. We'll say 25 on that one as well. And then this bare butt poster, $25 on that one. Okay. Okay, well, I'll go ahead and say Hendrix for 75. You got a killer price on it. Paul, do you want Ireland on the beach, Ireland with Budweiser, or do you want both of them for 40? Is this signed? Some of y'all are going to know these people before me. I wasn't into blonde chicks in the 80s, okay? These are people a generation before me. I think this says Heather Thomas. Heather Thomas is ripped, unfortunately. We'll say 15 on Heather Thomas. Both this Kathy Ireland and this Kathy Ireland sold to Paul Brothers for 20 and 20. Yep. All right. Those are sold for 20 and 20. This is, who is this? Tracy Lords. Tracy Lords. St. Pauli girl. Agnetha folk song, ABBA lady, and then a couple fell to the floor here, a couple small ones. There's another Kathy Ireland for Budweiser. That's a different one. And then, that's pretty cool. Oh my gosh, is this signed? Holy crap. This is not signed by Jimmy Buffett. I think it is. Wow. Holy moly. I think that's good too. Let me go ahead and send it to JSA. Yeah, I think that's good. Oh, let me look at it. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's good. Wow. Whew. Find of the night. That's a couple $1,000s. That's incredible. Wow. I had this whole time, did not know I had that. I got to get this JSA'd. Hold on one second. Yeah, Jimmy Buffett's extremely expensive. Jimmy Buffett autographs are extremely expensive. If it comes back good and I get a full letter, this will be $2,000 to $3,000. A poster like this, signed, $2,000 to $3,000. Yeah, so yeah, signed album just sold $4,000. A signed hat just sold $2,000. Yeah. So if you get it JSA'd, Beckett, something, those are actual prices. Yeah, Buffett's a couple thousand. He's $3,000 to $4,000 on the album jacket. That's a great item. Let me put it over here with my others. I'll get probably by tomorrow, I'll be able to let y'all know if it was authentic. I mean, there's a chance it's bad. I don't got my hopes up. Okay, so what did I miss? Did anybody want a price? Let me know which one. If I missed somebody, I think, did somebody want a price on Tracy Lords? I got Buffett over here in my autograph rack. So part of what I did this morning, I cleaned up. We sold a lot of them off tonight, but yeah, Buffett's expensive. Mega Blast wants any poster that Danny tries to claim. Okay, so we officially have a rivalry. John Durden does not like Danny Thomason anymore. Nicholas Diller offered $15 for St. Pauli Girl. This is sold to Nicholas Diller for $15, St. Pauli Girl. And then, was it Tracy Lords, perhaps? That was the other one's possibly interest in. $25? I have no idea. $25. Let me go ahead and send this in. Okay. All right. So yeah, what I was gonna do, I was gonna get us to 2 a.m. I was gonna get us to 2 a.m. and then show that video game lot. Tracy Lord sold for $20 to Mega Blast. Okay. I'd even look some of these up. Elvira is one of the better ones left in there. And if y'all don't buy it, Laura probably will want it. So Laura's a huge Elvira fan. That's who she literally dressed up for as Halloween. So she probably would be mad if I actually sold that and she found out about it. So, but it's up to y'all. All right. So, Paul, or let's see, what I'm going to do, yeah, I'm going to show this video game lot. I only want to sell this as a lot, okay? I only want to sell this as a lot. So there's a few more posters, and I have a whole nother crate. We'll have to stop tomorrow. This feed ends in 15 minutes anyway. I might can show a few more posters at the very end, like as soon as we're signing off, maybe finish up this crate. We actually have 22 minutes left before Facebook expires, okay? So let me bring this video game because I don't mind shipping it. I'm going to price it including shipping. And, you know, we have a couple local people who buy the heck out of this stuff. And I'm basically just going to count them and show you what's all included. So let's do that right now. So we had, some of this is software too. We had Turbo C, Tom Clancy, Tomb Raider, Earth Siege, Total Annihilation Disc 2, NASCAR 2, Warcraft, Tomb Raider, The Dig. These should all be PC games. Alien Logic, Medal of Honor Breakthrough, Formula 1, Star Trek, Thief, Unreal, Masterpiece Collection, Pool of Radiance, Indiana Jones, Gunman. So those are all games. Just one piece of software in there. Make sure we didn't get bogged down with PC software. We went through all those. How many so actually I got 3 more crates of posters, but one of them's full of Kiss. But, you know, I don't think Jeff Brent RTO's watching, so he's probably not interested in these Gene Simmons posters. So we'll show those a different night. Heavy Gear, Iron Storm, Dark Reign, Enclave, The Women of Playboy. Customize your ultimate multimedia experience. Civilization, Morrowind, Baldur's Gate 2, Master of Orion, Mech Warrior 2, U.S. Navy Fighters, Nemesis, Lynx Golf. Okay, we're making headway. Down in Margaritaville. Buffett find, nice. Battle Spire, Alice, Shark for Quake, Mech Warrior, Warcraft 2, Seventh Guest, Dr. Radaka, Mech Commander, Star Trek. So you get what's going on here. I can't read all these because there's a lot, okay? I mean, I'd be reading off titles for the next 20 minutes. There's going to be a lot. I mean, they're all computer games, and it's about to change up, okay? These are just here and there. There's 2 different parts of this. There's manuals and then 2 different boxes of games, okay? So here's the next part, and then here's the other part. I mean, this is probably one of the biggest game lots we've done in a while, but these have not been really gone through since the first wave. Y'all remember Paul got a bunch out. He marked them. We looked them up individually. We sold a ton, some for 100, some for 50, some for 5, some for 3, some for 10. But I mean, Star Wars, I think these are getting into better titles. Some of these could be home runs. Haven't had a lot of time to sort through them. Actually, this is the first time I'm looking at any of them. Dark Forces, isn't that supposed to be one of the better regarded Star Wars games? Brothers in Arms, The Witcher. So now we're getting into like box stuff. Huge collection here. I'm trying to get an idea of just how many individual pieces, and then I'm going to try to come up with a price, but just trying to get them all out to count them is going to take quite the time. I'm going to go ahead and start. I'm going to push these back. I'm going to start another pile. I mean, there's Doom 2, Fallout, tons of games here. Starfleet Academy, more Star Wars, more Diablo. I'm going to leave those box games over here. I'm trying to count how many's in one of those stacks, and then we can start doing some math. MDK, Elder Scrolls, System to Shock, GNOME. There's Windows 95. Abomination. Enter the Matrix. Is that a game? I guess it is. Battlefront. Myth, this. Might and Magic 6, Quake. Not many, what I call bad titles, which is like sports, typically sports games don't hold much value. And this is all, these are the good games. These are good games. You might can read some of those. I can just stack them where y'all can read them while I'm grabbing more. So we're up to 6 stacks. And then there's boxed games. It's going to be a pretty good multiplier. Someone's going to get a heck of a deal. Keep all these pretty balanced. Company of Heroes, Gothic 3, Sins of a Solar Empire, Star Wars Emperor at War, Left 4 Dead, Fallout 3, Hellgate, Half-Life. So those are box games. We might have to do a deal on these and then me bring over the rest. It might come to that point. There's one more box and then I've got like literature, like manuals and stuff, but this right here is going to fill up the table and then we can bring out the next ones. Or Act of War, Riddick, Fallout 3, Elder Scrolls, Far Cry 2, Neverwinter Nights, and Age of Conan. All right, so I'm going to offer this first, like I said, as a bundle. So these stacks over here, let's go to the top cam right quick. So there's 3 by 3. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Let me count another one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Those had 17. One more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. All right, so 17, 17, and 18. We'll use 17 then. So in the back here, approximately 17 times 9 is 153 games. And then over here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. All right. So there's 171 games here. Well, it's going to be a lot more than I thought. The bundle deal at 5 each, which I think is not too bad, given I think some of these could be some pretty good titles. 5 each is $8.55. Heck of a collection. And I figured we probably need to break it up into this lot, because if I brought everything else over here, it'd get well over $1,000 for the first bundle deal. So, I mean, that's only $5 on average per everything. I'd say if all these were tagged market price individually, I'd say it would end up being twice that much, maybe 3 times that much, I bet. I bet it would end up being 3 times that much if you comped them all on Discogs, on eBay. But let me know what you're thinking. That's for anybody interested. if we happen don't do a deal on this, I'll be sad. And then somebody's going to have to take the time to tag all these individually. But I bet, I mean, we could do a pretty cool experiment if all these got tagged individually. There's probably 3 times as much value, but that's a lot of work. So. But yeah, if anybody wants to think about it, I'll keep this particular lot together. And if I don't do a deal or somebody doesn't let me know back on a bundle deal in a day or two, we'll start taking the time to price them individually. Because when I did my show on Sunday a couple weeks ago, you know, everything we had in that case up there, we ended up selling them all. I think, Paul, did you buy most of them? Some people picked a few out individually. But cool stuff. No problem. Well, now you got footage, you can kind of see them all individually. Sorry I didn't read through every title. We'd probably still be reading through them if I would have done that. Any last requests for anything? When we buy a lot of stuff, sometimes we have customers in mind. Like when we bought all these from a local guy, I mean, y'all know we've already sold, how many is this? This is 171. We've probably already sold 300 from this collection individually and in lots. More than that, probably. Paul probably bought 300 last week. But when we buy stuff like this, we usually say, I bet Paul Brothers will buy some of these, or I bet so-and-so will buy some of these, or I bet we kind of know who's going to probably buy stuff as soon as we claim it. Now, Jeff Brent RTO has requested Kiss. Now, requesting Kiss could literally mean millions of different unique items. So is there something you've seen that I have for sale that you are adding to your order? Or you just want me to show you everything Kiss that's for sale in this store? Everything for sale that is Kiss in the store would take me another 12 hours straight, and we still probably wouldn't be able to show everything. Especially if we were talking about vinyl. Posters bucket. We are out of time. We are out of time. Scott, I'm going to wait because obviously before I sell any of these individually, I would love to try to sell them all. And Paul, while you're considering and doing research, if you want to make an offer or if you want to submit an offer, I'd consider it. Jeff, getting into another crate of Kiss posters is another hour. We have 7 minutes left, my friend. Probably less than that. My friend Jeff Brent RTO, he would stay up until 9 a.m. in the morning with me looking through Kiss posters. My Facebook feed ends in exactly 6 minutes. That would be enough time to show about 2 higher-end Kiss posters and maybe have research to do on 1. So we are out of time. But guess what? We'll be doing this Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, next Monday, next Tuesday, next Wednesday, next Thursday, next Friday, next Saturday, the Sunday after that, the next Monday, then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of the following week, and then Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and Monday, and Tuesday, and the 3rd of January, the 4th of January, the 5th of January, the 27th, the 28th. I'll also be here February 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. I'll also be here March 11, 12, 13, 14. Every day right here. Now, y'all might be out doing everything else. wasting your life away, or you could spend it every night right here locked in with Colecco and living life to the fullest. You got to make that decision every day. Am I just going to peedly wink and go doom scroll through this useless minutia of social media? Or am I going to lock in with Chad Williams and buy Kiss posters every night? Just Kiss, Kiss, anything Kiss. My whole house is full of Kiss, 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 Kiss posters, Kiss, Kiss, Kiss. Okay. Whew, 2:17. I'm on 3 hours of sleep. I'm signing off. Anybody else? I'll be back tomorrow starting the show. I'll be live between 5 and 6:30. I don't make promises. Fortunately, I'm in a position that if I'm late, I'd have to fire myself. But I do owe a responsibility to y'all to say an advertised time. That's why I usually don't say a time until after I wake up. Because after I wake up, I'll know what time I can get here. But it just depends on how late I stay up working. If I'm up till 9 or 10 or o'clock, I might can make it by 5, but it's usually 6:30 now. Ace poster. I still have an Ace poster. I got some people very much wanting to bid on it. I still don't know where it is. It could pop up in any one of these crates. Did we sell 50 posters? I was trying to see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Yeah, we might have. Because I think there was 18. We got pretty dang close. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 27, 28, 29, 30, 32, 35, 36, 41. Yeah, I think we got 40. Oh, and then the stuff from earlier. So, yeah, we sold about 50 posters tonight. 50 posters. We need to do that again tomorrow night. All right, I'm signing off. Thank y'all. I'll be back tomorrow sometime between 4 and 8 o'clock to get the show started. Thank you, Melinda Daring. Received the rest of my Christmas album today. Kudos to shipping. Impeccable. Thank you. We got a great staff here. Good thing about my job is I just show up and everybody's here working, and I show up and start selling. They take care of the rest, and fortunately, I'm in a position I can free roam, and still got a lot of work I do. Still have a lot of CEO stress, but my staff makes a lot better. Thank y'all. Good night. And come back tomorrow. We'll do this all again, okay? Thank you.